5 minutes, and I get the impression he'll do anything he can to get to the top. He doesn't care who he has to hurt, even if it's his own son. I pause and look away for a moment. This conversation is going deeper than I expected. All I'm saying is don't end your friendship with him for me. Drew has been through a lot, and that's not an excuse for his behavior, but the last thing he needs is another person against him. Besides, I think he misses you. Sebastian sighs. Things with Drew are complicated. He's like a brother to me and always will be, but you're my sister. Family always comes first. And if I have to choose to protect you or him, it will be you. Why not choose both of us? Why aren't you putting this anger into Drew's father? Yeah, he deserves to have his balls busted, but his dad? He deserves worse. A sinister smile twists his lips. And his time will come sooner than he thinks. Not soon enough, I mumble under my breath. I agree. He sighs and leans back in his chair. Now, back to the invitation, because I was going to tell you about it the next time we both got a moment to sit and eat together, but that didn't happen till now, so. I scoff. Are you insinuating that I have trust issues? Insinuating? You have so many issues a therapist would need another therapist just to dissect them all. Wow, rude. I squeak through laughter. Sebastian beams at me. The invitation we got was for the annual meeting of the families. I nod like I know what that is. The families? Yes, the mill, their founding members, and other well-connected families in the community come together once a year to negotiate and handle certain business ventures. So when you say families, you mean like... I lean forward and whisper very, very softly, criminals? He snickers and shakes his head. Some of the families are made up of criminals. However, not all of them do illegal dealings. His penetrating gaze stares at me. I'm not sure what he's waiting for me to do. Freak out or lose my mind, maybe? Joke's on him. I've already surpassed my allotted mental breakdowns for the month. Instead of reacting or asking him why he's looking at me like I might burst into flames, I ask, okay, so why do we have to attend this meeting? And if it happens every year, why are you so mad about it? I'm not mad about the meeting or even that it's taking place. I'm annoyed that it's being held by Drew's father. He grits out. And yes, we'll both be expected to attend. At least if I want to maintain my protection over you. Got it. Attendance required or else. He sighs and rakes his hands up his face and into his hair. I mean, yes and no. It's easier to protect you if you're with me. They wouldn't dare try anything in my presence, but leaving you home would be the same as leaving you completely alone. It's not done often, but occasionally a family will steal a bride or force a marriage contract. It's far more ballsy to perform the ceremony beforehand, but like I always say, expect the worst, because once the marriage is done, it's done. I grimace. Sounds like a great group of people. His phone buzzes and he glances at the screen. His face and body instantly change. Freeze up, tense, as if he's afraid to move or be caught. Then he clicks the screen off and sets the phone farther away. Should I even ask? He shakes his head, swallowing hard. It's nothing. Just my aunt. You have an aunt? I try to consider how she'd be related to me, but he cuts in. My uncle's wife. They raised me mostly because my grandfather never wanted to get into the nitty-gritty of actual child-rearing. But don't worry about it. Where was I? I lick my lips, wishing I were brave enough to push on this, but the set in his jaw says I shouldn't. The people at the party... good? Far from it. We'll have to be careful. at the meeting, both before and after. With my grandfather's death still fresh, I'll have to do whatever I can to cement my place as the heir to the family. It's going to be extremely important that we maintain a strong front and show no weakness whatsoever. I need to ensure that all the families understand that I'll be as decisive as my grandfather, so no one moves in on the business. I'm tempted to ask what exactly the business is. We've skirted around it for so long, but if I'm going to be an active participant in this, I need to know. Clearing my throat, I demand, "Tell me." Giving the surrounding space a cautious glance, he leans forward. Most of the seats near us are empty. "Wait, it's not—" I pause, not wanting to offend him. "It's not like prostitution, is it?" He shakes his head. "No, it's not that. Not even close." I watch as he slowly eases his hands apart, holding one up before cocking it back like a gun. There's a crushing reality of what that means. Guns. Weapons. Oh, okay. Can I live with that? Do I need to know the particulars, or... Shit. The ethical ramifications swirl through my head. Then I jolt. "Does Drew?" He grins and shakes his head. "Nope. The marshals are too good to dip their toes into the illegal dealing of weapons. Lyle is in charge of the money. Most of the organization's money, but that will change soon, after everything went down." The memory threatens to surge up, and I push it back. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to hate it if that guy gets knocked down a peg or 20. You and pretty much everyone else. He's just so damn good with the numbers. Or at least his employees are. He's good with people, cajoling them, threatening them, doing whatever it takes to get their money. I blink. I know someone else who is good with people too. Not that I'd admit I found any similarities between Drew and his father to his face. He seems to hate the man, as I do. As does Seb, apparently. So why is he holding the meeting if everyone hates him? Good question. He'll be asking himself that question after the meeting too, if things go the way I want. There's so much threat in his tone, I sit back, putting some distance between us. I haven't heard that tone since before we found out the truth of our relationship. Back when he thought I was a pretty amusement for Drew. "Well, tell me what I need to do," I whisper. "I can handle it." He nods and smiles, his eyes softening, his shoulders slipping down now. "I know. We've got this. Together." I nod, feeling not so alone anymore. Together.
Chapter 19. Drew. The desire to go to her calls to me. I want to see her, to be around her, to hold her and be beside her. But I can't. Not when I'm like this. In the past, I didn't give a fuck about taking my anger out on her. I used her body as an outlet, and well, I wouldn't have a problem with that so much if she wasn't already fragile enough. I can't risk doing something stupid and breaking the fragile trust building between us. I pull out my phone and send her a quick text. "I miss you. I care about you. I can't wait to see you." I clutch my phone for a second, thinking about deleting it. Maybe it sounds stupid or too sappy, but I shake my head, lock my phone, and take a deep breath. I can't allow my anger to lead me. I've done that before, and it's only ever left a path of chaos in its wake. I need to do better. I can do better. Why didn't I destroy him? Time and time again, I've had the opportunity occasionally to take him out, but I've always hesitated, pussied out. And why? Because he's my father? Before, I could see that, but now that I have the knowledge that I do, there's no reason. Yeah, he usually has guards with him. Their standing orders are always to punch first and ask questions later. The thought of my fist marks on his skin is enough to reignite the anger I'd started to feel simmering away. I want to crush his throat, slam his face into a wall, and punch him until he can't see straight. All things he's done to me over the years. I'd take the pain to my hands, my knuckles split from hitting him, all of it. I'd revel in it, and then I'd show Belle so she'd understand what I'd done, that I had stood up to my father, and that I was done playing his little games. I clench my fists and jog up the steps to the football team's training gym. The heat and anger blazing through me might keep me away from her for now, but I'll see her soon. I need to see her. A few guys from the team are lifting weights when I enter. Weights line the mirrored room, leaving the middle of the floor open. The scent of sweat and rubber is overwhelming, but I ignore it. It's certainly better than the overfull gym on campus that the rest of the student body can use. I drop my bag by an empty bench and turn to eye a heavy bag hanging from the ceiling. This is what I need. I'm a damn good football player because I practice. Now the next time my father comes at me like that, I'll be ready. I sit on the bench and carefully wrap my hands. Well, I don't give a shit if they get bruised. I can't let these guys see me being careless with the quarterback hands. One of the second-string linemen wanders over as I finish up and strip off my jacket. "Hey, Drew, what's up, man? We haven't seen you around." I make a non-committal hum and study the bag. Most of the campus knows it's rush season, and most of the campus has no idea about the mill. But the rich ones, the football players, the trust fund kids, usually know because of a family legacy at some point. So when I level the guy with a long stare, he nods once and returns to his workout. I'm known for being brutal on the field, and I sure as shit don't want to invite open questions about my time or my whereabouts. As I pound the bag, some of the anger begins to fizzle, channeled through my fists, burning away under the pain in my hands, my arms, my abs as I move. As always, my thoughts stray back to her, the way she'd look at me right now. I freeze. Well, shit, the way she used to look at me. Now I feel like I might not know this new Belle at all. She's different, no less appealing to me, but different. Regardless of how much I want to destroy him, I need answers first. I need to understand the depths of his evil mind and what he's done, so I can make sure he doesn't wheedle out of this like he does everything else. All my life he's gotten away from deplorable and evil things. Shit, I'm no saint, but what my father has done has always been so much worse. I once witnessed him cave a man's skull in by bashing it on the side of his desk like an egg. He didn't even bat an eye or seem fazed by his actions. I punch the bag and think. I punch the bag and plan. I punch the bag and start planning the topple of my father's empire. That bastard is going down soon, but I need more time and more answers. I hit the bag again, but now that I'm thinking, I unwrap my hands, pack up my headphones, and grab my jacket. I need to start where things have changed. The hospital. Before I leave the gym, I toss my bag into my locker so I don't have to lug it with me. It wasn't a long workout, but I need to change and look more presentable. It sells the good old boy routine better. I keep clothes at the training center, and it doesn't take long to change into a well-worn pair of jeans, a long-sleeved gray Henley, and one of my favorite pairs of black combat boots. I put a black zip-up hoodie under my leather jacket and leave the center. My hair is wet, and it makes me colder as I walk, but it doesn't matter. I call a ride-app car when I reach the edge of campus before it unfolds into the small town that basically lives to support the school. The hospital isn't too far away, but it's too chilly to walk all the way there, and I don't want to head back to the mill for my motorcycle if it means running into Seb or explaining what I'm doing to Lee. I'm not ready for either of their unending questions. The driver only asks my name and doesn't say a word otherwise. Just the way I liked him. At the hospital, I head inside, hands tucked into my pockets, a slight smile playing on my lips. Unassuming is the goal, even if I rarely succeed. Women, though, usually succumb, and are always more helpful than men when it comes to information. I crossed to the section of the hospital my mother was being treated in. Thankfully, this is an exclusive area that usually requires a fat checkbook to use. The nurses and the doctors there remember me with one look. A nurse comes around the desk the second I cut into her line of sight. "Mr. Marshall, what brings you back? Your mother was moved back to her home medical suite." I give her a smile, all white flashing teeth and dimples. She immediately relaxes, leaning close. "Yes, I know she was moved. I just saw her. But I wanted to speak to her doctor if I'm able." Her forehead wrinkles slightly and she looks around carefully. "Her doctor is one of ours. He should be there now. Your father requested someone new when he took her away." "Oh." I sigh and smile and play the part of the forgetting jock. It seems to sell because once again she relaxes. "I actually wanted to speak to her old doctor. He said he had some information for me the last time we spoke, and I just wanted to follow up with him. Dr. Brooks, I believe." She relaxes further as if she was anticipating having to tell me she couldn't help. Now that she can, her reason to live is restored. She brushes away some stray hairs at her hairline and refreshes her smile. "Just head down this corridor. His office is on the left. If he's not in there, come back here and I'll page him." I nod once and head in the direction she's pointed me. The office has his name outside on a brass plate. I knock on the door, and when there's a muffled noise on the other side, I take it as a request to enter. The second I shoulder the door open and the doctor catches sight of me, he jumps out of his chair and puts the length of the small room between us. His voice is all panic. "I told him I wouldn't say anything. I'm working like normal. Nothing has changed." Despite his tone, his back is straight, and he meets my eyes squarely. Scared, but not going to run. "Doctor." I mirror his position, holding my own hands up. "I'm not here to hurt you. I only want to ask you a few questions." He shakes his head back and forth, trying to squeeze between the cabinet and the couch on the other side. "No, I'm not. I told them I wouldn't talk or they'd come back. I can't." I enter the room and close the door behind me. This sets him practically shaking, but he still doesn't make a move to hurt me or try to get past me. He's got more balls than he thinks. "Please, doctor, it's important. You took an oath, didn't you? All I need is information, and no one will know it came from you. Besides, once it comes out that I even have this information, it won't matter anyway." He looks like he wants to ask questions, but I shake my head gently, discouraging him as gently as I know how. He still looks scared and hesitant. What do you want to know?" That tells me he wants to help. He doesn't like leaving my mom in her situation any more than I do. I ease down on the end of the couch, putting myself a little lower than him. "I just want to know what you know. What did my father want to keep hidden?" His eyes turn a little darker, a little calmer now, and he eases away from the wall to lock the door and take his desk chair again. "Your father is a monster." He waves at his face where it's battered and bruised. I chuckle. "Don't get it twisted, doctor. I'm a monster too, but I love my mother. But yes, I've been on the receiving end of his handiwork as well." The words threaten to stick tight in my throat. She's not my real mom, a tiny voice blasts in the back of my mind. But she's the only source of kindness, of love I've had in my life until Belle, and I won't just walk away from her after that. He gives me a long look and nods. "I think she's being poisoned, or has been and is currently. It's a long, slow death he's building for her." I swallow hard. Is it too late? This makes me think of Belle's mom. Her body had lain right down the hall when Seb had it moved from the emergency room. I hadn't been here, but I'd gotten the information out of the nurses then, too, as I kept track of Belle. I don't believe so. When I was working with her, I started to synthesize an antidote, but I didn't get very far when your father returned and requested I leave your mother's care team. The last is bit out, an edge in his voice now. Good. This doctor has some fight at least. What do you need to finish it? More of your mother's blood. I have to make sure he hasn't changed things now that I've interfered. You should probably hurry, too. It seems like he might want to end it if he thinks he might get caught. I snort. My father has always underestimated me. He thinks I'm stupid, or maybe he just has low expectations. Either way, he won't end things just because of me. Not yet. Dr. Brooks nods, and I consider Belle's mom again, and what I considered that day in the kitchen that made me think we were related. Doctor, do you know the name of the doctor who was treating Miss Jacobs before she passed? He eyes me and shakes his head. I can look it up, though. Once I have what I need from him, I give him my cell phone number and tell him to get to work. I'll pay whatever he needs. Then I go find the doctor who helped Belle's mom. She's tall and thin, with dark hair and dark eyes, younger than I thought. Doctor? She spins, a professional smile on her face. Yes, can I help you? I'm a friend of Maybelle Jacobs. I was here trying to get some information, and it occurred to me that you might be able to give me an answer. I'd be happy to help. She actually sounds genuine. Imagine that. Is it possible that the illness Miss Jacobs suffered from could have been caused by long-term poison exposure as a young woman? She blinks once, her smile slipping away. Excuse me? I know it's a strange question, but you guys were treating it like a cancer. Could the cancer or whatever be caused by poison over a long period? There's a moment when she casts her eyes down, considering. Let me look at the files, but I'm not sure. The hesitance in her voice is really all the answer I need. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your time. I walk away, my world spinning. Now I need to figure out how to tell Belle my father is the one responsible for everything. And then I need to figure out how to keep Seb on a tight leash until this is all done, so he doesn't blow shit up before I can begin.
Chapter 20. Belle. The library still feels weird, but I'm not giving up. I'm still wearing $100 jeans and all my textbooks are brand new, even creaking slightly when I open them, which I will admit to no one, is really satisfying. My old ones had been open and closed so many times the spines were loose. Nothing loose about these shiny babies. I also have to admit it's nice to just come to the library and not have to worry about tutoring, about appointments and money. The thought instantly makes me think of Mom, who was always just doing her best, and guilt swamps me. Here I am, happy about new textbooks, and she's dead. The joy over the book recedes under the heavy weight of my grief. Shit. I hate how this happens. One minute I'm fine, and the next it hits me like I've forgotten somehow, as fresh and raw as the day I found out. I stare at the ceiling to keep the tears from falling, and once I feel like I'm not going to splatter my shiny new books with tears, I try to go back to studying. A buzzing sound drags me out of the book, and I check my phone. A text from Seb. Sebastian, I'll meet you at the library. I roll my eyes and shake my head. Not, can I meet you at the library? Nothing so gracious as a request. It makes me sigh, but I shoot him a text back. Maybelle. Sure, I'll be here. But what if I'd already gone home? It takes only a minute for him to respond. Sebastian. Funny, you never leave the library if you can help it. I'll be there soon. I return my attention to the book in front of me and only stop when the touch of a soft hand resting on my shoulder pulls me out of my fixation. Sebastian greets me with a nod, then comes around the other side of the table to take the other chair. "Always studying," he says, his voice low since this is a more quiet area at the moment. I'm still not completely caught up on things. All the teachers have been very kind to me and are allowing me as much flexibility as I need, but I feel like I won't get back to normal until I'm caught up, and I leave off, thinking. And there's something in his tone, question, and something softer. I shake my head. I just want to get caught up. He studies me. "You miss your friend." "My friend?" I scoff. I hope you aren't talking about Jackie. She deserves the hole she's dug for herself. "Well, I think you'll be happy to know she won't be making any reappearances in your life. I had a chat with her to make certain of it and discovered that she was only helping Drew's dad because he promised her a place at one of his offices when she graduates." The air squeezes out of my chest. That's it? She threw away our whole friendship for an internship? With an asshole to boot? He shrugs. "You can never really account for people's ambition. I think you're lonely, though. Am I right?" "How could I be lonely with your company and Drew breathing down my neck every few minutes?" There are varying degrees of loneliness, Belle. There's the type when you're in a room with a bunch of people but still feel like you have no one, which I think is the worst kind. Then there's the type when you're simply alone and unwilling to make new friends, so you cause your own loneliness. I hope you don't think I'm paying you for this session, because I'm not. He smirks. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you. I just don't want your loneliness to eat away at you. No offense, but you had limited friends before everything happened. Now there's no one. I frown. Thanks for the reminder. Can we not talk about how shitty my social life is, or how the only friend I had was secretly sleeping with this psychopath-obsessed man's dad in an attempt to get information about us? It's not meant to be an insult. I was actually hoping to use it as an opening to invite you to hang out this evening. Lee, Aries, and I are going to have some pizza and beer, then hang out and watch some movies. You're coming. I shake my head. You do realize you make decrees a lot, right? He shrugs. It's my job to be decisive. I have no room for questions. I mock his deep voice. I have no room for questions, only commands. This earns me an eye roll, and he helps me gather my books. Leave this here. I'll have the driver grab it for you and put it in the car while we walk over to the mill. I freeze. The mill? He tugs me along gently. Don't worry, Drew isn't there. You're sure? Well, I mean, it would be fine to see him. I know I don't exactly think clearly when he's around. Nor does Seb at the moment. Not exactly a situation for a relaxing evening. Are you going to tell me what's going on with Drew? I thought you were going to stay away from him. We walk, and I consider how much I actually want to tell him. Drew is hard. I can't just turn off caring for him. He wants to be different. He is different with me. But I also don't want to be an idiot and walk into things blindly. He nods and tucks his hands into his pockets as the wind cuts through the trees heading up to the mill house. While I'd love to just say stop seeing him, something tells me that wouldn't go over well. That you'd probably do the opposite just to piss me off. Seems you are getting to know me. He chuckles. Doesn't mean I'm not going to tell him to stay away from you. Not that he's been doing that very well either. Drew does what he wants. Always has. Sounds like someone else I know. We enter the house, and a chill skitters down my spine. What if Seb is wrong, and Drew is here anyway? And I have to sit and endure pizza with him and his friends. Seb leads me into a clean, modern kitchen I still remember from the party, and I plop at the countertop bar. I duck my chin to hide my blush as I remember that night and what happened after I left the party. Lee stands on the other side, a pizza box in hand, his light hair mussed, his V-neck t-shirt showing off his golden skin. Aries stands next to him, almost twice as wide, a big dude, his dark curls tucked back, with a black, elastic headband. They both eye me like a snake they accidentally walked up on. "Hi," I say. Lee recovers first and sets the pizza out on the counter. "Pepperoni, mushrooms, what's your pleasure?" He slaps Aries on the chest. "Don't be rude. Get the lady a beer." Aries narrows his eyes in suspicion, but he still turns to grab a beer out of the massive stainless steel fridge. He opens it with one hand and plunks it down in front of me. Some foam escapes the top, and I reach to grab it and lick the edge of the bottle when Lee hands me a plate with a couple of slices of pizza on it. Pizza is pizza in all its beautiful forms, so I don't request anything else and finish cleaning up the beer mess while I nibble on the pepperoni and banana pepper piece I pick up first. Sebastian sits beside me, tosses his jacket on a nearby empty chair, and greets his friends. Look at us, doing normal, happy family shit. Lee chuckles, and Aries just stares between us like we might randomly attack him at any moment. Eventually, Aries settles down and pulls a stool to the other side of the counter to sit on. He cradles a plate stacked high with pieces of mushroom and sausage against his chest. Seb picks out a piece of pepperoni and cheese. Lee doesn't bother with a plate or chair. Instead, he sits on the counter and folds his slice in half, eating it bite by bite. Once he chews, he eyes everyone. "Yeah, this is fun. Not awkward as fuck or anything." We all chuckle and eat. Lee tosses another slice on my plate. "How's school going? Are you getting caught up?" I groan. "Yes. It's easy to study when I don't have to juggle a job and money." He nods. "Yeah, I can only imagine. We're all spoiled rich boys who have never had to deal with school tuition." He says it as a joke, but there's something under his tone that's darker and has a jagged edge I'm not getting near. I glance back at Aries, who is stacking his plate again. Where the hell did he put all that? I glance among the men. Did he even eat, or did he just inhale his food like a vacuum? They all laugh, even Aries, who then shrugs. "Why do you think we get so much pizza?" Lee says, waving to the stacked boxes for the four of us. "Drew can have leftovers." The mention of Drew's name makes the smile slip off my face, and the tension returns to the room. "Way to go, asshole," Aries mutters to Lee. Lee doesn't even flinch. "So, what is going on between you two? I saw you kiss one of the new kids at the party." He's still alive, by the way, for now. Not sure how long that will last, though. Seb grabs another slice of pizza. This time a sausage and mushroom, even as Aries growls at him. "Let's not dive into that conversation, Lee. Let's just sit and have a nice, relaxing dinner." Aries snorts. "I hate to break it to you, boss, but nothing about dinner is relaxing." Seb ignores Aries' pointed comment and stares at Lee. "How's life for you? What about your girl? The one your family is setting you up with?" Lee grumbles under his breath and shoves half a slice of pizza in his mouth. After he swallows, he licks his fingers. Apparently we are getting married. Because that works so well in our world. They're calling it an arranged marriage." I consider his words. Is that what was happening with Drew and that girl at the party? Seb sighs like he would love anything better than talking about Drew for 5 minutes. Yes, his father forced him to spend time with her for some business thing, and he made it very clear that Drew had to do anything and everything she wanted. I try to think back to that night, but after the head wound, things became a little blurrier. Lee carries on. She was a fucking witch. Her slimy hands were all over him, all over us, too, when we tried to distract her so he could talk to you. Thinking about Drew makes me want to see him and talk to him. Why isn't he here? I should have asked Seb earlier when he said he wouldn't be here why he wouldn't be here. I drag my cell phone out from under the table and tap out a quick text to him. Me. Hey, where are you? At the mill, eating pizza. I wait for a response, but all it says is delivered. I try not to let the disappointment take root and put my phone away, focusing my attention back on the conversation.
Chapter 21. Drew. The anger simmers in my veins, deeper and heavier than before, like a sticky paste. I have more questions than I have answers, and it's frustrating as hell. Playing detective isn't my thing, and having the patience to wait it out is also not standard for me. My go-to at this point would be to find someone, start a fight, taunt the fucker, and then lay him out. Or fuck the first willing girl I find. But neither of those things will get me Belle back, and I'd rather cut off my cock than put it in someone else at this point. So I take myself back to the gym to pound my rage into the bag some more, since my earlier session ended short. I want to see her. I want to go home, drag her into my bed, and force her sweet little mouth down on my cock. It feels like it's been too long, even though it really hasn't. My phone beeps, signaling an incoming text, and I pull it out, staring down at the screen. Flower. Hey, where are you? At the mill eating pizza. I'm tempted to toss my evening plans aside and crash their little shit show, but even I know that would be a terrible idea. With the mood I'm in right now, there would be no stopping me from getting into a fight with Sebastian, or kidnapping Belle. I want to do that on almost any day, and today would be the worst when my temper is flaring and my tolerance for bullshit is at an all-time low. I tell myself I'll text her back later and close the message before sliding the phone back into my pocket. I'd be shit for conversation right now, and if I'm going to do better by Belle, that means I'm going to rein my temper in and fix my shit before I talk to her. As I walk into the gym, I find there to be fewer people than usual. There are a couple of the new mill guys a couple of yards ahead who cast glances every so often, but none of them go out of their way to converse with me. It's almost like I'm wearing a blinding neon sign that says, "Don't fuck with me." I slip a headphone in my ear, but just one. 2 would leave me distracted and potentially jumped by one of these fools. Steadying the heavy punching bag between my hands, I breathe deeply and then rear my arm back and throw my first punch. My fist slams into the bag hard, rocking it, and I release a long sigh of contempt. Yes, I need this. I punch and punch and punch until I'm panting and have to stop, hugging the bag to catch my breath. It feels good, but it's not enough. The steady rock of the bag isn't my father's face splitting open under my fists. It's not his eyes swelling shut or his lip bleeding. I need something else, something a little more violent and dark than this to quiet the beast that's clawing under my skin, itching to get out. But I can't get what I need quiet yet. There are still some answers I need and things to put into place. I throw a few more punches at the bag, but the initial satisfaction tempers. I breathe and catch the new guys whispering and exchanging cash. I turn to face them. What's this? Collecting money for the book club? One of the kids, Tyson or Taylor, I can't fucking remember his name, glares at me. Actually, it's for a bet. For a second, I'm just glad they didn't bring hard drugs into my training center. Bet for what? The other one, I don't even bother trying to recall his name, shakes his head at his friend like he doesn't want to tell me. I take one step toward them, and the dumb one raises his hands, cash still in his fists. It's for a fight, okay? That's it. I won't lie. My curiosity is piqued. What kind of a fight? The underground, illegal kind. Every 2 weeks they have them at the old Sear Center, where the mall used to be in Blackthorn. Well, shit. Why the fuck am I just now hearing about this? I study them for a minute. You've got business at Blackthorn? So much so that you know about secret illegal fights? He swallows hard and nods. Yeah, I used to attend, but got kicked out. My sister still goes there, and I have a ton of friends there, so I try to make visits back to see them when I can. I shrug and crack my knuckles. Funny enough, I could use a good fight right now. When do they start, and how do I find more information? There's a hard edge to his eyes as he takes in my clenched fists. There's a bookie who takes all the bets in-house when you arrive. If you're wanting to place a bet, that is. If you're there to fight, you just show up, tell them you want to be included in the pot. Easy enough. I just can't risk knowledge of me fighting at Blackthorn getting out and back to my father. It would be another black stain on his so-called perfect image. I reach for the kid closest to me and grip onto the lapels of his shirt, giving him a little shake. I need to make it very clear what will happen if these two squeak to anyone. No one hears about this, understand? If either of you speak a word about this conversation, not only will I make sure the cops know about this event, but I'll ruin your fucking lives. I look between the two of them, and even though I'm not touching the other guy, his gaze is filled with fright as well. Good. They both nod, and I release the kid like he's the plague, giving him a shove before wiping my hand off on the front of my shorts. I head back into the locker room, grab my duffel bag and jacket, then jog out of the gym. Using my phone, I order one of the ride app cars. It's dark, but early, so I have no trouble getting a car and heading out to Blackthorn University. It shouldn't take long to find the fights if what the assholes told me is right. Blackthorn and Oakmount have always had a long-standing rivalry of sorts. They're a school for the offspring of the elite, just like Oakmount. Everyone wants to send their kids to these schools, but have no clue the dark, fucked-up shit that takes place behind the scenes. The website might show a wholesome, fun, top-tier university, but once the sun goes down, things are far from wholesome. I get another ping on my phone from Belle, but again I ignore it. Not because I don't want to talk to her, but because I want to talk to her too much. All or nothing still rings in my ears, and I'm not ready to show her everything yet, especially with this new information I've learned. How do I tell her my father is the one who killed her mother? Slowly, painfully. But it's his fault, and now he's trying to do it to my mother too. I won't fucking allow it. All of this bullshit over money. How many people has he killed just to hang on to the numbers in his bank account? I clench my fists, some of the anger spiraling through me tighter. Yes, I need to break someone's face. That will make me feel better. When we reach the abandoned Sear Center, I hop out of the car, tuck my hands into my pockets, and wander in the direction of voices. It doesn't take me long to find it, like the kid said. It's a damn party out here. They aren't even trying to hide it. Interesting. I wonder who is running this, and how I might get involved if I need this in the future. I cut through the small crowd outside. There's people smoking, conversing, drinking beer, and even some who are merely standing there surveying the crowd. I spot one guy standing at the edge of the crowd. He's a big dude, but I meet his menacing gaze head on. I want to fight. Carefully, he drops his gaze, sizing me up from boot to brow. Oakmount's golden boy wants to get his hands dirty with us. Should we be honored? I narrow my eyes. I don't care what the fuck you are, or who the fuck you are. I came here for a fight, so if you aren't the person I talk to about one, then this conversation is over. There's a murmuring voice in his earpiece. I barely pick up the buzz, but I can't make out the words. Fine, be in the circle at 9. I'll make sure we put on a good show. Rules? His eyes narrow this time. You don't seem like the type that follows rules. I shrug. When it benefits me, I do. Sure. Don't kill each other is about the only rule. Unfortunately, death is difficult to cover up and comes with a lot of paperwork. Now fuck off. I smile, all white teeth, and back away toward the circle and the sound of pounding of flesh on flesh. The crowd is a mix of upper class in my circles, upper class in legal circles, I suppose, and lower class, who are mostly the fighters, and what looks like bookies by the way they holler at the crowd and toss cash around. While waiting, I keep my eyes peeled for anyone I might know, or anyone I should know. Thankfully, I don't recognize anyone here, but that doesn't mean there isn't someone who won't go running to my father when they discover who I am. My attention swings back to the ring. It's small and only delineated by an LED circle on the floor marking the boundary and lighting up the fighters in a red, hazy glow. Blood splatters back on the opponents, and I can't help but stare, my adrenaline spiking, anticipation curling deep in my gut. I spot one of the Blackthorn football players across the circle and shoot him the bird. He took down Lee in one of our games this season, and all of us have had our eye on him for payback. I wonder if this will be my lucky opportunity. His knuckles are wrapped. He's in basketball shorts and a tank top. His features are tight and serious while I'm still in my Henley jacket and jeans. I don't need to change to kick his fucking ass into the hard-packed dirt. It feels like it takes forever, but eventually the guy I spoke to steps into the circle. His eyes search the crowd, and when they land on me, he nods his head and waves me in. The second I step over the line, the football player I'd been watching wanders into the circle with a smirk. What do we have here? A little far from home, aren't you, Marshall? I shrug and study him, looking for any signs of weakness, anything that might give an edge or advantage. What made you decide to come and rub shoulders with us? Doesn't Daddy have more important things for you to be doing? I shrug off his words, while on the inside I'm seething with rage. Daddy doesn't have shit to do because he doesn't own me, I growl. His eyes narrow with suspicion, like he's expecting me to say more. When I don't give it to him, he shifts to face me, his fists curled. Are we finally done talking? Now the lights shift brighter, and I close the distance between us. If you want to throw the first punch, to make it a little more even, I won't judge you. I know you're used to taking cheap shots. You fucking... He swings, and I lean back to dodge the hard right hook. All I can do is grin, taunting him. We dance around each other for a minute, and I take my first shot, my fist connecting hard with his ribs. Oh, fuck, the give under my knuckles is fucking satisfying. Not as good as fucking Belle into submission, or hearing her sweet moans of pleasure, but pretty good. I swing again, but he dances out of the way at the last second and throws a hit of his own, this time aiming for my face. It's nothing to dodge. I'm lightning on my feet. But as I do, his other hand comes out of nowhere, and his knuckles slam hard into my cheek. White, hot fire splits up my cheekbone, radiating into my eye socket. I grit my teeth and swallow the pain down. Not the first time I've been hit, not even the 10th, and my dad hits harder anyway. The fucker swings again, and I block his hit with my forearm. I take the opportunity to blast him in the gut, and when he doubles over in pain, I pull closer, grab him by the back of the head, and slam my knee into his face. The crowd roars with life, and I release him with a shove, taking a couple of steps back. I bounce on the balls of my feet, watching as blood pours from his nose. I get distracted watching as his blood paints the dirt, and he manages to get another hit on me. This time his knuckles slam into my upper ribs. Pain snakes up my side and into my chest, and I do my best to hide any wincing. Can't let this fucker think he's got one up on me. We continue to beat on each other until finally he lets his guard down and I lunge forward, my fist connecting with his temple. The hit is hard enough that one moment he's standing there and the next he's out cold, his body a sack of bricks on the ground. Well, shit. My hands are throbbing. My body aches like it hasn't in a long time. But more than that, the pressure on my chest is gone. The desire for blood, for pain. It's merely a distant memory now. Of course, the crowd goes wild, people cheering and rushing toward the circle. The guy who told me when to fight steps back into the circle, grabs my arm and raises it in the air, signifying that I've won. All I can do is grin. The guy releases my arm, and I let it fall back down to my side. Then he turns away from me, taking a stack of money from one of the bookies. "Looks like you got what it takes, Marshal. Any time you're looking for a fight, let me know." He passes the stack of cash to me, along with a business card that he's placed on top. "Not that you need it, but here's your winnings." He's right. I don't need the cash, not at all, which gives me an idea. I can't change the fact that Maybelle lost her mother and I wasn't there to support her, but maybe I can offer her an alternative. Maybe take the money and create a scholarship of some sort. I'll have plenty of time to think about that later. "Thanks," I mumble, and take the stack, stuffing it into my pocket. Now that the desire to destroy and hurt is tamped down, I can go home. Or not, since I remember then that Belle is at the mill, and all it will take is one look for me to have her pinned against the wall, my cock sinking deep inside her. Fucking hell. I run my hands through my sweaty hair. My muscles ache, and I feel like one giant-ass bruise. As I look around the space, I notice a makeshift bar in the back and walk over to it. Nothing a little alcohol can't fix. I'll just have 1 or 2 drinks to numb the pain a bit. That should buy me enough time. That is, unless the guys decide to take her out somewhere. I shake my head, remembering that Sebastian is there, and he would never let anything happen to her. Just as I reach the bar, a girl in a mini-dress with her tits hanging out the top sachets over to me. I watch out of the corner of my eye as she reaches for me, and I react before I can think better of it, my hand circling her slender wrist. "I'm not interested," I sneer and release her wrist. Refusing to take the hint, she smiles like I've just become her favorite challenge. "I'm up for a little pain with my pleasure." My annoyance grows, and it's a weird feeling to have. Before Belle, I would have taken her up on the offer, walked her outside in the alley, fucked her until I came, and walked back inside without blinking an eye. Now the thought makes my stomach churn. There's only Belle. She's ruined me for anyone else, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I already said I'm not interested. Don't make me make you disappear. "Okay, I get it." She rolls her eyes and tosses her brown curls over her shoulder. I let out a sigh of relief when she turns and walks away. Finally. There's a stack of water bottles in front of me, and I snag one, pressing the cold plastic to my aching cheek. That's going to fucking hurt tomorrow. A deep, satisfied sensation settles in my bones. I don't feel it often, except after a brutal game, or after chasing down my little Wildflower to punish her. "Want anything?" The bartender finally notices me. "Yeah, I'll take a rum and coke, and a couple of shots of tequila." "You got it." He smiles, and honestly, I feel he's way too happy to be working behind the bar at this place, but whatever. Nothing can ruin the high I'm on. He places the beverages down in front of me, and I slam back the tequila shots right away. The burn feels so good and warms me all over. "2 more, I gesture to him. He disappears again, and I grab the rum and coke, taking a sip of it. My thoughts inevitably turn back to Belle. I can't fucking escape her. Even when I don't want to be thinking about her, I find that's all I can do. She's more than an obsession. She's embedded in my DNA, under my skin, a part of who I am. Removing her existence from my brain or forgetting about her would be like forgetting who I myself am. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I tug it out, looking down at the text on the screen. Flower, I miss you, and I hate myself for it. The weight of her words is almost more than I can bear. She misses me and hates herself for it. I consider firing back a text, but decide otherwise. Belle's always been a hands-on learner, and I think maybe she needs me to remind her how much I care for her. While I'm doing my best not to fuck this up, I can't push her away or keep her at a distance without causing her harm. There's a fine line with her, and I'm going to do my very best to make certain she sees how serious I am. The bartender places the next 2 shots down on the bar, and I take them, slinging them back like they're water. Then I grab my wallet and toss a couple of bills down on the bar. I'm not sure if my body is up for another challenge tonight, but I'm going to do it anyway. I guess I'll find out if I can make it into Sebastian's fucking princess tower without getting my ass kicked or otherwise detected. If I have it my way, Belle will be stuffed full of my cock by the night's end. I need her like I need air, like I need the heart beating in my chest.
Chapter 22. Belle. The scent of mint, sweat, and liquor tickles my nostrils. It wraps around me in an intoxicating haze that makes me shift backward to get closer to it. I know who the scent belongs to. Drew. It's always Drew. The palm of his hand cups my throat gently, and I press into his hold, begging for more, needing his touch more than I need air. His lips trace my ear, and I shiver at the intimate caress. Wildflower, he whispers, his voice rough and raw. All I can do is moan and press my body against any piece of hardness I can find. His body, his hand, anything. I just want to touch him and feel his fingers on my skin. I don't know how to explain with words what I want or need from him. Not that it matters. This is nothing more than a dream. I let it pull me deeper into the darkness, where there is nothing more than his scent and his hands on me. Yes, it feels so good. Another moan slips free from my lips, and his hand comes up from my throat to cover my mouth. Quiet flower. I grind back, but he's no longer there. Stupid dream not giving me the hard length of him to grind against. I'm rewarded with his hand instead, as he grips my pussy through my panties. Oh, fuck me. I can feel my arousal swirling deep in my core, wetting my panties. I shouldn't have sent him that text earlier. It's fucking with my head, clearly. Shifting in his grasp so I can get closer, he tightens his hold on my pussy. The pressure and sensation threaten to consume me, and I blink my eyes open with a gasp. Oh, no. I crash back down to reality real fast, especially when I look up and see a shadowy figure looming over the bed, leaning near my waist. Panic and fear zip through me, and all I can think is I need to get away, escape. I immediately lash out, hitting the intruder with my fists, a scream making its way up my throat. The scream never comes, though, as Drew's blurry face swims into view, or at least what I can make out of it. He clamps a hand tight over my mouth, silencing me. Some of the fear washes away, but there's still lingering anxiety. How did he get in here? Why does he smell like liquor? Shh, it's just me, Flower. I'm not going to hurt you. After your little text message, I knew I needed to come see you. I wanted to be here earlier, but I was trying to do the right thing. All I can do is stare at him in confusion. He, of course, doesn't add any further context, nor does he lift his hand from my mouth so I can ask him what he's talking about. Damn it. I always tell myself I'm doing the right thing by giving you time and space, but then I'm reminded all over again how much I fucking need you the next time I see you, and how I never want to let you go. Are you okay? I mumble against his hand, hoping he can make out some of the words. He gently eases his hand back, but only enough to let the words escape my lips. Shh, you have to be quiet. You wouldn't want to wake your brother, would you? I don't think I'll make it through another fight with him, but if you want to see me try, we can. I'd rip out my beating heart and throw it into traffic if you asked me to. Another fight? He's speaking in riddles, and even more than that, he's worrying me. I blink, trying to drag myself out of the foggy haze of sleep so I can look at him. I reach for my glasses, which are on the nightstand, and slip them onto my face so I can see him properly and figure out what the hell is happening. Once the glasses are in place, it takes another minute for my brain to make sense of what I'm seeing. I blink and blink again, but he's still standing here. It wasn't a dream. I nearly smile until I notice that his stunningly handsome face is swollen, his cheek already blooming with an ugly bruise. My gaze drops down to his hands, and I notice the knuckles of both hands are red, cracked, and swollen. Drew, what happened? I gasp. He gently lowers his fingers from my mouth, tracing my lips before he lets his hand fall away. What's wrong? I sit up straighter, and the anxious feeling from just a little bit ago festers in my gut. I need to get him an ice pack and figure out who did this to him. My first thought is his father, but it could be anyone, really. What happened? I gesture to his face. He's bruised and battered, but there's a hazy look in his eyes, reminding me of how he looks when he's relaxed. It's similar to that post-orgasm phase. A boyish grin appears on his lips, but I don't miss the grimace of pain that pinches his features. It's nothing, just a few bruises. I needed to do the right thing. I was so mad, and I wanted to see you. I wanted to come here and fuck you, hurt you, but I knew if I did that, I'd only be ruining whatever it is that we have left. So I did something else instead. I fist the sheets. Alarm bells ring in my head. I'm afraid to even ask if it was his father that hurt him or if it was some random person. We haven't really ever discussed his father or the way he spoke to me. We didn't even really talk about what I witnessed that night. But now he's here, battered and bruised, looking every ounce of that scared little boy I picture him to be. And I know I have to ask. Who did this to you? Was it your father? Because if it was... Drew visibly flinches and I freeze, waiting for him to lash out, to punish me for asking. But he simply shakes his head softly and gives me one of those all-American smiles. What would you do, Flower? How would you protect me against the big bad wolf? I shrug my shoulders. I don't know. I'd find a way to protect you. I realize I've spoken the words out loud, and now there's no taking them back. I love your protectiveness, Belle, and that you'd go to war for me, even when knowing it's a losing battle. It's only a losing battle if you don't try. If you fight back, there's always the chance of winning. His green eyes shine with adoration, and my heart clenches inside my chest. Every time we're together, he pulls us closer, stitching up the pieces of my soul that he tore to shreds that night. It wasn't my father, so stop your worrying. I did this to myself. He jeers with disgust. None of it matters. I came here to see you, because I had to see you. Had to prove to you that I still care. That even if I wasn't there at the mill tonight, it doesn't mean that I didn't want to see you. I'm grateful for his confession. Sometimes Drew can be difficult to read and understand, but from the sounds of it, he was trying to do the right thing. Whatever that was. Leaning over, he forces me to lay flat against his upper body, my own legs resting over the side of the bed. I had to see you, he repeats, inching closer to nuzzle against my neck. I'm tempted to ask him why he would ever do something like that to himself. But the thought evaporates when I feel his wet tongue against my skin. He alternates between kissing, sucking, and nipping at the sensitive flesh along my throat and collarbone. I wiggle to get closer to him, to feel the heat of him against me. But he's still fully dressed, and the blanket between us is ruining the mood. I need more of him, all of him. Frustration wins, and I toss the blanket away, and the cold air of the room raises goosebumps on my bare legs. Come here, I whine. I need you closer. I can practically feel his lips curving into a smile on my skin. I've been fighting against myself for days. I've wanted to see you, to touch you, but I was afraid I'd hurt you again. The darkness and anger are too close to the surface right now, and I'm trying to do the right thing with you, Belle. I can't use you as a punching bag if I want to keep you by my side. But it's terrifying because you're also the only thing that has the power to calm me. He pulls back, his hands trailing up my neck, stopping at my cheeks. He cups them and pulls me closer so our noses are almost touching. It's like there's so much noise in my head. The voices scream, telling me to let go, to unleash hell. But then you touch me and everything goes quiet. It's unexplainable. You quiet the demons. In your presence there are little fragments of light that slice through the darkness, giving me guidance. And at those moments I think, maybe I can be saved. Maybe I can do this. If I can keep the only person who helps me to think instead of acting out by my side. My only hope is that I can protect you from all the bad in my life, including myself. I can't blink back the tears fast enough, and a few slip free, cascading down my cheeks. Drew's eyes follow the tears before he swipes them away with his thumbs. Shh. Don't cry, Flower. I've made you cry enough. The only time I want to see tears in your eyes is when you're choking on my cock. A bubble of laughter escapes me. Only you could say something so sweet and poetic and ruin it in the next sentence with something sexual and vulgar. The smile he gives me is breathtaking, and I wish I had a camera so I could take a picture of the handsome but incredibly broken man before me. What did you expect? A gentleman? Sorry, baby, but no amount of hits to the head would ever convince me to be that way. Plus, you like me like this. You like me being the villain in the story because no one plays the good girl quite as well as you. I'm not always a good girl. I grin, feeling feverish. Oh, I know. You're bad. Really fucking bad. My dirty girl. But only for me. It's only me who gets to see you like this. Only me who gets you so wet and horny you can't think straight. There's a dark, husky whisper to his tone that makes me squeeze my thighs together to try to alleviate my need. Tell me, Are you already wet for me? Is that pretty pussy waiting for me to fill it up? I clench my thighs again and gulp. Yes. I need you. He leans down and nips my bottom lip with his teeth. My Belle. My beautiful Belle. The small pain arouses me further, and I reach for him. I sink my hands into his shirt, fisting it, pulling him closer. I need him closer. I need him inside me. His absence this evening when I was with his friends made me feel empty, even if I was nervous about seeing him again. Uncertainty and fear of our fragile connection breaking makes me anxious. I want to be with him, but I'm also afraid of being hurt again. The only thing that matters to me is you, keeping you safe and protecting you. That's all that matters. You know that, right? The urgency and fear in his voice makes me pause, and I pull back to look at him. Are you okay, Drew? He gives me a sad smile. Of course. I'm just terrified of losing you. Terrified that I won't be able to protect you. I can't let anything happen to you again. I don't care about anything else. Not about my father or Sebastian. Fuck them all. It's just me and you, Flower. I'm left even more confused by his riddles. But he finds a way to pull me back in, dragging me down into the dark waters of lust. He's both the life vest that's trying to save me and the wave that's trying to pull me under. His hand snakes around the back of my head, and I feel his fingers there, tracking the scar that's now forming. I never meant for this to happen. I didn't know you were going to fall, and even though I can't go back in time, I'll spend every day making sure you know how much I care about you. Slowly, things start to make sense to me. Remorse, guilt. He's sorry. And this is his way of saying it. I won't lie. It makes me feel cherished and cared for, that he's apologizing and trying to own up to his mistakes. Shh, it's okay. I know you want to keep me safe and that you didn't mean for any of those things to happen. I understand that. But for it to be me and you against the world, you must trust me. You have to let me in. We aren't a team if you're trying to fight everything on your own. Some of the sensual haze recedes, and I can look into his beautiful green eyes. You get that, right? Telling me nothing, and that it's for my own good, does nothing to help me. Worst of all, it does nothing to prepare me for the real threats. It's my job to stand between you and threats. Let me fix things, please. His voice is a whisper now, as he searches my eyes for something that I can't quite pinpoint. Let me show you what you mean to me. I can't lose you, Belle. Not after losing everything else, not after... He breaks off and I wait, but he doesn't fill in the blanks. Let me make it up to you. Let me show you what you mean to me. Those sinfully rough hands of his roam my body, stopping when they reach my ass, which he grips through my sleep shorts. Is that your plan, then? Death by orgasm, and I will follow you willingly into the dark? He chuckles. If that's what it takes, then I'll do it. It'll be a hardship, but I'll take one for the team. Sobering, I meet his eyes. I have to know we are in this together. When you hurt me, I lost my mother, my best friend, everything that means anything to me, and I needed you. He drops his eyes to my mouth, then lower. I know. Fuck do I know. I'm sorry, Belle. I never wanted to hurt you, not ever. It was all to keep you safe. It doesn't make it right, and I hate that I wasn't there for you. But I am now. I'm here now. Forever. I lean up to press my forehead to his. I need to know we are in this together, that you aren't going to push me away again for my own good. He shakes his head, rolling his forehead into mine. I'm done running. If we can fix this, I'm done running. I can't think of anyone but you. Always you. He nips my lips with his teeth, and my lips part on their own admission. His tongue caresses mine, stroking it, and soon he's owning me, deepening the kiss until I'm dizzy and breathless. When he lifts his lips, I'm damn near panting when he pulls away. Damn it. I'm so fucked right now. I can't say no to him, especially when he's like this, so sweet and present with me. Tell me that you believe me. I blink up at him. Believe you? Yes. Do you believe me when I say that I can't lose you, that I'm in this with you till the end? I nod against the raw need in his tone. If this is what he needs and will help him and bring us closer together, I'll do anything. Fuck, Flower. You're so perfect. I don't deserve you. I know that, but I'm too selfish of an asshole to give you up. I'll never give you up. Never again. His touch, his words, they cut me open, making me want to give in to the temptation and throw caution to the wind. Because when it comes to Drew, I'm helpless. What do you want? I whisper. You, he says against my lips. Only you. His lips are on mine again, and I feel his fingers dig into my cheeks, guiding me, bending me to his will. There's an urgency to his touch, a desperation that we both feel. I'm consumed by his kiss, and I let him ravage me, own me. Home. Drew is my home, my solace, my escape. At least I think I want him to be. I curl my hands up and thread them through his dark hair. The nape of his neck is damp with sweat, but I don't care. I just need him close as possible. He pulls away, breaking the kiss, and I whine in disapproval, but then he nips a line down my jaw and neck. I'm shivering and writhing against his body by the time he reaches my collarbone. With a growl against my skin, his lips move over my collarbone, and when he's reached my t-shirt, he grabs the edge of it and rips it to the side, continuing his assault on me. The sensation tingles down my spine, and I clutch him to my chest. Drew, please. Tell me what you need. You. Do you? How badly do you want my cock, baby? Bad enough that you're willing to do anything I tell you to. He leans back this time and slowly eases me into a sitting position. I nod, because I'll agree to whatever he wants as long as he doesn't stop. With a smile, he lifts me off the bed and places me on the floor. For a moment, all I can do is look up at him in confusion. The floor beneath my thighs is cold, and I yelp, arranging my legs so I can get used to the chill quicker. Staring up at his knees and, further, to see the hard length of him outlined in his jeans, I try to ignore the pulsing in my core, along with the way my mouth waters. He wants my lips on his cock. I lean forward, reaching for his fly, but he shakes his head and grabs my hand, stopping me. Not yet. You get my cock when I give it to you. And you haven't earned it yet, so if you want it, you'll have to be a good girl and do what you're told. Can you do that? His hard gaze penetrates the dark crevices of my mind that only he can reach. The places where I submit to him, give in to his pleasure and pain. His commanding voice reminds me of the Drew that stalked me in the library. The Drew I choose to give control over to. Gently, he brushes strands of hair away from my face. Then without warning, he sinks his fingers into my hair. Shivers rack my body, and when he tightens his grip, a burn of pain ripples across my scalp, but the kiss of pain leads to a promise of pleasure. He tips my head back and I let myself go, melting into his touch, into his hold. Yes, I hiss out. Yes. He smirks. Good, because you know if you're a good girl, I'll reward you, won't I? I wiggle, and he jerks his chin up. Shorts and panties off. Scoot forward, and put that pretty pussy on my boot. What? I squeak, taken aback by his demand. You heard me, Flower. I want you to ride my boot, to make yourself come. I'm tempted to say no, tempted to tell him that's disgusting, but also insanely hot. I do neither of those things because I'm certain my brain would short-circuit right now if I didn't get the opportunity to come. Releasing me, he watches through hooded eyes as I shimmy out of my shorts and panties. Once I sink back down to the floor, naked from the waist down, he pounces on me, his hand spearing back through the locks again. Shifting forward, I maneuver my knees on either side of his foot. I hesitate for a moment, wondering if I'm really going to do this. Good girl. He praises and guides my head with his fingers. I let myself go limp in his grasp, wanting to give in to the pleasure. Don't be shy. Use it. Ride it. And once your pussy is ready for me, I'll fuck you until I make you come so hard you see stars. The hammering of my heartbeat echoes in my ears, while my brain tries to cut into the haze, whispering this might be wrong, but my body is full steam ahead. I'm already moving as my brain tries to shift focus. I lean up to roll my hips over the tip of his boot, and in return he lifts it gently to provide counter-pressure. Drew, I moan, unsure of what I should do. I know he wants me to ride his boot, but I can't help but feel it's wrong. His grip on my hair becomes painful, and I let out a hiss as he jerks my head back, his dark gaze piercing deep into my soul. Be a good girl, Belle. Ride my boot until that pretty pussy is messy with arousal and desperate with need, and I'll reward you with my cock. All I can do is give in to the pleasure.
Chapter 23. Drew. I'd never seen anything so beautiful in my life as her riding my boot, wetting me with her pretty little pussy. Jesus Christ, you look so beautiful like this, at my mercy, desperate for me to fill your pussy with my thick cock. A whimper escapes her, her white teeth sinking into her bottom lip as I tighten my grip on her golden strands. A little more, Flower. I want to see your juices drip over the sides of my boot before I take you. Get yourself nice and wet so I can slide into you without effort. Another cute little whimper greets me, and I choose to reward her, angling my foot in a way that puts the laces in direct contact with her swollen clit. Her pouty lips part, and a gasp escapes them when I make contact. I readjust my cock that's painfully pressing against my fly. In just a minute, I'll sink inside her wet heat, but not yet. Not until she's begging me for it. This is for her. All for her. I know exactly what she needs and how she needs it. Hard, brutal, punishing, destroying her inch by inch. Ride my fucking boot, Flower. More. Spread your legs and flatten your pussy against my boot. My encouraging words make her move a little faster, her center grinding harder against the edge of my boot, sending her knees out wider with each movement, like butterfly wings. Fuck, she's stunning like this. Her pupils dilated and rimmed with lust, her lips parted, her cheeks rosy with desire, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She's chasing a high that only I can give her. Oh, God, she pants, and I sink my fingers into her hair, tugging hard as I angle her head back, forcing her to look into my eyes. Not God, Flower. Drew fucking Marshall. I nip at her lips. Drew, she purrs, correcting herself. Good girl, I praise, and tighten my grip, watching as she works herself closer and closer to the edge. You're doing such a good job, Belle. So wet, so fucking perfect. Her tiny hands grip onto me like I'm an anchor, the only thing capable of keeping her in place at the moment. I love how vulnerable she becomes when her need for pleasure overrides everything else, when her desperation for me consumes her. She has no idea how much it turns me on to see her like this. Leaning closer, I trail my nose against her throat. The combination of the scents fills my nostrils and zings straight to my cock. Are you ready to be fucked? I'm ready, she gasps as I tug on her hair harder. What? I didn't hear you, I growl, my own control on the fringe. I want to be gentle with her. I want to give her what I never could before. But it's harder than I expected, both because gentle isn't who I am, and because deep down, it's not what Belle really wants. Please, I want your cock, she begs, her green eyes bright with lust. I shake my head and bring my lips to hers, so close they're almost touching. Not good enough. Say it again. Convince me. Prove to me how desperate you are for my cock. Her eyes flutter closed and then open again. Please, Drew, I need you inside me, filling me up. Please, I'm so empty. I nip at her bottom lip gently. Oh, you beg so prettily. How could I ever deny you what you need when you ask me like that? Sit back. Let me see your work. I release my hold on her hair and watch as she shifts backward, resting on her calves. There's a little dark mark on my leather boot top, a tiny line rolling over the side. I lick my lips and smile at her. Perfect. So good, Belle. She shifts again, and I grasp her around the waist to lift her onto my lap. Her hands thread around my neck, and I plant her right over my dick, which is still trapped in my pants. Immediately she grinds against me, and I clamp down hard on her hips. Not until I'm ready, I snap. She freezes, her fingers tightening around the back of my neck. When I'm sure she's not going to move, I uncurl her hands and peel her shirt off, tossing it to the floor. I can't make my eyes move fast enough. It's like I'm seeing her for the first time all over again. Creamy white skin, dusky pink nipples, tits that are just the perfect size, and a slim belly that leads down to her bare, clean pussy. My pussy. She's baring her sweet little body to me. Fuck. I ease my hands down the curve of her waist, then back up to weigh her breasts in my hands, kneading them, my thumbs rolling over the pebbled nipples. Greedily, she presses into my touch, her shoulders sliding back, as if she can't do anything but orbit me. I am her sun and moon, and she is my entire fucking universe. My mouth waters, my hands shaking, trembling as if it's my first time fucking someone. I'd be embarrassed, but there's no need to be embarrassed, not with Belle in my arms. I slide my hands down her smooth belly and grasp her hips again. She anchors her hands on my shoulders this time. Fuck, Flower. I've missed you. I gently ease her to her feet and catch her elbows when she wobbles, leaning toward me. Shh. If you want my cock, you have to be real quiet. She nods her head eagerly, as if she understands the repercussions. I quickly lean down to unlace my boots, then shuck my pants as well as shirt, and stand before her naked. It occurs to me that this might be the first time we've both been naked together. So many times we've peeled off the necessary clothing, but we haven't done this. And even now we have to be quiet or risk Seb's wrath. Belle whimpers, her eyes raking me from head to toe. Bruises mar my ribs and my face, but she doesn't seem to care as she stares, her mouth wet from biting her lip. Come here. I tug her close and grab her soaked panties off the floor. She steps into my arms with zero hesitation, and something in my chest eases with her trust, and I plan to ensure she gets everything she doesn't even know she needs yet. I hold out the panties that are curled in my fingers and fist her hips to lead her over to the full-length mirror by her bathroom door. Her eyes go a little wider, a little clearer. What? I press my fingers to her lips. Remember, we have to be quiet. She blinks and nods. When she opens her mouth to speak again, I raise the balled-up panties and press them into her mouth. Her forehead wrinkles in confusion, but she opens wider as I shove them a bit deeper, muffling the noise she makes. It's the only way I don't get murdered by your brother tonight, Flower. I know how vocal you can get, and I plan to make up for lost time. I slip a hand down her belly and cup her pussy, slipping one finger inside. She greets me with a moan. Her pussy is so warm and wet that I swear I feel my cock leaking pre-cum. Pulling my finger out of her, I grip her by the waist and turn her to face the mirror, then slide my hands up to hers and place them flat on the glass. Leaning into her ear, I whisper, "Look at how beautiful you are while I fuck you." I knock my knee between her thighs to spread her open and thank all the gods for the squats I have to do for the team, because it gives me the strength I need to get the right angle to slide my hard dick along her seam. So wet. I grip her right thigh and raise it slightly so I can enter her a little easier. It earns me a muffled whimper, and I smirk at her in the mirror. I grit my teeth. The desire to rut into her is consuming, but I slowly breach her center and slide into that hot, wet sheath. Fucking hell. I press deeper, the heat of her gripping me tighter the deeper I go. Her knees are shaking now, and I whisper, "Fuck, you feel so good. Always so good." When I'm all the way inside her, my balls tucked against her round little ass, I press on her back, folding her forward enough to give me the angle I want. Her hands slide down the mirror, leaving fingerprints on the glass in a straight line. I slowly ease out of her, watching my cock glisten in the low light of the room. Then I ease back inside, marveling in the way she clinches around me. She murmurs something, and I grin, pulling her in tight and shoving her away, picking up a brutal pace. "You like it when it hurts, don't you? You want me to abuse your pussy, use her until there's nothing left, until she's swollen and full of my cum, don't you?" She mumbles something else, and I lose myself to the feel of her soft skin, the scent of her body, and the way she fucks back against me, slamming her body into mine. "Nuh-uh, my pace," I growl low. She stills, and I reward her with a little strum on her clit that makes her knees knock together. "You'll come first, then you'll come again and again, until I'm satisfied," I whisper. Then I pull her forward and press her face against the glass, my cock slamming deep inside her, touching her G-spot. She lets out a muffled scream, which I'm unsure if it's from pleasure or pain with how deep I am inside her. I decide to see how far she lets me take it, knowing that if I'm really hurting her, she'll tell me to stop. I press my chest against her and thrust up, watching as her eyes roll to the back of her head, her tiny toes curling into the carpet. "Look at what you do to me, to us. Look at how perfectly imperfect we are, baby. How well you take my cock inside your pussy. My dirty girl. Fuck. I'm going to fill all your holes with my cum, just so I can watch it drip out of you." She whimpers, clutching onto me with one hand while she presses her other hand to the mirror. Reaching around, I thumb her clit again, and she shatters, her muscles pulsing around my cock, making it hard for me to continue moving inside her. I grit my teeth until she finishes, her knees shaking, threatening to give out on her. Gently, I ease out of her and tug her tight into me, then lift her and carry her over to the bed. I hope you don't think that's the end of it. I haven't even filled you with my cum yet. I lay her on the edge of the mattress and shove the makeshift gag deeper into her mouth. Then I spread her thighs and slam into her still slick and clenching pussy. Her hips bow off the bed, and I swear she sucks me deeper. I set a brutal pace, sliding in and out of her, listening to the sounds our bodies make as we come together. I'm not ready for this to end yet, so once again I grit my teeth and fuck her harder, faster. Her green eyes flash with lust and hazy pleasure, and her tiny nails sink into my thigh muscles. When she shivers, shaking, so close to coming again, I reach down and slap her clit hard. The second time she shatters around my cock, she muffles a scream into the gag, and I close my eyes. So close to coming, I see lights flashing behind my eyelids. Not fucking yet. I ease her down and pull out, my cock dripping with her juices and pre-cum. The streaks trail down the side of my cock. She reaches for me, and I grab her hips and roll her over onto her belly. Instantly, she lifts her hips, waiting, ready for me. I take a moment to pet her ass, running my hands over her curves, relearning the way she feels under me. She wiggles back against me, and I slap her ass gently, not hard enough so it makes a noise, but enough that she whimpers again. So fucking cute. When I can't hold back any longer, I situate myself behind her, and I feed my cock back inside her. When she relaxes slightly, I slam inside her again, earning a grunt this time. I'm not going to hold out much longer. I ease out of her tight heat and back inside, loving the way her body cups around mine, like she is fucking made for me. She mumbles something, and I reach up to tug the underwear out of her mouth. "What's that, Flower?" "Please, you're killing me," she whispers. I smile and lean forward to pull her against me, her back to my front. "Then let me put you out of your misery." I clasp my hand over her lips and set a brutal pace as I fuck up inside her, using her body and gravity to chase my release. A groan slips out of me, and I press my mouth to the curve of her shoulder and bite down to stifle my next groan as I come hard, rutting deep inside her. She joins me with no prompting whatsoever, her trembling channel sucking the life out of my balls, milking me until my knees shake and I freeze, panting, waiting to come down from the edge. I ease my hand away from her mouth, wet from her lips and the condensation of her breath. She moans, and her head falls forward. "Please tell me you're done. I don't think I can take any more." I chuckle and gently lay her on the bed. She crawls up to the covers, her thighs slick and shiny with my cum. "Not so fast," I growl, this possessiveness taking root inside of my chest. She pauses and turns back to me. "Come here. Place your ass on the edge of the bed, legs spread. I want to see the mess I made." I swear her cheeks have grown redder, but I'm not sure why she cares when she just let me fuck her against every object in her room. Following my instructions, she slowly eases her thighs apart, and I look down at her pretty cunt marked with my release. I can't help myself. Her clit is swollen, her pussy pink and raw from the brutal fucking I gave it. I look from her pussy and up to Belle's face, noticing that she's watching me with both awe and curiosity. "I've made a mess of your pussy, but worse than that, my cum is leaking out of you and onto the floor. That's not where it's supposed to go, Flower. It needs to be inside you." I gather some of the cum up off the inside of her thigh and shove it back inside her. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip as she stifles a moan from the friction. All I can do is smile while I fuck the cum back into her pussy with 2 fingers, loving the slippery, slurping sounds her body makes as I force my essence back inside her. Keep it inside you. That's where it belongs, because someday, when I'm ready to share you, I'll stuff you to the brim with my cum, making certain you can't escape pregnancy. That sounds very psychotic, she groans. Baby, I'm absolutely fucking crazy for you. I whisper against her lips and press those 2 fingers against her G-spot while rubbing circles against her clit with my thumb. It takes literal seconds for her eyes to roll to the back of her head and her body to explode. Once I've made her come a 4th time, I press a soft kiss to her mound and crawl up onto the bed, dragging her with me, my bruised ribs protesting the entire way. Her brow furrows as she watches me. You're staying? For a little bit, yes, until you're asleep. She snuggles against me, and when my own eyes start to grow heavy and I hear her soft snoring, I ease out of the bed, head to the bathroom for a wet cloth, and return to her. She barely rouses when I clean her gently. I marvel at the fingerprint bruises on her hips and the teeth marks I've left on her throat. Mine. I clean myself and then redress. Everything in me says to stay with her, but I know I can't. Things aren't settled with Sebastian, and my knuckles can't handle another fight tonight. My lip burns, and I brush my finger over the split skin, then grab another cloth to clean my face up before I have to head out. No doubt I'm going to scare the ride-app folks with the bruises already dotting my face. I crouch next to the bed and brush the golden strands out of her face. Sleep well, Flower. Then I slip out through the window and head back to the mill, leaving what I fear is my heart behind in that bed.
Chapter 24. Belle. It's been a week since I saw him in person, even though he's been texting me every day. A week since he unmade me with his body and left me to sleep it off. I'd woken the next morning feeling sore and sated in a way I hadn't been in a long time. Even now, so many days later, I get hot all over again just thinking about him and what he does to me. As if he can tell I'm thinking about him, my phone buzzes on my nightstand. I snatch it up and check the text. Psycho. I'm bored. Wish I was with you. Me. Sorry, but I doubt it. I'm in dress-picking hell. He shoots a text back just as fast. Psycho. Send me a picture, and I'll help you choose. Though I'd prefer if the dress was on the floor instead. I stare down at my bed and then take a seat on the edge while I type out my response. Me. Of course you would. I'll send a picture when I figure out which one I want to wear. His reply is almost instant. Psycho. You better. Or else. Winky face. In my mind, I can see the crease in his brow and the sexy mix of arrogance and mirth in his grin. I'm tempted to send another text, but instead, I slide the phone back onto my nightstand. I assume he'll be at the meeting tonight, so I'm excited to see him. I'd love to sit here and flirt with him all day, but he still hasn't responded to my all-or-nothing request. I let him have me in every way he wanted, but I'm still not sure I can let him all the way in yet. The fear of having my heart broken all over again is paralyzing. I shift to look at the line of dresses across the end of my bed, all sent by Sebastian for the party tonight. Well, one of them will be, if he has his way. I stare at the ruffles and trains of materials I'm not so sure of. Not a single one of them is my style, and they all scream frilly, in my opinion. which makes no sense because he's usually meticulous with his style. And what he picked out for me after I moved in was all perfect, too. These dresses scream innocence. Like he's trying to label me as something I'm not. And as I stare at the shimmering fabrics, I'm not entirely sure I appreciate it. Him trying to label me? Or dress me like some mafia Barbie? I tug my robe tighter around my waist and furtively ignore my phone, still not announcing a text from Drew. Damn it. I can spend 5 minutes not thinking about him. I sigh and stand, skirting the end of the bed, to stare at the dresses from another angle. Is this normal for these kinds of meetings? One of the dresses is pink with tiered frills. One is lavender, one is strapless, and ends in a sweeping train. The other looks like a bridesmaid's worst nightmare. That's for sure going to Goodwill. Out of nowhere, the door to my bedroom opens, and I freeze as a woman walks in carrying a stack of towels. She stops dead in her tracks, spotting me. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought you were still out. The horror on her face makes me feel uneasy. Does she think she's in trouble? I push the thought away and give her a smile. She's wearing the usual uniform staff wear, a black button-down shirt and a pair of khaki pants. Her dark hair is tied back in a tight braid, and the overhead lighting catches a smattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose and cheeks. I can't pinpoint it, but I feel like I've met her before. I tilt my head to the side as if looking at her from a different angle will help me recognize her. Have we met before? She shuffles the towels between her hands, and I rush over to help her. When she waves me off and carries the stack into the bathroom, I wait by the bed. Returning, she smooths her hand down her pants. Sorry about that. Yeah, we actually might have met. I attend Oakmount. I snap my fingers and grin. That's right. I knew I'd seen you at the library a time or two. She blushes, ducking her chin as if she's embarrassed. Yeah, I'm just working here to earn money for school. I chuckle and wave around the room. It doesn't look like it now, but a few months ago I understood that all too well. She nods, no doubt having heard about how my life has changed, along with everyone else on campus. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. I give her a smile and nod. Thank you. I miss her so much. She clutches her chest. I can't imagine. Family is everything to me, and I don't know what I'd do if I lost my mother. She's actually the one who helped me get this job. I sigh and smile, even though I don't feel it, my eyes shifting back to the dresses on the bed. Since you're here, and I could definitely use the advice of another woman, can you give me your opinion? What do you think of these? She steps beside me and peers down at the dresses, a frown twisting her lips. Well, they are pretty. I nod. Yeah, pretty is right, but would you wear any of them? She shakes her head. Honestly, no. I mean, they are pretty, but like for a 16-year-old, maybe? Yes, that's it. Pretty, but far too young for me. They look like the type of dresses that belong at a high school homecoming dance, not for a sophisticated adult event like the one we are about to attend. There's a noise at the door, and the girl glances up almost anxiously. I should get back to work. Good luck picking a dress. If it isn't too late, maybe you can order something else? I check the clock beside the bed. Not too late, but it'll be pricey. I nod at her and give her a wave as she heads out the door. She gently closes it behind her. When the door closes, a thought occurs to me, and I rush over to yank it open. Hey, did you want to maybe hang out sometime? She stops by her cart and glances back. Oh, Yeah, I mean, sure, if you think it wouldn't be a problem. It takes me a minute to realize what she means. If it will affect her job here. Oh, no, it'll be fine. I'll talk to you later. Elise, right? You know my name by now for sure. Yes, and I'm looking forward to it. She smiles, and I disappear back into my room, closing the door behind me. First things first, I need to find another dress to wear, because these are just not going to cut it. I grab my laptop off the dresser, settle it on my lap, and open it. I head to Google and search for local dress stores near me. Ellen's Boutique pops up as one of the results, and I navigate to the page. It takes me a total of 10 minutes to find a different dress, and I hit the order button, paying extra for delivery. Then I place the laptop on my pillow and leave it open, just in case they email back. I'm so full of joy and happiness, it doesn't feel like anything can ruin today for me. While I wait for the dress, I go into the bathroom and prepare for the party. My usual messy bun and mascara aren't going to cut it for this event. I need to be presentable, mature. I take my time putting in my contacts, curling my hair, and smoking out my eyeliner. A knock on my door startles me, and then I remember my dress. One of the kitchen staff lays it out in the bag across my bed. Thanks, I call, as I finish my makeup, slicking on a swipe of bright red lipstick. I smile happily once I'm finished and head back into the bedroom, unzipping the bag to get a look at the dress. Perfect. I tug out the black dress and gather it up so I can step into it. The cap sleeves fit over my shoulders perfectly, and I zip the back easily, then the side. The skirt is full with a slit that goes up over my knee. The back is fully open, exposing my skin. The front is the only part of the dress that is fully covered, and the sleeves cutting triangles across my shoulder blades, across the back, are the only connections between the front and back. It's sexy and sophisticated, and I wonder if I'll see Drew tonight in this dress, and what he'll do when he sees me. I finally give in to the urge and grab my phone off the bedside table again. I missed a text while I was getting ready. Psycho, I miss you. Where is my picture, Flower? You have 5 minutes or I'm taking your ass again, and this time I won't be sweet. Those 3 words make my heart squeeze in my chest. I angle my foot out of my dress so the slit slides open around my thigh, then snap a picture and send it to him. I don't have time to sit and wait for him to respond. Sebastian will be waiting for me to make my grand appearance, so we can get ready to leave. I quickly add a simple bracelet and grab a clutch from the closet to stash my cell phone in. The strands of my long blonde hair brush my bare waist, tickling me as I walk down the stairs to meet Seb. He's standing by the front door, dressed perfectly in his tuxedo. The smile on his lips slips when he catches sight of me. Belle, I did not pick out that dress. I grin back at him. I know, I did. The dresses you picked out were pretty, but they were for a sister. A little sister. And while I'm your little sister, I'm also a grown-ass woman. None of them felt like me. His forehead furrows, and he stalks around me in a circle. Pausing, he curses. You can't wear that. And why is that? Casually, he slips his hands into his pockets and stares down at the floor for a second, as if trying to gather his thoughts. You look like... Like? Pray. I blink slowly. So slowly, I'm pretty sure my eyes close. I understand your hesitation, Sebastian, but this dress is me. I'm not hiding. Not anymore. I'm going to walk into this meeting with my head held high. I don't care if anyone sees me as prey. They will learn real fast that I'm not to be messed with. He smirks and I pin him with a glare. What? Not a damn thing. You just find a way to shock me over and over again. Good. I can't have people anticipating my next move. I grin. Nope. Let's go. He extends his arm out to me, and I take it, slipping my own into his, letting him lead me to the car waiting for us. I'm grateful for it, because I might look like I have it together, but I'm pretty close to falling in these dangerously high heels. Sebastian holds the car door open for me, and I slide inside. As soon as I'm secure, he closes the door and jogs around to enter the other side, taking the seat beside me. I fidget with my hands, staring straight ahead. We ride in silence most of the way, but as we get closer, he shifts to look at me. It's very important that you stay near me and as close to me as possible. I'm wary about this entire event, and I can't protect you if I don't know where you are. I nod. No worries, Captain. I'll be right at your side the whole night. Plus, I don't know anyone who will be at this party or meeting. It's not like I'd leave the one person I do know to mingle with people I don't. That's the first rule of being an introvert. Everyone knows that. You're such a nerd. Sebastian smirks and shakes his head. The car slows, and the anxious knot in my belly tightens. We turn right, and I peer out the window, noticing that we've pulled up to a gate. Not surprising. Rich people and their fences. Sebastian rolls his window down and hands his invitation to the guard posted outside the gate. Once the guard waves us inside, the car eases up a long driveway, and I swear my eyes bulge out of my head when the massive fucking mansion comes into view. There's a line of cars waiting for valet, and we wait with them because why not? When it's our turn, a valet opens my door and helps me out. Welcome to the Marshall estate. I nod and smile. Then my smile slips and I glance anxiously at Seb. Did he just say Marshall? I knew his dad was hosting it, but I didn't think it would be at his house. Sebastian isn't paying attention to me, though. He is texting furiously on his phone. I feel bad for whoever is on the receiving end of that message. He's still pounding on the keys when his phone rings. With a sigh of frustration, he gives me a remorseful look. Give me a moment. He hits the button and steps away, speaking quickly in French. My high school French is rusty, but I catch a few curse words in the mix. Even so, I can't focus on it because the name Marshall rings in my head like a bell. Had Sebastian told me this party was at Drew's family home? I don't think so. Why hadn't Drew told me about it either, when I just saw him a few days ago? Shit. Everything comes raining down on me at once. Am I even ready to see Drew's dad again? I monitor Seb, silently urging him to hurry the hell up on his call, but he only talks faster and moves farther away. So much for making me stay near his side all night. I look between Sebastian and the front of the house. This strange feeling of being full, content, encompasses me. I can do this. Turning my attention back to the house, I lift my head and start up the stairs alone. I'm no one's fucking punching bag. Not Drew's, not his dad's, no one's. I square my shoulders and make it to the wide-open double doors. With an exhale, I make the choice that it's time to start this new life properly, by facing down the end of my old one.
Chapter 25. Drew. 5 minutes in, and I already want to rip this bow tie off and get out of this penguin suit. While I'd love to skip this party, my father made it clear I better show my face. Since I wanted to check on Mom, I decided to show up and not poke the bear. At least not tonight, when he'll be his most volatile. But the second I arrived at the house, I got dragged into the preparations. My father, as usual, is nowhere to be found until the drinks start circling, or there's someone's money to steal. I do what I can with zero knowledge, and when my phone pings another text from Belle, I tug my phone from my pocket and duck into the kitchen for a moment of privacy. It takes a second for my phone to pick up the Wi-Fi, and then the picture to load. I smile at the long, sexy line of her leg in a dress. She never wears a dress. It frames her thigh down to the black heels on her feet. What the hell is she doing in heels? One of the kitchen staff finds me hiding to get the decision on some wine. It all tastes like shit to me, so I just point at one of the bottles and say use the most expensive one. If only to fuck with that asshole and cost him more money. My mind stays stuck on Belle's leg. Oh, fuck. No, Seb and I talked about this, or rather argued about it. There's no way in hell Belle should be coming to this fucking meeting. I rush out of the kitchen toward the foyer. Maybe I can intercept them before they arrive and talk Seb out of it. It'll piss Belle off, but I don't want my Wildflower anywhere near these assholes, not after what happened last time. People are already arriving by the time I make it out to the foyer. I slow my pace, nodding back to those who acknowledge me. Lots of bodyguards mill around. Most of them are tall, with wide shoulders and bulky suit jackets, practically advertising their weapons. I have to squeeze through the door around several arrivals. I make it to the driveway just in time to watch Belle step out of Seb's car. Fuck. The valet helps her to her feet, and I shove forward, intent on getting there. I don't even want this asshole touching her. But she's already free, her gaze over her shoulder and focused on Sebastian, who's talking on his phone near the trunk of the car. I cut across the lit-up entry and glare at the valet boy, telling him with my eyes to get the fuck out of my way. He skitters around the door while Seb's driver pulls the car away. She hasn't noticed me yet, thankfully, so I take that moment to look at her. I suck a tight breath into my lungs. Fucking hell. She is stunning. Her stunning blonde hair hangs around her waist in long curls, shiny and perfect. Her bright green eyes pop even more when outlined with makeup, and her lips. Damn, I want that red lipstick smeared on my cock. She turns, giving everyone a smile that slowly dims when she notices me standing there. I take a step forward, slipping my hands into my pockets. I'd ask what you're doing here, but I think I already know. She blinks slowly, and I realize how shitty that sounds only after I've said it. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm here representing my family. I narrow my eyes, my own anger flaring. I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at Sebastian for dragging her into the fucking lion's den. What's going on? Sebastian's deep voice fills my ears as he ends the call and walks toward us. Really? I thought we talked about this. I told you I didn't want her at this thing. She doesn't belong here. She doesn't belong in this world. Sebastian's features turn indifferent as he slips on the mask of business. His eyes are cold and dark. It's the same look he's given me for weeks now, and doesn't do shit to sway me. I'm not scared of him. Thank you for sharing your opinion on what you believe is right for my family, he says, his tone as cold as his gaze. But I don't give a fuck what you want, Marshall. The only person who matters to me at the moment is Belle. All I can do is shake my head, turning my attention back to Belle. She hasn't learned how to master hiding her emotions, and it's clear she's pissed from the blazing flames of rage in her eyes. Excuse me, but you don't get to make these decisions for me. This is my life now, and I have just as much right to be here as you do. It has nothing to do with right, and everything to do with belonging. But she doesn't understand that. No, you don't. You aren't part of this world, Belle. You're too... She arches a brow. Too what? Too naive? Too female? Too what? Good. You're too good for this. I swallow hard as I admit it, because it's almost like admitting she's too good for me, too, which I know is the truth, not that I've been willing to give her up despite knowing that. Whatever. I won't stand here and argue with you about whether I should be here when I already am. I'm a big girl, Drew. I don't always need you to worry about me. She shoves past me, and Sebastian follows her, completely ignoring me as he passes to enter the house. Fucking Christ. The desire to destroy something pulses through my veins like a second heartbeat. I'm so angry with myself and Sebastian. I didn't mean for her to take it the way she did. And now I can't do a damn thing but stand by and watch her enter the lion's den. More guests filter in, and there is no doubt my father will be looking for me soon. Fuck, I don't need this. Now I have to babysit that asshole's fucking mood, as well as keep my eyes on Belle to ensure she's safe. I trust Seb to stand by her side, but there will be parts of this shit show where he'll have to talk to people she doesn't have any need to speak to. I just fucking hope Seb knows the difference by now. Turning around, I find her without thought and stare at the bare expanse of her back, all that creamy, smooth skin on display. Why the fuck did he let her wear that dress? Someone approaches me from the side, and I can't remember his name, so I just give him a sharp nod and snag a glass of something brown off a passing tray. Andrew, you're looking well? Damn it, I don't remember this fucker's name. I think he does something with guns. The majority of these fuckers do. I shake his hand and nod again. Call me Drew, please. He smiles, and his gaze bounces around the room. Good turnout. I'm a little surprised, considering some of the rumors going around. Consider me interested. Rumors? He nods towards Seb and the other heads of family gathered in the room thus far. Yes, the rumors about your father. I try not to look as interested as I feel. What sort of rumors? Is this what I need? Can it be this easy? He shrugs. As his son, you can't tell me you haven't heard them yourself. I'm sure it's nothing more than gossip. Possibly, but I can't confirm or deny what I don't know. Right, yes. Well, some members of the family are worried about your father's mental state, and if he should be in the seat he's in, given your mother's deteriorating health. I grit my teeth. Understandable. I can see the concern, but please tell whoever is spreading such rumors that they should speak with me if they have any issues. Of course. Smiling, he walks away, leaving me cursing softly under my breath. I don't give a fuck what people say about my father, but I refuse to allow them to drag my mother into this and soil her name. I thought maybe the guy would share something juicy and useful with me that I could use against my father, but of course it would never be that easy for me. None of them are just going to hand me what I need to take down my father. But now that I've thought about it, it's something I might be able to get out of Sebastian. We haven't exactly been friends for a while, but he might know more after this meeting. I scan the crowd, searching for Belle. She's smiling at a woman wearing a red dress and seems okay, but I'm itching to cross the room and talk to her, to check for myself. I know better than anyone that words can hurt her just as much as fists can. They exchange a few words, and then Belle heads toward the bathroom off the foyer. I move to follow, just as another man cuts out of the crowd, prowling right behind her. Fuck no. Not today or any day that ends in Y, asshole. She reaches the bathroom, and he's right there. All I see is his slimy hand on her back, on her bare skin, and I see fucking red. I shove through the mass of people and stalk toward them. The balls this asshole has. I remind myself that making a scene will do me no good, but then also remind myself that a scene will teach other fuckers not to touch what isn't theirs. The asshole peers at me over his shoulder, then focuses his attention back on Belle again. His grip curls around her bicep. Belle twists around, trying to escape his touch, and I swear I can smell the panic rolling off her. Release her, I hiss through my teeth, trying to keep my damn cool. Probably too softly with the music playing from the ballroom, but he seems to hear me because his eyes shift to mine, and his mouth turns into a smirk. He's older, probably early 30s, and one of the uncles from the gun-running crew. Pacho, I think, is his name. Not that his name really matters. I don't give a shit who he is or what he does. Run back to your daddy and stay out of this. He smirks. I smile, wide, white teeth, my good old American all-star smile. Then I do exactly what I said I wouldn't do and lose my cool. Tightening my hand into a fist, I pull my arm back and punch him in the face. My knuckles slam into his nose, and the sound of bone breaking echoes through my ears. It's a glorious sound. Blood sprays from his wound and down my hand. Damn it. I hope Dad didn't rent this tux, because if so, he's going to be pissed. The adrenaline pulses in my veins, and all I can see is the asshole in front of me. I'm vaguely aware of someone behind me shouting, but I ignore the threat until it's upon me. Pacho, or whatever the hell his name is, releases Bell and grabs his nose, while taking a wobbly step back. That's right, fucker. I think it's you who needs to run back to your daddy. I mock, and take a step forward, intending to hit him again, but this time a hand closes around my bicep, hauling me back. Drew. Sebastian's warning tone makes me pause. I barely spare him a look, my gaze instead darting to Belle. She is blinking slowly, a mixture of shock and fear pitching her delicate features. I notice her hand on her bicep, touching the space where he grabbed her. I want to remove the memory of his touch for her. I should have broken his arm, hand, shoulder. He deserves worse than a busted nose. You okay? I ask. She nods, and then as if realizing all the attention is on her, she squares her shoulders. I'm fine. It was nothing. The bleeding man shouts at me. You fucking asshole! I'm going to kill you! Sebastian steps between us and right into the guy's face. Do you know who I am? The man's gaze widens, recognition taking place. He nods and then drops his hands, spitting a gob of blood onto the shiny tile. It wouldn't be a true meeting without a little bloodshed, right? Sebastian gestures to Belle. Do you know who she is? The man shakes his head. I thought she was your date or something. A hot piece of ass for the after-party. Seb's face shifts from perfectly neutral to downright deadly in an instant. I'm ready to step in and stop him from beating this guy's ass, but Seb maintains composure and stops me in my tracks with a hand to my chest. This is my sister, Mr. Pacho. My sister. There's so much menace in his tone that even I'm a little worried right now. Fear slowly trickles into the asshole's eyes. Fuck. Yeah, you got that right. Spread the word. Touch my sister, and I will remove your balls and feed them to you while she watches. Fuck with my family again, and it will be the last thing you do. Do you understand? The man nods, and Sebastian takes a wavering step backward. Since his grandfather's death, he's been more menacing, colder, and dare I say, crueler. It's like all the trauma is finally weighing down on him. I can't imagine what it's like to carry that weight, even if he does so well. Belle looks between Seb and myself, almost as if she's uncertain which one of us is the bad guy. Before she can make her decision, Seb gently cups Belle's shoulder and leads her back into the party. She glances back at the bathroom door longingly, and I shake my head. Pacho sneers at me, and I'm certain I'm going to have to wipe the floor with his face, but he chooses better of it and turns, heading toward the kitchen as one of the staff scurries to clean his blood off the floor. I see you're making friends already, son. My father's cold voice greets me from behind. I turn, keeping my face neutral. Of course, you know how much I love to converse. I'm pretty sure I'll be at master level here soon." His eyes narrow with annoyance, and he closes the distance between us, shoving right into my face. "You fuck any of this up for me and you're done. I'll take you out back and put a bullet in your head myself. I'm fucking tired of dealing with you. You're more of a liability to this family than you are good." I grind my teeth but keep my mouth shut for once. There are so many things I want to say to him, so many things I want to do, but I know my day will come soon enough. Karma is a real bitch, and far meaner than I ever will be. He turns on his feet, dismissing me, and walks over to greet Sebastian, clapping him on the shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Belle, who slowly retreats backward. It's painfully obvious that she doesn't want to be near my father, which is understandable. She looks as if she's undecided on what to do, but then walks away, heading toward the bar. Good girl. It pleases me so much that she follows her gut instinct. I don't want my father anywhere near her, not after what happened. I can't let that nightmare repeat itself. I watch casually as my father speaks to Sebastian in a low tone with bowed heads. The conversation lasts but seconds. Sebastian shakes his grip off and laughs menacingly, dismissing my father and whatever he said in favor of going to find Belle. I can't help but smile. Looks like I'm not the only one screwing things up tonight. It's almost satisfying to see the angry disappointment on my father's face. He turns away, ignoring my existence altogether, and I cut into the crowd to keep an eye on Belle from a distance. No one touches her. No one looks at her. The wallflower is mine.
Chapter 26. Belle. I hate to admit it, but I expected more guns and fighting than this. Not that this is bad, but I didn't anticipate a bunch of old men sitting around talking while their wives or mistresses drink themselves into a stupor. Maybe that's the key to getting through these events. Drink until you fall asleep. I guess, boring or not, I'm here to support Sebastian. I cradle the glass of wine to my chest and smile at the older woman sitting in front of me. She waves animatedly, telling me a story about a ski trip she just took with her cousin, who I strongly believe is definitely her boyfriend and not her cousin. At least, by the way she talks about him. I listen just enough to nod and answer any questions she might toss my way, but I'm not involved in the depth of it. I'm distracted from the conversation when the soft ringing of a bell fills the space. I glance around the room to see where it's coming from. The lady in front of me claps her hands excitedly, drawing my attention back to her. "Oh, finally, dinner! The best part. At least after dinner, we're closer to being done. I abhor these social gatherings, really." I give her a nod, not really sure what to say since this is my first one, and maybe my last. Everyone meanders into the dining room, their chatter following them. My eyes fall onto the massive table set for more people than I care to count. Deep breath. It's just dinner. What could possibly go wrong? I take one step forward and find Sebastian by my side. His presence calms me and reminds me that I'm not in this alone. He gives me a slight smile, the best I'm going to get, I suppose, for the night, and guides me to our seats. I look at the head of the table and spot Drew sitting right next to his father. I shudder, glancing away so I don't catch his father's eye. The memory of that night is always there, lingering beneath the surface, threatening to make an appearance. "Everything okay?" Seb asks, leaning close. I nod and sigh, pasting on a smile. This is what I have to do. To be pretty, to be a distraction. There is no time for me to have a mental breakdown. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just feeling a little overwhelmed. Do you know all of these people? He takes a sip of water and then leans back in his seat, surveying the room. Know them? No. Know of them, mostly. Everyone knows the big players in the game. And we are a big player? His dark gaze casts back on me, and when he smiles, I feel less like prey that's about to be eaten. Short answer, yes. Grandfather would accept nothing less. I've been trained and prepared for this job since I was a little boy. Is this what you want to do? Like if you had a choice, would you run the family business or would you choose to do something else? I'm not sure why I asked that question right then, but I feel compelled to know if this is what he really wants to do with his life, or if it's a sacrificial duty. He shrugs. I don't think there was ever going to be a choice. When you're born into this world, the choice is made for you. If I didn't choose this path, I'm not sure I'd know what else to do. Nothing else seems to hold my attention. I nod and find my eyes gravitating to Drew. Sebastian's response reminds me again that Drew doesn't always get a choice in the matter. There's always someone bigger pulling the strings, ensuring he follows directions or suffers the consequences. It's hard to be angry with him when I know these things. Yeah, what he said about me not belonging here hurt, but it wasn't a lie. I don't belong here in a room full of criminals. This place isn't me. But that didn't mean he had to point it out so rudely. I look away, but find myself looking back toward him every couple of minutes. Even in a room full of people, I can't seem to stop being distracted by his presence. Thankfully, the staff start to arrive with food. Salad first, then soup, then the main entree. I poke at my salad, take a couple of bites, and offer Sebastian my soup. He shakes his head, declining it. The staff make quick work of the dishes, and I feel a pang of guilt watching them carry so many plates and silverware. By the time the main entree arrives, I'm ready to climb out the window. The pristine china is placed directly in front of me, and I stare down at the contents. It's some kind of roasted chicken with a mushroom sauce drizzled over top. Why are you looking at it like it's still alive? Seb asks, before shoving a cut piece of chicken into his mouth. I'm not. I lie. You are. He chuckles. Just try it. It's actually delicious. I mean, it's not your burgers and french fries good, but it's still good. I smile back at him, and with more hesitation than necessary, I cut into the chicken, spearing a piece on my fork. Like a toddler refusing to eat their vegetables, I cringe, then shove the fork past my lips and into my mouth. I'm pleasantly surprised by the explosion of flavor that fills my mouth. Good, huh? Seb notices the way my face lights up, and I nod, taking another bite. I'm nearly done with the entire dish before I realize it. When one of the waitstaff circles back to grab plates, I order another glass of wine. While I wait, I reflect on what happened near the bathroom. It shocked me when Seb stepped in like he did. If he had given me the chance, I would have handled that asshole myself. Now there's more tension than necessary, and I'm on people's radars in a bad way. I don't want to be the liability here, and I don't want to be seen as a weakness for Seb. I feel like by him stepping in, he's set me up as a weakness to exploit, and I can't help but wonder if others in this room see me the same way. I know it wasn't meant to be a kick at my ego, but this is my first chance to show I'm a strong leader beside Sebastian. Oh, darling, the dessert is divine, Stella gushes. I glance down and realize my dinner plate has been replaced with a dainty slice of turtle cheesecake, and the glass of wine I asked for sits beside it. Well, shit. Was I that disassociated? I didn't witness them bringing dessert. I shrug and dig into the cheesecake, eating every last morsel. When the dessert is cleared, the conversations grow louder. Many appear to grow restless and choose to stand or walk around the room. A man with piercing eyes approaches, and Seb steps closer to me. Like the rest of the men here, he's in a tuxedo, with his dark hair slicked back. He smiles at Sebastian first and extends his hand. "Mr. Arturo, I'm Henry Salem. I knew your grandfather, but I don't think we've ever met." Sebastian shakes his hand, his gaze suspicious and heavy. "Mr. Salem?" The man's eyes shift to me, and he leans over to grasp my hand and kiss my knuckles. "And who is this beautiful young woman?" Sebastian, still suspicious, says, "My sister, Maybelle Jacobs." We hadn't discussed yet if I would use his last name, but it didn't feel right to give up this tiny part of Mom I have left to me. The man nods once, smiles, and smooths his jacket. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. Perhaps I'll be seeing more of you." The fact that he spoke to Sebastian the entire time isn't lost on me, so I cut in. "You will. I plan to help my brother in every aspect of the business. I do have a family name to uphold." He nods again and tips an imaginary hat, then walks away. "Are you okay to sit for a bit by yourself? I have some business to attend to." Sebastian whispers into my ear, his eyes still on the stranger's back as he retreats. I nod. "Yeah, I was just going to walk around a little bit. I'm feeling restless." "Okay, don't go too far," he warns, and then buttons his jacket, stalking off toward the bar. I walk in the opposite direction, surveying the room. It's beautiful. Silk curtains frame small balconies, and double doors lead to a garden that rests at the bottom of the stairs, going all the way to the driveway out front. It's a shame such a horrible man gets to look at something so beautiful every day. I look away from the garden, my eyes catching on the sparkling chandeliers and the glittering gowns. My anxiety ramps up, reminding me of that night my entire world changed. Turning on my heels, I choose to make a beeline for the bar, but I don't even take one step before I feel his presence beside mine. "Avoiding me, Wildflower? Or just trying to live up to your name?" I turn, scanning his devilish face, thankful that he seems calmer now. I look down at his knuckles. They're busted and bruised again. I'm both sad and angry at the reality. I didn't need him to stand up for me, even if it was nice. Now he's hurt himself again, and for what? I don't want to draw attention to him, and I don't want to look weak for Sebastian. There's a fine line we must walk here. Why is it when I'm trying to avoid you so that we don't draw attention, you choose to do the opposite? He gives me a lopsided grin. "Guess I'm just a rule breaker." I roll my eyes, but can't help but smile. "What do you want?" "Oh, Flower, you have no idea how much of a loaded question that is. Did you really expect me to sit across the room and watch that dickhead smile and flirt with you?" He wasn't flirting with me. We were conversing. There's a difference. As long as he doesn't touch you or get any ideas about fucking with you, then we're fine. First, there is no we. Second, I'm a big girl, Drew. I don't need you to be my protector. He grabs me by the waist and tugs me into his chest. The air wheezes from my lungs, and I feel his hot breath against my lips. There has and always will be a we. If you don't believe me, I will lift you by the ass, set you on that giant ass oak table, and make certain everyone watches as I devour you from the inside out. I shiver at the territorial tone of his voice and the image of what he described. You wouldn't dare, I hiss, not even believing my own words. His green eyes twinkle with mischief. Oh, I would, Flower, and you know it, so don't tempt me. Fine, but that's not the real reason you came over here, right? It wasn't to act like a caveman and show ownership, right? Because you should have just pissed in a circle around me. I'll be sure to do that next time. He leans forward, and his lips brush the corner of my mouth. We shouldn't be this close, and he definitely shouldn't be kissing me. Not because it's wrong, but because it's drawing attention. I can already feel others' eyes on us, and I hate it. It's like being under a microscope. I'll be sure to do that next time, but right now, I need you to come with me for a few minutes. I take a step back and he lets me, releasing his hold on my waist. Where to? Trust me? Are you joking? Your track record has been less than stellar, Mr. Marshall. He smirks. Good thing you don't have an option, then. Grabbing my hand, he interlaces our fingers, then tugs me behind him as he leads me through the foyer. Everyone is immersed in conversation or drinks, and the few gawkers from earlier have moved on to someone else. A nervous ball of energy forms in the pit of my stomach, and Drew's gaze swings around the room, almost as if he's checking for witnesses. We stop at what appears to be a broom closet door that's hidden under the stairs. Where are we going? I whisper the question as he opens the door, tugging me inside behind him, his hand heavy in mine. The smell of dust tickles my nose, but it's a welcoming scent. It's a surprise, he replies gruffly. I'm momentarily blinded by the darkness as we cut through a long hallway. Seconds later, he releases my hand and grips the brass handles of a set of double doors. Bright light from the other side blinds me for a moment, and I blink 1,000 times to get my eyes to adjust. On the other side, I'm greeted with quietness. Minus the soft snoring emitted from a nurse who I spot resting in the corner, and the soft beeping of hospital monitors. The blood in my veins becomes ice, and my muscles clamp up. Memories assault. My mother, dying. Her cold hands. The tears that stained my cheeks. I force a ragged breath into my lungs and swallow the pain down. It's okay. It's over now. I often remind myself that grief is the price you pay for love. With a gentle hand to the small of my back, his fingers splayed across my bare skin, Drew ushers me forward. I know it's not the standard way of meeting parents, but it's all I could offer you. And it's important to me, so here we are. I want you to meet my mother. The softness that enters his voice when he says, "Mother?" makes me lock my gaze with his. Your mother? He nods and leads me to a medical bed across the room. A woman is laid out on the bed, her body placed perfectly in the center. She's unmoving except for the slight rise and fall of her chest. I look at her face and find her eyes closed, and it appears that she's asleep. I can't help but wonder if she might be closer to death. Is she okay? Gently, Drew smooths the hair away from her face, the dark brown threaded with gray. I'm momentarily shocked at the gentleness and kindness that he shows his mother. It's like flipping a light switch on and off. She's alive, so I guess for now, yes. but she went into a coma some time ago, and we are just waiting for her to wake up. I don't know all the details. My piece of shit father refuses to let me see her or have any knowledge of her care. I melt, witnessing this moment and the look of love that shines in his eyes as he stares down at her. Your mom is beautiful. What's her name? Victoria. I nod and reach for her, patting her hand softly. It's so nice to meet you, Victoria. I'm Maybelle, but you can call me Belle. His hand eases around my waist, and he tugs me to his side. I wish we could stay longer, but once my father notices I've disappeared, he'll send his goons to find me, and all hell will break loose if he discovers I'm visiting her when I'm not supposed to. You really are breaking the rules tonight, I grin. I am. I had to check on her, and I've been wanting you to meet her. It just so happened that tonight was the perfect occasion for all of that. Calmness washes over me, and I lean into the feeling. For so long I wondered if there was anything good in Drew, if he cared about anyone else but himself. And while I've wavered in understanding his psychotic tendencies, it's clear to me now, after seeing him with his mother, that he's willing to do anything to protect those he loves. I don't know that I can continue to hold all his bad against him when his intentions are pure. Drew talks to his mother for another few minutes, telling her about what he's been doing and gushing about me. He smiles at her, but even a smile can't misplace the anguish and fear he feels for her. He's a puppet on a string, and his mother's life is hanging in the balance. I wish I could take the pain he's feeling away, that I could hurt his father the way he's hurt him. But I can't. We've got to go, Flower. Drew whispers into my ear, pulling me back to the present. I look forward to meeting you again, I tell her, while giving a tiny wave goodbye. Drew is quiet as he leads me back to the party the same way we came. Before we enter the foyer, I give his hand a tight squeeze. Thank you for that, for taking me to meet your mother. He swallows thickly. I can't wait till the day she's better, and you can both sit down and talk together. She's going to love you. I just know it. Reality smacks me in the face then. Drew talks as if we're together now, as if everything is better, but it's not yet. Can it be? Can this all be fixed? Yes, but it's not an overnight thing. It's going to take time and patience. Still, I doubt I'd be able to walk away again. We remain together, me at his side as we cut to the bar. The bartender asks for our orders, and Drew gets me a soda while ordering a whiskey for himself. I've been drinking wine almost all night. I gripe when the bartender hands me the Pepsi. You aren't of age, he taunts and sips his whiskey with a smirk. His playfulness is surprising, given his father's appearance and the ordeal we had at the last event. At the end of the bar is a commotion, and I hear his dad's vicious voice cutting through the air, a small crowd forming around him. She's trash. She came from trash and she'll go back to it eventually, right? But can you marry trash if it comes with millions? Of course you can. Drew's hand tightens on my waist, and I swallow hard, realizing he's talking about me. An onslaught of emotions filters through me. Anger, sadness, anger again. I want to make him pay for all the pain he's caused others. Sebastian's voice cuts through the men like a whip. While trash may come with millions, But what does it say about you when the trash decides it doesn't want anything to do with you? I catch a glimpse of his face from the corner of my eye. There's a storm brewing in his eyes, but he appears calm, bored even. I look back at Drew, whose features mimic Sebastian's. Many of the women and some of the men around the room wear that same face, that same expression. Did they learn this from the womb? The ability to lock down their emotions so completely? And if so, how do they do it? I sip the soda and motion to the bartender, asking for a whiskey for myself. After a while, Drew leads me to speak with a few of the wives, introducing me to them. But I don't hear names or see their faces. All I can hear is Drew's dad echoing his words from that night. Trash. 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 Is that all I'll ever be to them? Trash? Trash that might be worth millions now, but nevertheless still trash. As if he can sense my turbulent emotions, Drew cups the back of my neck and leans down. You give them too much, Flower. Clear your face. You have to adopt the mask, or they will use that soft heart you carry against you. Trash. 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 I shake my head and try to get the words to disappear from my brain, but they won't. I don't know if I can. You can. You only think you can't because you aren't used to it. If you want to support Sebastian and survive in this world, you will learn to master your emotions. Fine. I try to do exactly as he says. I go deep into my brain, focusing on squishing everything that's annoying me or threatening me at the moment. But the more I focus on those things, the more they threaten to swallow me. Would it help if, when I fucked you later, I forced you to maintain that mask the whole time? His question makes me laugh. Could you maintain that look through sex? He shrugs. Maybe with another woman. Never with you. My heart fucking melts a little bit more for this man. Damn it. What does that look? It's not the mask I just told you to adopt. I shake my head and stare out at the people, keeping my eye on Sebastian as he talks, shakes hands, makes deals or whatever it is he is doing. He's in his element here. People want to talk to him, want to be near him, and why not? He's young, handsome, and he just took over one of the biggest families. Drew leans down, his lips brushing against my neck. You look incredible, by the way. I want to rip this dress off with my teeth and fuck you in those heels. I smile, and then hide the smile in my glass of whiskey. You're not making it easy for me to maintain a neutral face. When have I ever made anything easy? Ain't that the truth? Seb turns, exchanging conversation with another man. He smiles, and it appears things are going well until Drew's father intervenes, clapping him on the back to face away. I jerk my chin to the pair. What do you think that's about? Who fucking knows? My father is still trying to court himself into Sebastian's good graces. I snort. Seb hates your father, and I think it started long before I entered the picture, or he took over the family. Something my father hasn't figured out yet. It's fine. He'll have to figure it out the hard way. If there's one thing you need to know about Sebastian, it's that he's as cunning as he is handsome. He will cut you with the same hand he uses to wipe away your tears. I've known him since we were in grade school, and while I'm not afraid of him, I fully believe he would kill and burn the world to the ground to protect those he cares about. The opportunity to respond is ripped away from me when Sebastian's icy voice falls over the room. Fuck you, Marshall. You have a lot of fucking balls to ask me that after everything you've done. Everyone turns to look at what's going on. Seb throws up his chin and glares down his nose at Drew's dad. You're nothing to me, Marshall. You or your family. Drew stiffens beside me, and I can't help but fold under the attention that is turned on us with the release of that statement. Shit. This isn't good. Drew's dad draws himself off. His shoulders roll back, and there's a predatory scowl etched into his face. My heart cinches in my chest as he leans into Sebastian and whispers something. I have no clue what he says. All I know is that Sebastian's expression gives nothing away. I'm frozen. What the hell do I do? There is no choice to be made. Not when Sebastian makes it for me. He sets his glass down on a passing tray and turns to face me in the crowd. Our gazes collide, and I know without words being spoken that he wants me to come with him. I give Drew an apologetic look, and he releases me from his grasp, his touch ghosting against my bare skin. I hate leaving his side, but I can't stay here without Sebastian. The crowd parts for me, and when I reach my brother, he wraps a protective arm around me. If she's trash, then I'm trash as well, Sebastian announces, loud enough that everyone within earshot can hear. An embarrassment of heat climbs up my neck and into my cheeks. He leads us out the door, and I hold my breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But it doesn't. No one says a word, nor do they try to stop us. We are in the car before I realize I'm still holding the whiskey glass in my shaking hand. And I know from that moment on, nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 27. Drew. If she's trash, then I'm trash as well. I can barely contain the smile that graces my lips due to Sebastian's closing remarks. He really knows how to bust my father's balls, and while I know I'll be paying the price for this stunt at some point, I enjoy the satisfaction of watching the man who thinks he's king of all crumble. Sebastian's departure inspires a few others to leave, and they each cast disparaging glances toward my father as they walk out. No doubt dear old Dad is keeping a tally of each person who follows him. That's fine, though. While he's busy glaring at all his guests, it gives me the opportunity I need to leave as well, and I'm beyond ready to get out of here. The only way I managed to stay this long was because of Belle. Now that she's gone, and I've already checked on Mom, I can leave. I weigh my options. I could head back to the mill for the night, but I didn't get to have the conversation I wanted to have with Belle. I had hoped to tell her everything, to spill my guts to her, sharing my past and darkest secrets, giving her a way to understand why I'm the way that I am, this fucked-up, psychotic asshole. My end goal is her, for us to be together, and for there to be no more secrets between us. I want what we had before. I want her to look at me like she used to, like she can't bear to be away from me, and she can't wait to see me again. The night air is cold, and I stuff my hands into my pockets while I wait for the ride app to show up. I need to have this conversation with her and make it clear that I'm ready to move forward. I already know that Sebastian is going to try to kick me out on my ass, but hopefully Belle will stop him before that happens. The car finally arrives, and it's a quick 20-minute ride over to Sebastian's place. I have the car stop outside the gate and approach the guard. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be when I snuck in the other night, but if I want to make this right and not give Sebastian another reason to kick my ass, I'll go through the front door. When the guard waves me in, I start my trek up the driveway. As predicted, Sebastian is waiting at the door, his tie undone, his jacket discarded, and his hair shoved back like he's been running his fingers through it non-stop. There's wrinkles of frustration marring his forehead. What do you want? It better be fucking good, because, believe it or not, I've had my fill of marshals for the day. I'm tempted to shoot you right where you stand. I try not to take his disgust personally. I nod. Understandable. My dad is enough for us both. He studies me for a long moment, his gaze tense. What do you want? To speak to Belle? No. I sigh and hold my hands out. It takes everything I have left to say this word. Please. For a moment, I swear I see the ghost of a smile curve his lips, but when I blink, it's gone. Fucker. I swear he's been waiting for this day, to use my fucking one and only weakness against me. Sucks that it has to be his sister. He takes one step down the entry and looks me dead in the eyes. No. I ball my hands into fists, ready to storm past him if I need to in order to get to her. Nothing and no one is going to keep me from her. No one. She is mine. All fucking mine. Blood rushes in my ears as I think through my next steps, but then I catch a whiff of her floral scent. My gaze darts to the door, and some of my anger recedes. Sebastian? Belle snaps from the entrance. She's barefoot and still in that sexy-as-hell dress, but she's got a cardigan on now, her arms wrapped tight around her middle. Don't be a dick, and stop threatening to shoot people. We came to talk. There's no harm in that. No harm. Sebastian snorts, and his gaze ping-pongs between us. Waves of tension roll off him. He's not as level-headed as he usually is. The party wasn't easy for him, and it's obvious he's battling a demon, but he's not advertising a need for help. In typical Seb fashion, he plans to deal with shit all on his own. There is never no harm when it comes to inviting a marshal into your home. Have you forgotten that I've known Drew longer than you, and therefore I know what he's capable of? I didn't come here with malicious intent, Seb. I just want to talk to Belle. I shake my head, my own frustration mounting. What the fuck ever? He sighs and waves me forward, finally giving in. The weight of the world is resting on his shoulders, but I know more than anyone he's not ready to share the burden with me. That's just how he is. He knows I'd help him in a heartbeat, but I can't do a damn thing if he doesn't tell me shit. I'm not here to fight, I confirm again, but my word does nothing to ease the tension. Just get the fuck inside and say what you need to say. He sneers at me, and when I start to walk away, he speaks again. This is my only warning to you, Drew. If you hurt one fucking hair on her head, I will spill your blood on the marble, and no one will be able to stop me. Not even Belle. Sebastian, Belle scolds. Stop it. And I'd happily let you do it if I fucked up again, but I won't. Sebastian rolls his eyes, and once again he waves his hand forward, a mock of impatience following his movement. I stand tall and climb the steps, walking right past him and into the house. Belle lets out a sigh of relief, and I give her a smile in return. The last thing I want to do is fight with Sebastian, but I'll cross any bridge and break any rule to keep Belle in my life. Let's go upstairs and talk, Belle says. I nod, following her when she swivels around and heads for the stairs. I try not to watch her perfect ass as she walks up the steps, but depriving myself of her is killing me slowly. My cock is as stiff as a board, and I have to remind myself that I came here to talk to her, not fuck her. At the top of the stairs is a long hall, and we walk until we reach her room. She has no idea that I know exactly where I'm going, and that I spent one too many nights in this house, hiding from my father's rage. Once inside, she plops down on the bed and shifts her feet up to sit cross-legged. He shouldn't have threatened you like that. I don't know what's going on. He's worried about stuff, things he's not telling me. And then you saw what happened at the party. Belle frowns. I nod. Yeah, that's his M.O. When things get tough, he prefers to lock down and turn in on himself. Not that we've been talking a lot, or even close as of lately, so I wouldn't have a clue what is going on in his head. But I can guarantee it has nothing to do with you, if that's what you were thinking." She shakes her head. "No, I just worry about him. Taking over the family business isn't easy, I assume, and he doesn't share anything with me about it, only what I need to know. I think he's trying to protect me, to limit my association with the bad. I don't know." Her concern and love for Seb makes me rage with jealousy, but it also makes my heart swell. I hate the idea of having to share her with her brother, but it can't be helped. If she loves him, then she does, and I'll do anything to keep her happy. Even share her with my best friend, who currently hates me. If it helps, you're the first person in his life who he seems to give a shit about. The one person he seems to care for other than himself, and that's saying a lot, because Sebastian can be one selfish prick when the occasion calls for it. I know someone else who can be rather selfish, too. Belle looks up at me, her green eyes twinkling. Fuck, I swear I come in my pants a little bit. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Her voice is soft. Must be serious if you came through the front door instead of sneaking through the window. I unbutton the top button on my shirt and lean forward to brace my elbows on my knees. Talking about this is necessary, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. As you know, my father is a grade-A asshole. She huffs. Tell me something I don't know. I let out a long exhale and stare at my shoes. The serious turn of this conversation makes me unable to look at her. No, I really mean it. He's really an asshole. I don't even know when the beating started. When I think back on things, I can't remember a time when he didn't hit me. One day he shucked me off to the nanny, and the next he had all these expectations I suddenly didn't live up to. Her hand glides down my back. It's okay, Drew. You don't have to do this. We don't have to talk about this. I shake my head and run my fingers through my hair. That's the problem here, Flower. We do. I have to do this, release the demons and the pain. I have to try to heal the fucking wounds if we are ever going to get past everything. If you are ever going to truly forgive me. Fuck. I thought I could do this, but I don't know if I can. I don't want her to see this side of me, to know the terrible details. But there's no way around this. In order to let go of the past, I have to reveal it, and I'm ready to let go. I shudder out another breath and shrug off her touch. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her flinch, and I can feel the shard of glass entering my skin again from that single look. Reaching for her, I cup her cheek gently in my hand and scan her face, hoping she can understand. It's not you. You can't touch me while I talk about this stuff. The mere thought of what he did to me and put me through. I grit my teeth and my soft grip turns harsh on her cheek. I drop my hand and turn away before continuing. The memories are strong enough to make me lash out, and I don't want to hurt you. I don't bother looking at her as I speak. I'm not sure I could stomach it. The pity and despair, or maybe even disgust that she'll soon wear on her face. I think I was 5 when he first started hitting me. It was for little things at first, like if I failed to listen to what he said or didn't do something perfectly. As I got older, the beatings evolved into something else. They became more frequent and more violent. He went from hitting me with his hands to kicking me. There were even times I blacked out, and when I woke up, I was in the same spot with my blood all over the floor. I learned really fucking quickly that if I wanted to survive, I needed to do every single thing he told me to. I went where he told me. I was the best at anything he named. He used me in any way he possibly could to get ahead in business, with friends, colleagues. I was his punching bag and his one-way ticket to all the money in the world. I grit through my teeth, my anger bubbling so close to the surface. I want to give in to the burn of it, to let it wash over me. But I can't. I can't let it rule me anymore. I can't let him rule me. At the party, when you saw me with that girl, it wasn't because I wanted to be with her. It wasn't because I chose her. It was on his order. It was follow the order or get beat. When you walked into that kitchen and witnessed what he was doing, when you saw what he was doing to me, my heart clenches inside my chest, and I swear I feel what it's like for the first time then to care for something more than you care for yourself. I was afraid of what he would do to you. I was afraid that he would realize how much I cared about you and use you against me. All I could think about was protecting you, getting you out of that room as fast as I could so he didn't get his slimy hands on you. I growl the last few words, the reminder of that day imprinted on my mind. It didn't matter, though, because 1 second is all it took for him to realize you meant something to me. That's when his motive changed. He wanted to use you to hurt me, and I knew I'd rather die than let him get his hands on you. So I did the only thing I could think of. I chose to hurt you myself. I chose to be the villain. I knew that each word I spoke would hurt you, but it would still be better than if my father got a hold of you. The sound of sniffling reaches my subconscious, and I look up, glancing at Belle over my shoulder. The anguish pinching her delicate features slams into me like a Mack truck. Tears slide down her cheeks. Her makeup is ruined, and her cheeks are flushed. I'm tempted to reach for her, to soothe her, and erase the hurt and pity she must be feeling. But I can't. I'm not done yet. My father did everything he could to ensure he maintained control over me. As I got older, he realized his beatings no longer held the same power as they had before. I'd become accustomed to the abuse, and in many ways when he hit me, it no longer hurt. Yes, there would be bruises and evidence, but I didn't really feel any of it. I'd go into this dark place in my mind where he couldn't touch me, where his abuse didn't hurt me. In that place, no one could reach me. When he realized that, his motives changed, and he started using other, more creative ways to control me. He threatened to toss me out on my ass and cut me off, not understanding that I didn't really give a fuck anyway. As my mother's condition worsened, he started holding her over my head. He told me he'd stop offering her pain meds and make certain she suffered if I didn't do exactly what he'd told me to. I grit my teeth, the shame and guilt resonating through me. I'd always felt strong, above my peers, but I was nothing but a lost little boy when it came to my father, forever trapped by him. That's where he got me. The thought of her suffering because of me. I couldn't handle it. She didn't deserve that. And then you came along. And well, I didn't want to hurt you ever. I couldn't imagine letting him use you to control me either. In a flash, she's climbing onto my lap, wrapping her legs around me while snaking her arms around my neck at the same time. She clutches onto me tightly, burying her face against my chest. Her touch burns me to ash. I want to let her heal me and mend all the ugly, dirty pieces of my disgraced soul back together again. But this isn't my flower's weight to carry. Lifting her head, she peers up at me, her green eyes shimmering with tears. I'm sorry, Drew. I knew he was a terrible human and that he hurt you. I saw the marks on your skin and wanted to ask you about them. I tried, but I was afraid you would push me away. And you did. That night you came to my dorm in the tux. He hurt you that night, didn't he? All I can do is nod, emotion clogging my throat and making it difficult to speak. Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. The thought of crying over this shit makes me sick to my stomach, especially in front of her. I'm so damn sorry, Drew. I'm sorry no one was there to help. No one stopped those things from happening to you. And I'm sorry that he's using your mother against you, using her deteriorating health against you. Why? Why would he do that? I shake my head because I don't have an answer. I don't know. I've spent a long fucking time wondering what it was about me that made him hate me so much. I did everything I could to please him. Everything. I growl bitterly. His hate shaped me into the person I am today. I took that pain and anger and hurt others because I could. I was a fucking bully and no better than my father. When you told me that day that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, it wasn't a lie. I'm not better than him. I'm the same, and I fucking hate it. She moves her hands and cups me by the cheeks, forcing me to look into her eyes. Stop. Don't say that. You're better than him, Drew. You're 1,000 times better than him. Because where your father cares for no one but himself, you care about others. You care about your mother, your friends, and me. She has no fucking clue how much she means to me. I'd lie, cheat, and steal for her. I'd kill anyone who tries to hurt her. My beginning and end are all her. As she stares at me, I consider telling her the truth about my father, my mother, all of it. And I will. But without all the answers and understanding how it all came to be, I can't. Not yet. Maybe you don't think so, but I do. I know I don't deserve you, not even a little bit. But that's the thing. I don't care. I don't give a fuck if I deserve you, because I'm far too selfish to let you go. That day in the library when you stood up to me, you didn't cower in fear or melt beneath me. You were unlike anyone I'd ever met, and when I looked at you, it felt like you were looking at me, seeing the real me, and no one had ever done that before. It both terrified and intrigued me. I was scared you would be able to see parts of me I hadn't shown anyone before. I wanted to control you, to bend you to my will. The darkest parts of me clung to the lightest parts of you, and for the first time in forever, I felt in control of at least one thing in my life. She releases my cheeks and shifts her arms under mine, squeezing me as tightly as she can, pressing her cheek over my heavy beating heart. I don't know what to say. The pressure on my chest is lighter, and when I suck a breath into my lungs, the weight of my past no longer presses too tightly. You don't have to say anything, Belle. I just wanted you to know, and my only hope is that by telling you, maybe you'll understand why I did what I did, and might be able to forgive me for it. Strands of blonde hair stick to her cheek as she pulls away, her eyes rimmed red as they peer up at me. Her pink lips press into a thin line. I want to forgive you, Drew, and I'm trying. Every day that passes, it becomes easier to wrap my head around. It kills me to be away from you, and my heart begs me to give in and forgive you, because I miss you. I can't even go to the library without thinking about you. It's no longer the same. I'm sorry. I stroke her back gently. I'm sorry for everything. I know you're sorry. I feel it in my bones, and in so many ways you're already forgiven. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that you'll hurt me again, even if accidentally in an attempt to subdue your father, and I don't think I could survive losing you a second time. Your dad still has power and control over you, and there's no saying he won't try to use me again, that he won't make you do something to hurt me simply because he can. I need something concrete that proves your father no longer has a hold on you, that he won't be able to sway you into doing his dirty work. I forgive you, Drew, but I need to make sure your father can't hurt either of us again. Only then can we really let this go completely. Fuck. She's right. With my father still in the picture and a part of my life, Belle isn't safe, and she won't ever be till I get rid of him. There isn't a damn thing I can do to fix this right now, and it fucking sucks. I understand. I murmur, instead of doing what I really want to do, which is lay her back on the bed, strip her out of this dress, and fuck her into submission until she screams my name and admits how much she wants me. But fucking her won't change anything. It won't make her forgive me any faster. I want to stay and fuck you until you promise to forgive me. But I should go before your brother comes snooping around. I don't think he would appreciate catching us naked again. She chuckles. Yeah, I don't think he would like that very much. Me either. I press a kiss to her forehead and gently lift her off my lap, placing her back on the bed. What she needs is time, and even if it's not what I want to give her, I don't have an option. I won't wait forever. She'll be mine regardless. It'll just make all of this easier if I have her forgiveness. Shoving off the bed, I smooth my hands down the front of my pants and give her one last look, my heart squeezing in my chest. I turn on my heels and walk out of the room, my insides twisting painfully, my heart urging me to stay with her, the person I'd rip my still beating heart out of my chest for. I don't. I continue walking, heading back to the mill, hoping to be greeted by a quiet house. The only way to get Belle back is to get rid of my father, and I'll do anything to make that happen. A hand drags me out of bed, ripping me from sleep, and my eyes pop open, my fists clenched and swinging. Adrenaline rushes through my veins, and I peer up at the light shining in my eyes. It takes me a second to realize where I am. One of my father's goons stands above me, and my gaze swings to the door where I find another standing. Get up and get dressed. Your father wants to see you. I shove off the floor and scramble onto my feet. Fuck you, asshole. He can call me like a normal fucking human if he wants to talk. I say the words as I move on autopilot, walking straight to my dresser to get clothes. I know firsthand what will happen if I don't obey, and it'll be 10 times worse if I don't show up. It takes me a minute to find clothes, but when I do, I shove my legs into a pair of sweats and grab a sweatshirt. My father's 2 goons watch me with impatience as I slip my feet into my tennis shoes. One walks in front of me, while another follows me as they lead me to the waiting car. I climb into the back seat, and they slam the door closed, locking me inside. My gaze moves to the illuminated screen up front, and I notice the time. 3 fucking a.m. Are you kidding me? I don't know why I'm not surprised. I guess I'd be more shocked if he didn't make a surprise visit, or at least send his goons after me. My stomach is a ball of anxiety that grows worse and worse with each mile the car drives. 10 minutes later, we arrive at the house, and I'm tempted to stay in the car hiding, but there's no way my father wouldn't have one of his asshole guards pull me out of the vehicle by my hair. So I begrudgingly leave the protection of the car and walk up the steps and into the house. The house is quiet. Too quiet. Fuck me. This isn't going to be good. I drag my feet the entire way to his office, one guard in front of me and another behind me, making sure I shuffle along like a good little boy. When we reach the double doors that lead into his office, I exhale. The guard shoves the doors open and then moves to the side, each taking their spots on opposite sides of the doorway. I suck a shuddering breath into my lungs and enter his office slowly. I barely have time to glance toward the desk when something heavy comes flying my way. Pain rips through my temple, and it hurts enough to bring me to my knees. Fucking prick. Blood. It trails down my temple and over my cheek. My stomach churns, and I lift a hand to the spot to make certain it's blood and not just my imagination. When I pull my fingers away, they're slick and stained red. I clench my teeth and scramble to get off the floor. What the hell? Unfortunately, my father is already there, charging across the room, leering in my face. You ruined it, he spits. I clutch my head as a wave of dizziness rolls through me, dropping me back onto my ass. God, this is getting old. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything wrong. I showed up at your party and played nice. His eyes flash with icy rage, and out of nowhere, he pulls a gun, the glint of it shining in the dim light. He waves it around with his finger near the trigger. You're the fucking problem. You ruined it all, you and that cunt. She convinced that arrogant fuck to withdraw his donations. As of 2 hours ago, Sebastian Arturo has removed all of his assets from the Marshall Group. I doubt your small brain can comprehend how much fucking money that is. I want to laugh in his face and tell him I told you so, but practice is the only thing that keeps my face empty of emotion. What am I supposed to do about it? My response isn't what he wants to hear, and in a flash he lashes out, slamming the gun into the side of my head. The world spins and my ears ring. Pain lances across my cheek and the bridge of my nose, but I grit my teeth against it, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing my reaction. What do you think I want you to do? Use your fucking head. Get my fucking money back, Andrew. Go to that fucking house. Find that stupid bitch and tell her you're head over heels in love with her. Do whatever you need to do to make her believe it and have her make her brother return his portfolio. Fix it. That's what I want you to do. Blood pools inside my mouth, and I spit it onto the hardwood before speaking. A look of utter disgust is cast my way. How is Belle going to convince Sebastian? He spins away from me and reaches for the bottle of bourbon sitting on the edge of his desk. Bringing the neck of it to his lips, he takes a chug and places the bottle back down. I use the time to stand and swipe at the blood on my head. When he returns his attention to me, he invades my space, gripping my sweatshirt, pulling me into his face. He snarls his lips, and his whiskey breath fans against my cheek. It takes everything inside me not to react or fight back. This man is a ticking bomb, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he implodes on himself, taking us all down with him. I need Belle and my mom as far away from him when that time comes. There's no saying the lengths he'll go to get her to agree to something. No one tells my father no, and if they do, they regret it. I don't care what you have to do. I don't care who you have to fuck, even if you have to fuck Sebastian himself. Convince them that everything is okay. Make them believe that we respect them and that we want them to be a part of the Marshall family. Do whatever it takes. The money is everything. The money is the only thing. He brings the barrel of the gun to my head, the cold steel pointed firmly into my flesh. I don't even blink at his behavior. He's in a fucking mood, and I don't trust his need for me to be greater than the satisfaction of pulling that trigger right now. You've never had to live on the street, son. You've been privileged all your life. You have no idea there are children out there who can't feed themselves or have to sell their bodies to be able to do so. You have never understood how fucking lucky you are to be born with everything you could ever need. So when I say money is everything, then I mean the money is the only thing keeping you 6 feet above the ground. I swallow hard at what he's saying. He's never. I blink, knowing how he will take it if I ask questions, show him any kind of pity. So I don't. Part of the Marshall family? I ask softly. What does that mean? He nods, his mouth twisting into a cruel smile as he moves the barrel, tracing down the side of my face with the gun before stopping to press it under my chin. My heart beats out of my chest, and I'm so fucking tired of him making me feel this way. Tired of the anxiety and fear of never knowing what he might do next. It means you will convince that girl you're in love with her, that you want to marry her, that what happened at the party that night was a misunderstanding. Then, once we have her tied to the family with no way of escaping, I'll have my revenge, and show that little Arturo bastard what happens when people play with my money. When we've had our full use of the girl, you can toss her in the trash and move on to someone new. He's lost his fucking mind. This is not the 1900s. You can't make someone marry you simply because you say so. What's your plan if she says no? Are you going to kidnap her and force her to sign her name on the dotted line? I play into his delusional plot. We can't go into this without a solid plan. Otherwise, it might backfire on us. Sebastian is a loose cannon, and I have no doubt that he will use every bullet he has to try to take us out. He nods and taps my cheek with the gun, then steps away, returning to his bottle of bourbon. After taking another chug, he places the bottle back down and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Yes, I agree. I'll have to think of something else. Maybe I'll get rid of your mother and marry the girl myself. She's a sweet little piece of ass, and I'd love to know what it is about her cunt that has my son tied up in knots. If I wasn't so sure he'd pull the trigger, I'd swing on his ass. But that's what he wants, to see me react, to get under my skin and piss me off. When I do none of those things and simply continue staring blankly at him, he continues, "It doesn't really matter. I'll find a way to get control of her. Who knows? When I'm backed into a corner, I can be very creative. So tell me, son, do you want me to take matters into my own hands? Or are you going to do what I tell you to? You can still have a piece of the pie. There is still a spot for you here beside me." I'm backed into a corner. There's nothing I can do but agree. If I don't, there's no saying what he'll do. At least with my agreement, I can buy myself some time. "Consider it done," I announce, my voice low. He smiles, and it makes my stomach churn. "Good. And don't fuck this up, Drew. You've caused enough issues. You're lucky your mother is still alive after all the shit you've done. Now let's fix this. I'll set up a little date for you two. Show me how creative you can be, and maybe you'll get through this in one piece. Although I can't guarantee the same thing for your friends."
Chapter 28. Belle. A couple of days pass and I find myself still thinking about the things Drew shared with me. My heart aches for him, bleeds for him even, but there's nothing I can do to help him. It's a potent kind of helplessness. Forgiving him takes time, and I refuse to rush into a full-blown relationship, especially with his father still actively meddling in his life. If Drew wants a relationship with me, he'll have to find a way to stand up to his father. I refuse to let our love be a secret. There's no way in hell I'll ever allow that. And I don't think Drew would either if the tables were turned. He wants me and wants us. I can see it and feel it. Every kiss, every time he slips inside me, he's worshipping my body, saying things he can't put into words. It pulls me a little closer every time. His confession about his father, about all of it, means I need to forgive him. Hell, deep down, I know I already have, but I haven't brought myself to tell him yet. Not when I fear he'll revert to his old ways at any second. He's still very fragile, and any little thing could set him off, sending him back to the way he used to be. Drew never was a snuggly bunny to begin with. There was always a darkness in him, a darkness which drew me in and whispered depraved things in my ear. Maybe accepting that and forgiving him means I will finally have to accept this part of me too. The part of me that likes what he does when he takes control, when he uses and commands me. That part of me is the part I'm afraid to confess to, even if there is no confession needed between Drew and myself. It's the simple fact that I need to acknowledge it and accept it, without bashfulness or embarrassment. I starfish out on my bed and let out a long sigh, just to release some of the pent-up energy that's rolling through me. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that I skipped lunch in favor of studying. When will I ever learn? Rolling over and off the bed, I leave the confines of my room and head downstairs, making a beeline for the kitchen. Maybe I'll make a cup of coffee, too. It's almost dinner time, and if Sebastian sees me drinking coffee this late, he'll give major side-eye, but I'm willing to risk it. The guy is a nut when it comes to his concern over other people, but God forbid you tell him what to do. I walk through the side entrance of the kitchen and pause, my entire body clamming up, when I spot Sebastian and Drew together across the room. They're hunched over the counter, and it looks like they're discussing something. I dart back around the corner because I know both of them will shut down the moment they spot me. And for once, I want to know what the hell they're up to. I swear if this is another macho she belongs to me bullshit talk, I'm going to murder one or both of them. Yes, both, probably. As I hide on the other side of the door, Drew's quiet whisper fills my ears. It's a solid plan, but I don't know if it'll work. I crane my neck to hear, trying to block out the low hum of the refrigerator only a few steps away. Are you doubting me, Marshall? I think it'll work just fine. My only concerns are Maybelle and the effect that it will have on her, but in the end, it's your decision. If you want to go through with it, I'm happy to help. Worried about me? Happy to help? They might as well be speaking a foreign language right now. I thought they hated each other. Why are they acting all buddy-buddy? The tiny hairs on the back of my neck rise. Something is going on, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Drew releases a long exhale and scratches his fingers up over his head. It takes me a second to process what he's wearing once I get a decent look at him. Slacks, a button-down, with the sleeves rolled up showing off his impeccable forearms. He dressed up far more than usual. I like seeing him both ways, but really prefer his blue jeans, Letterman's jacket, and black combat boots. That's the real Drew, the one I've come to know. A hot rush of heat flames my skin all the way up to my ears as I think about those damn boots and the way he made me ride them that day. I've thought the decision through, Seb. There's no other way. Maybelle and my mom will never be safe with him alive. There's no other option. He needs to die. His words shock me, and a tiny gasp escapes my lips. Shit. As if they heard the sound, their gazes snap from the counter, and they twist around. They both look like predators seconds away from attacking. Well, guess there's no time like the present to walk in. Ignoring the words I just heard Drew speak, I cut around the corner with a big, fake-as-shit yawn to give them some privacy, even if I plan to question Drew the second I get him alone. Fancy seeing you here, I greet. Sebastian gives me a wavering glance, but Drew stares at me for a long moment, his eyes roaming the length of my body, lingering over the t-shirt I'm wearing that's now rode up on one side, showing off a piece of bare flesh, down to the joggers that hang low on my hips. It's nothing more than comfortable clothing. There's nothing sexual about it. But he's looking at me like a man looks after a woman he's hungered for his entire life. Belle, he says, but it sounds more like a warning. I'm momentarily consumed by the thought of him being a killer. Could he really do something like that? Kill his own father? There has to be another way to do this. You okay? Sebastian interjects, his voice dipped in concern. I realize then that I've completely fallen off the deep end and should probably speak now. I smile and walk closer to the island where they are sitting. Of course. What's going on? Why aren't you two murdering each other? Seb snorts like whatever I've said is hilarious. Then he's out of his chair, shoving the stool back under the counter. I'm not shocked. Oh, we were just about to get the knives out and start throwing them to see who has better aim. Seriously? I pretend to be shocked, when in reality, I wouldn't even be a little bit surprised if I walked in on them doing something like that. They have a long, turbulent history of fighting, at least according to Drew. Throwing knives would probably be a tame reaction from both of them. Don't worry, Bill. You saved his life. Next time, though. He winks. Anyway, I'm leaving before I have to dismember him. Don't forget I can kill you and make it look like an accident. Oh, I'm so scared. Drew laughs, seeming unfazed by the threat. Are they really joking around with each other? I swear the other day they were at each other's throats, but now it seems everything is okay? Maybe this has something to do with the conversation I walked in on. I look between the two of them, shaking my head. What the hell is going on? As you should be, and will be especially if you bring her home late or if something happens to her. He gives Drew a pointed glare and then walks out without any further explanation. Weird. First, are you two okay? Second, what are you doing here? And why is he talking about you bringing me home late? He walks around the island and straight to me. I swear I can hear buzzing in my ears. The intensity of his gaze on me short-circuits my brain. I can't think when he's this close to me. He smiles, and my stomach tightens with excitement. Once close enough, he snakes an arm around my waist, dragging me inside his body. The warmth of his body is both soothing and exciting, and I lean into his touch almost desperately. Well, the answer to your first question is a loaded one. We're okay right now, but give it 5 minutes and we'll be at each other's throats again. I look up at him and frown, and he cups me by the cheek, his thumb gently caressing my lower lip. I shiver from his touch and breathe his intoxicating scent into my lungs. He smells even better tonight, like teakwood and cinnamon. Aren't you excited to see me? I was hoping to surprise you, but you must have sensed me close by and decided to come investigate. I had no idea you were here. I was actually coming down to make something to eat because I missed lunch and my stomach was yelling at me. Of course it was. I bet you were knee-deep in a book, unable to bring yourself out of the hyperfixation. I blink slowly at him, waiting for him to poke more fun at me, but all he does is smile. If you think I'm making fun of you, you're wrong. There is nothing sexier than when you immerse yourself in your studies and forget the rest of the world exists. I narrow my eyes and pin him with a stare. Stop buttering up to me. What do you want? Nothing, Flower. I came here to surprise you with a date. Then Sebastian and I got to talking and time got away from me. He knows about it already? Drew nods. Yup. It wasn't easy, but he's allowing you to leave your tower for the evening. I have to have you back by midnight, though, or you turn into a pumpkin. Funny. I shake my head, but smile. His emerald eyes trail down the length of my body once more, and the diamond-hard tips of my nipples press painfully against the thin fabric of my shirt. I wonder if he can see them. See how turned on I become in his presence? And while I do like what you're wearing and how easy it would be for me to strip you bare and fuck you raw, I think you should probably change first. There's a hunger in his voice, and I want to tell him to forget the date, that we can go upstairs and fuck for the rest of the night. But a date with him, an official one, it's something we've never done before. And if we're going to be normal, or as normal as possible, I think it's a good idea. You're for real? You came here to surprise me for a date?
Yes, Belle. I came here to take you out on a date. The real kind, where you get her flowers and take her out to dinner, and give her a peck on the cheek at the end of the night.
Where are the flowers, then? I narrow my eyes suspiciously and take a step back from his hold, crossing my arms over my chest, trying to look intimidating but failing.
Your brother already took them and put them by the window.
He hooks a thumb over his shoulder, and I spot them, sitting on the tiny little breakfast nook table. The bouquet is a mixture of pink, purple, and yellow wildflowers. It's beautiful, simple, and my heart feels fuller than before seeing those flowers and knowing that he went out of his way to get them for me. Wildflowers, I whisper to myself.
There is no other flower that will do for you, Belle.
He grabs me by the hips, tugging me into his body, and then I feel his lips ghost against my forehead. Fuck. My resolve is slowly crumbling. Pulling away, he looks down at me. His eyes are bright and hazy with lust.
Go get dressed. I'm not ruining this date by fucking you in the kitchen. I want to do things right.
It's nothing short of an order, but I'm too happy about it to complain. With my excitement chasing me, I rush from the kitchen and upstairs to get dressed. When I reach my closet, I go through the racks of dresses, using his outfit to determine my own clothing choice. Wherever we're going is elegant. Not posh, but definitely upscale, based upon his own attire. With that in mind, I snag a black sheath dress off the hanger, strip out of my clothes, and step into it quickly. It clings to my body like a second skin, hugging my hips and breasts perfectly. When I first saw it, I didn't think I'd have any occasion for it, but now I can't wait to see Drew's tongue fall out of his mouth when he sees me in it. After I have the dress on and in place, I do my makeup and thank the heavens that I decided to wear my hair down today, making it much easier to deal with. I put a clip in, keeping the hair half up and half down. I'm not sure how much time passes, but I do my best to get ready quickly. When I make it back downstairs, he's in the same spot I left him, leaning against the counter while casually browsing on his phone, which he nearly drops at the sight of me. His Adam's apple bobs as he drinks me in.
Fuck me, Belle. You look beautiful.
I shrug, heat climbing up my very on-display cleavage to my neck. Thank you. You said we were going on a date, and you're... He's on me in a blink, and my words are cut off by his lips, which descend on mine with burning passion. I'm melting into his arms, and thankfully he's there to catch me. His hands come around my waist and slip down over my ass. It's the touch of a man possessed with need, and my hope is he never stops touching me like this. He gives both ass cheeks a tight squeeze that ignites that low-building fire in my core. I squeak and break away, breathless.
Let's go,
he growls.
Before I lose control and fuck you on the countertop, leaving your release in my cum as proof that we were here.
Sebastian would not approve. I laugh, already picturing his face if he discovered us.
I don't care what your brother approves of or not. Not when it comes to you, Flower. There are no rules. And if there were, they were meant to be broken anyway. I'll do whatever the hell I want with you and to you.
The unhinged tone of his voice, mixed with his words, wraps around me like smoke, and I shiver, both turned on and excited.
Lead the way, caveman, I taunt. He takes my hand in his and tugs me out of the kitchen. Hand in hand, we walk the rest of the way through the house, stopping only once we're outside. There's a sleek, all-black sports car parked a little bit down the drive. I assume it's Drew's, since I don't think Sebastian would ever drive something like that. I've never seen Drew drive, nor did I know he had a car, but I suppose there's a first for everything. We walk down the driveway, and he opens the door for me with a smile. There's still that lingering lust in his eyes, but it seems like he's got a better grasp on himself now. After he helps me in, ensuring I buckle up, he climbs in on the driver's side. When he starts the car, I feel the rumbling of the engine in my bones. It gives me a rush of adrenaline. And when he throws the thing in drive and speeds down the driveway, the acceleration pinning me back in the seat, I turn and look at him. I decide to continue the conversation, hoping maybe that will help. Is this yours? He shifts gears like a professional race car driver, expertly weaving through traffic. Yes, but I don't drive it much. It's temperamental. I smooth my hand over the soft leather. Like someone else I know. He shoots me a cheeky grin, but I can still sense something is wrong. I just can't pinpoint what. There isn't really a reason to drive. Not when I can use the rideshare app or walk. I prefer the latter because walking gives me time to think and helps to clear my head. I nod and look down at my hands, which I've placed in my lap. Something feels off, and I don't like it. This uneasiness seems to blanket the air. Back at the house, everything was fine, but now it's not. I want him to tell me if something is wrong, to feel comfortable coming to me. I want us to be a team. Is everything okay? I look up from my hands and over at him. He glances away from the road, his gaze meeting mine for half a second. Of course everything is okay. Why wouldn't it be? Well, for starters, you're strangling the steering wheel like it owes you money. He lets out a huff and loosens his grip, choosing to drive with one hand instead. With his other, he reaches for me, interlacing our fingers. Whatever worries I had moments ago evaporate into thin air when he touches me. I'm just anxious, and I don't want to fuck this up. That's all. I don't think that's what it is, but I let him believe I do. The car swerves into the parking lot of some swanky restaurant. It looks like one of those steakhouses, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it's a Texas Roadhouse meets a country club. Drew pulls up, stopping at the entrance. The valet attendant greets us and opens my door, offering me a hand. I'm just about to place my hand in his when Drew comes out of nowhere, glaring daggers at the guy. Don't touch her. He practically growls and tosses the keys at him. The kid, who looks to be about 16 or so, clams up. Sorry, I frown, and let Drew help me out of the car. Once I'm standing, I tug him toward the entrance to make sure he doesn't start anything. Inside, we're greeted by a hostess. The lights are low and the sound of piano music filters in through the speakers. It's beautiful and fancy as fuck. For once, I feel appropriately dressed, if not a little self-conscious, as I feel people's eyes raking across my bare skin. My arms, shoulders, and legs are all exposed, and the dress hugs every inch of my skin tightly. Drew doesn't appear to notice their gawking stares and skims his hand down my spine as he speaks with the hostess. Right this way, Mr. and Mrs. Marshall. The woman smiles, and I open my mouth to tell her we're not married, but then think better of it. I'm sure it was an accident. The woman guides us to the left of the restaurant into an area that looks like it's been roped off for private parties or high-end guests. Drew's hand on my lower back grounds me,
and once we're in the room, the hostess disappears. The strange feeling is still there, but I ignore it and give him a smile, allowing him to pull the chair out for me. I scoot into the table, my gaze sweeping the room. It's beautiful, with the lights dimmed, candles lit, and a bouquet of roses on the table. I look away from the decor and right at Drew. Where I expect to see a smile, I find a face that is closer to that of a man who wants to throw up. What is wrong with him? He takes the chair opposite of me, and I keep my smile in place even as I slump at the fact he didn't take the seat right next to me. It's not a huge table, but it feels big enough that he seems far away. I try to ignore the bad feeling festering in my gut and put my attention elsewhere. This entire place is beautiful and amazing. I'm happy that you brought me here. But what made you choose this place? He sucks in a sharp breath and snaps his napkin out to place it across his lap.
Fuck, Maybelle. Am I going to have to explain every decision I make to you from now on?
I blink slowly and swallow around the lump of emotion in my throat. What? He shakes his head, and I watch the muscles along his jaw jump as he grits his teeth.
Just, let's have a good night,
he says, his voice a little softer. I'm bewildered by the change in his attitude, but don't get the chance to comment on it because the server comes in right then. She brings a pitcher of water with her and fills our cups, then follows with red wine. I breathe through my nose and remind myself that while I'm not taking any more of Drew's shit, I also want us to be a team. We can't do that if my first thought is to always fire back and be on the offensive. Have a good night? I question. This was your idea, and now you're sitting across from me, acting as if you're pissed that you brought me here in the first place. What the hell is happening here? Even when he's been mean, cruel, he's never like this. Not to me, at least. It's a red flag. Something is off, wrong. Are you okay? I ask. As he watches me from across the table, I can feel his eyes sweeping a fiery path over my skin. I see something that resembles panic shining in his eyes. What's going on? What is he not telling me? The desire to flee to that safe place in my mind is difficult to fight against, but I do it. I push out of my chair and stand beside the table. Drew, I need you to talk to me. I know something is wrong. The door behind us opens and I twist in my seat. My entire body becomes one frozen block when I realize who walked in. It's not the server that comes through the door, but Drew's father. He saunters into the room in his $20,000 suit, his hair slicked back, his eyes hard and unwavering.
Well, isn't this cozy? You two are finally taking the time to get to know each other the proper way.
The proper way? He's kidding, right? It all makes sense now. The puzzle pieces glide into place, and while I'm angry at his father's sudden appearance, I'm not really surprised. Putting my trust in Drew, I choose to believe that this isn't a setup, and he didn't go through with this willingly. After our heart-to-heart the other night, I have no doubts that this is all his father's doing. I'm tempted to retreat into myself and scurry around the table and hide behind Drew, especially when his father's beady eyes sweep the length of my body, stopping at my cleavage and the short hem of my dress. But I don't. I won't give this fucker the satisfaction of scaring me into submission.
My, oh my, doesn't your little Wildflower clean up well? She almost looks decent. It's crazy how a little makeup, money, and dress can change a girl's entire appearance.
Hot, liquid rage makes me clench my hands into tight fists. You're a pig.
I can't stand to be in the same room with this monster, not with all the knowledge I know about it. Let me know when the trash takes itself out. I'll be at the bar until then. I move to push past him, but he cuts me off. His hand clamps tight around my bicep, circling it completely. Please, you don't have to leave, at least not on my account. I only wanted to make sure my son's date is well taken care of. I cringe, my skin crawling from his touch. He's looking at me like I'm a side of beef at the butcher, and he might want a cut. There's a noise, and I realize Drew's practically vibrating as he surges to his feet, his knees having knocked into the table in his haste to get to me. The heavy, erratic beat of my heart slows once Drew reaches my side. Let her go. His father releases me and lifts his hands into the air as if to say he means no harm. Don't get your panties in a twist. I was just ensuring your date doesn't abandon you before the first course, son. The server returns with bread and sets it in the middle of the table. Drew's dad snatches the woman around the waist, one arm anchoring her to him, the other circling her throat, his touch possessive. Oh, two lovely women in one room. If only my son could handle the bounty. I grimace and then snap at him. Leave her alone. She's just doing her damn job. His eyes flash to mine and then narrow. I can tell he wants to say something, but he doesn't. Instead, he shoves the girl away, discarding her like trash. She skitters out of the room, her chin ducked low, but I don't miss the shades of red painting her cheeks. We are all standing, eyeing each other. Drew's body is strung tight with tension. His father eyes us both, and it's hard to tell what his next move will be. It's like waiting for a bomb to go off. After a minute, Drew's dad lets out a boisterous laugh. It echoes through my head, and when he lifts his hands, taking a step back, I flinch. Drew notices and grits his teeth, anger pulsing through him. He wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me tight to his side. I think it's time for you to leave, Drew orders. After a moment, he senses that neither of us are going to give in to his fucked-up game. Okay, well, I'll leave you two kids to enjoy the rest of your evening. I just wanted to make sure things were going well. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask him why he cares, but inviting conversation with him is like walking a tightrope. A tightrope with piranhas circling a lake below, and I'm not about to step out on that line. Almost like he wasn't here to begin with, he disappears from the room. The second the door shuts behind him, I release all the air from my lungs. I break out of Drew's hold and walk back to the table. I slump against it, bracing both my hands on it to steady myself. I turn to face Drew. I'm trying really hard not to react, but I really, really want to react. So please tell me, was this a setup? Did you willingly agree to play your father's game, or... When he opens his mouth to speak, all I can do is shake my head. Drew, I'm trying, okay? I'm meeting you halfway, but I'm struggling, because as long as your father has control over you, there will be no us. There can never be an us. How can there ever be? He'll always be there, pulling the strings. Drew reaches for me, his arm wrapping around my waist like a band of steel, refusing to let me escape. As long as there's breath in my body and yours, there will always be an us. No, there won't. Your father will use me against you for the rest of our lives. I won't be a willing or unwilling pawn to him. You don't have to be. Just, I can't lose you. I tense and force myself to breathe. Then talk. Tell me what happened. He slumps forward,
his body loosening behind mine as if in defeat, and I hate it so much. I almost turn around to face him, but talk myself out of it. He doesn't need or want my empathy.
It's not something we can talk about here. Can I take you on a real date? Please? Somewhere that is us, and where there's none of this bullshit. If you want to go home afterward, then I'll take you without any argument.
I roll my eyes, as if Drew wouldn't argue. I don't believe that for a second, but I'm inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt after his conversation with me the other day. I let out a sigh. Fine. But I want you to give that server an absolutely obscene tip before we go. She deserves it after dealing with your father. He chuckles, his breath against my neck.
I'm fine with that. Let's get out of here, Flower.
Chapter 29. Drew. She's right. I know she is. And that's why I have to ensure he dies. It feels wrong to think about my father's death, much less talk about and come up with a plan to kill the fucker, and not feel a lick of remorse. But I can't bring myself to feel anything but hatred for the man. I've considered all the options, from blackmail to leaving the family behind to simply disappearing. None of them will ever allow me to be free of him. None of them will protect my mother. There are no other options. I don't try to think about what kind of person that makes me. I'm fucked up in so many ways. I know this. Nothing I do will change that. Guilt is an emotion I'm still learning to wrap my head around. Many days when I think of Belle and all that I've put her through, the guilt becomes overwhelming. I don't deserve her, not at all. But now that she's inside me, wrapped around my brain, pumping in my veins, there's no letting her go. I'm a piece of shit for bringing her here and playing into my father's game once more. I have to remind myself that it won't be long until he's no longer here to ruin our lives. It's one small step in the direction we need to go, a necessary evil. It's also something I need to explain to Belle. I was hoping to shield her from the gory details, but there's no way around it now. I can't possibly gain her trust while keeping her locked in the dark. I can't risk losing her, which means I'll need to tell her everything, from my plan to kill my father down to the fact that my parents aren't even my real ones. If I can make her understand and hold on to her a little longer, then I can fix this. I just need to make her understand and see it. I keep my hand on her lower back as I escort us outside, waiting for the minute she shoves my hand away. Her body is tense, her shoulders set back, chin up, as if she's daring anyone to tell her she shouldn't be here or be with me. Her strength and fury is sexy as fuck, but even I struggle to find a reason to have such a class-act woman at my side. I scan the exit as we wait for the valet, in case my father decides to come back and ruin things further. Are you still hungry? She skims her hand across her belly and shrugs. Yeah, nothing in there looked very tasty anyway. It looked like the kind of place that serves 12 courses of foam or something. A chuckle slips out of me, and I tug her against my side. Yeah, it was that kind of place. But the wine is pretty great. You can get wine at the drive-thru near campus, and I hear it comes in a convenient box with a spout, like an adult Capri Sun, but with vodka in it. I smile at her and shake my head. Are you teasing me, Miss Jacobs? That seems unwise. Her eyes flash with lust and trail upward to meet mine. I swallow hard and consider pinning her to the nearest wall to have my way with her. I'm consumed by her, and there isn't a goddamn thing or person that will stand in the way of us having our happily ever after. Maybe, or maybe I just enjoy your form of punishment. Her declaration loosens something in my chest, allowing me to breathe again. I was certain my father had ruined the entire evening for us, but that little sentence makes me think otherwise. The valet brings the car around, and I open her door before the man can get there, glaring as I snatch the keys out of his hand before he gets any ideas. Mine. He's lucky I didn't remove his eyeballs from his body for looking at her. Once I'm in the driver's seat, I pull away with a growl of the engine. At the exit of the parking lot, I scan the street ahead and spot the place I'm hunting, a smile tugging at my lips. It's a couple of blocks away, but we speed down the road like a bullet. I watch Belle out of the corner of my eye, her cheeks pink, her eyes bright and shimmering in the shadows of darkness. I swing into the fast food burger joint ahead and notice that a little bit of the light in her eyes dims. She tips her head back and blinks furiously, like she's trying to stop herself from crying. Fuck, what did I do now? What's wrong? I ask as I steer into the drive-thru line. Nothing. Nothing is wrong. It's just, this was my mom's favorite place. We'd come here any time we could afford it, so it just holds a lot of memories for me. That's all. She dabs at the edge of her eyes before looking at me with a half-smile. I'm undecided about whether we should get food here or not. I don't want to ruin the date further. As if she can see me wavering in my decision, her smile widens. Stop overthinking it, Drew. This place is perfect. Really. Much better than overpriced wine and meat-flavored foam. If you're okay with it, then yes, but I don't want to ruin the night further. You didn't ruin the night to begin with. Your father is the one who tried to. But I refuse to let him get that satisfaction. That's my girl. I order for both of us, getting a few burgers, a couple of orders of fries, with some mayo for her since I know she likes to mix it with her ketchup for dipping. She leans over the center console and whispers, "Milkshake," in my ear when we pull up to the window to pay. With a shake of my head, I turn to the window and lay on the charm to get a couple of milkshakes added to the order as well. Belle is beaming with joy and takes the bags of food and milkshakes happily when we get to the second window. With the goods in hand, I drive to a nearby park overlooking a small river. It's perfect. I put the car in park and kill the engine, wishing I had brought her on my bike instead. Sighing, I turn in my seat and find her digging in the bags. She pulls out the mayo and ketchup packets and a thing of fries. I'm going to get this all over my nice dress. She frowns, but then shrugs, shoving a fry between her pretty pink lips. It'll be worth it. I scan the sexy curve of her waist and down over her hip, and when she offers me a paper-wrapped burger, I shake my head. No, you eat. I want to explain everything first. She nods and takes a huge bite of her burger. A moan of pleasure escapes her, and I swear the sound goes straight to my cock. I'm going to need you to stop moaning like that if you want me to get any explaining done, because all I can think about right now is replacing that burger with my cock. She lets out a snort and continues chewing while rolling her eyes. This feels so much more like us. She's relaxed and happy. That's all I could ever ask for, as long as I'm by her side for it. My father's pissed off because Sebastian removed his funding from the firm the other night. He did? She asks through a full mouth, and I can't help but grin at her. He did, yes. Since then, my father has got it in his head that he wants us to get married so he can get back into Sebastian's good graces and hopefully gain access to the extensive Arturo fortune if something were to happen to one or both of us. It's a fucked up plan, but I'd expect nothing else from him. I watch her face as what I'm saying sinks in. She swallows hard and wipes her mouth with a napkin. You mean he's trying to pimp you out again, but this time to me instead? I shrug. Yeah. Her brow tugs together, and she looks like she's trying to solve a puzzle. I wasn't supposed to find out, I'm sure, since you didn't mention it to me. But is this why you want to kill him? Why you asked Sebastian for help? Fuck. I had hoped she didn't hear that conversation before she entered the kitchen, but I guess she did. It doesn't matter, because I knew after what happened tonight I'd have to tell her the entire plan. There was no getting out of it. Yes, I wanted to protect her, but I need her to know that I was serious. With a long exhale, I slump against the seat. I wasn't trying to keep it from you, but I also didn't want to drag you into it. It's the kind of situation that if the wrong people find out, I could end up in prison. I don't want you to be an accomplice to a murder, and on the off chance my father didn't die, he'd do anything to destroy us. I don't like it. I know you want him to die, and I'll be the first to tell you he deserves whatever is coming to him, but the idea of you killing your own father, there's no coming back from that. I'm worried you might fall off the deep end. I reach for her and swipe some of the ketchup that sits in the corner of her lip with my thumb. I'm more concerned about the effect my father's living will have on you. He won't stop until he gets what he wants, which means I'll either be forced to follow his orders or risk retaliation. I won't put you or my mother at risk anymore. I'm tired of fighting him, tired of being his punching bag. He deserves to die. He's a ticking time bomb, and I don't know when he's going to go off. All I know is that I have the power and resources to end this, and I will. There is no other option. She scans my face, the food forgotten for now. There has to be another way. Blackmail or... I cut her off, trying to rein my anger in. There isn't. Nothing will stop him. He's on a power trip, and no one is safe from him. Not me or my mother. He's threatened to kill me so many times. What happens when it's no longer a threat? He wants to drag you into the mess too, and I can't let him do that. I refuse. I've lost so much because of him. I won't risk losing you again. I watch her eyes and the way she swallows thickly. I know she wants to fight me on this, but she doesn't understand. There's nothing he won't use against me. Okay, and Sebastian? How does he fit into all of this? He's got access to resources I need, and while he won't be the one pulling the trigger, he's helping me come up with a plan that solidifies everything. He wants him dead as much as I do, and I know he'll do anything to ensure your safety. She shoves her food into the bag and drops it at her feet, then leans down to unstrap the sky-high heels she's wearing. When she's done, she shimmies her dress to sit crisscrossed on the seat, her knees pressed between the console and the door. It looks uncomfortable as fuck, but she seems to need to shift in order to think. I don't want to know anything, I think. It's one thing to know you are planning or might do it, but another to hear all the details. My biggest concern in all of this is the impact it will have on you and Sebastian. If something happens to either of you. Emotion clogs her throat, but she continues. I don't think I could handle losing both of you. Shh. You aren't losing either of us, I soothe, reaching for her. She shakes her head and clenches her tiny fists, slamming them down on her thighs. You don't know that. There's always the risk of the unknown. What if someone finds out? What if you don't succeed in killing him? I'm so angry right now. Angry for you, for us. It feels like we'll never be free of him. Which is why I have to do this, Flower. It's why I have to take the risk, because if I don't, then the outcome is the same. You were right when you said there is no us as long as my father is a part of my life. I didn't think you'd take that as an opening to have him murdered, she squeaks, and I can see tears shining in her eyes when she turns to face me. If it makes you feel better, he's not even my real father. What? Her mouth pops open. What do you mean he's not even your real father? It's a long story, but I found out when I had them run some blood tests on me after my mom was admitted to the hospital. I was hoping that if she needed a transplant that I would be a match, but what I found out instead was that neither of them were my parents. I didn't think Belle's face could fall any further, but it does, and I hate the way she's looking at me with pity and sadness. Is it sad? Of course, but it's life. And I'm grateful to discover he's not my father. It explains his hate for me all these years. There's no way in hell he doesn't know. Wait, so your mom and dad aren't your parents? I shake my head. Nope, they aren't my parents. And before you ask, I don't know who my parents are. My plan was to ask my mother at some point in time, but she's been in a coma since she came home, and the piece of shit refuses to let me see her. Have you talked to him about it? She whispers the question, almost as if she knows the impact it will have on me. I haven't. I'm afraid he'll use it against me, that he'll find a way to hurt me, or Mom worse if he finds out that I know. The only way for me to find out would be for me to have blood tests run, and if he thinks I know more than I should about her condition or what he's doing to her, then it could ruin everything. He'll never spend time in jail for what he's done, but before he takes his last breath, I'll make certain he knows that I knew everything. I'm sorry, Belle says, crawling over the center console and into my lap. I don't even attempt to stop her. I could use the distraction because there's a lot of darkness in my head right now. I'm sorry for all you've lost and all you've gone through. I know it doesn't change anything, that my apologizing doesn't fix it, but I want you to know that I see you and hear you. You aren't alone. Belle has a way of calming the storm before it becomes uncontrollable. She doesn't run from my storm clouds, but instead dances in the rain. She takes the bad and turns it into something magical, and I envy the person she is. I don't deserve you, Belle, but I'm never letting you go. Never. I whisper against her lips while cradling her head between my hands. So fragile, so fucking perfect. She licks her lips and her eyes flash to mine, a little wide, a little hot. I want you. You have me, always. I run my thumb along her bottom lip. No, I want you. She licks the tip of my thumb, making my nostrils flare and my cock grow harder. I look up and find her cheeks a crimson color. Is she embarrassed? I hope not. I'll give her whatever she wants, but only if she begs prettily for me. Do you? I lick my own lips. How bad? Really bad, she answers, her voice husky. And do you trust me, Belle? Trust me to fuck you however I want? To do whatever I want to your body because it belongs to me, as does your pleasure? She's looking at me now with wide, soft eyes, and I can't help but stare back, waiting for her answer. It almost burns that it takes her so long to answer, but I guess I deserve that. Finally, she nods the best she can while in my grasp. I trust you. Her words slice through me, leaving behind little cuts of satisfaction, each one a tiny release. Good, because only I can make you feel this way. I quickly hit the button to slide the driver's seat back as far as it will go. I release my hold on her face and trail my hands down her body until I reach the hem of her dress, which I shimmy up higher so I can feel the heat of her pussy on my slacks. I'll be inside her very soon, but that doesn't mean I want to go without feeling her against me. I glide my hands up her hips, over her trim waist, and higher, until I reach her slender throat. Like a cobra, I strike, wrapping one hand around the delicate column, noticing the way her pulse spikes and her breathing increases. She loves it when I play the predator, when I unleash all her wicked fantasies. Do you think you could fight me off? Do you think you could escape me? I whisper against her ear, nipping at it. She tenses, her entire body trembling with pleasure. I pull back and look into her eyes. Her pupils are dilated, and she wants this so bad I can feel her leaking on my slacks. I apply the barest hint of pressure, and her eyes pop open, her pupils blown wide. True, she whispers. You'll never be free of me, Flower. Never be free of the darkness. I'll always find a way to possess you, and if I can't, I'll hunt you down and fuck you until you beg me to take mercy on you. You're mine. All fucking mine. I growl the words against her throat, and then suck on the tender flesh hard enough to leave marks. I want to mark her flesh, brand her so everyone knows she's mine, and I want her to brand me in return, so everyone knows I'm hers. Yours, she moans, grinding against me, seeking out relief to the pleasure building in her core. Do you trust me? I repeat again. With a gulp I feel against my palm, she nods. Good. If you need me to stop, tap my thigh with your hand. Do you understand? She nods as much as she's able. Then I squeeze tighter, until her shoulders drop and she leans even further forward, her entire body pressing against me. I arch my hips up into hers because I just can't help it. A little more, Flower. I tighten my grip on her delicate neck, all at once realizing I could snap it so easily. But she is giving this to me, after everything I've done. She trusts me enough to make this good for her, to put her life in my hands. She's forcing breaths heavily in and out of her nose now, at almost a pant. I can't hold out much longer. Sliding my free hand down, I nearly moan at the heat of her pussy, before flicking the scrap of lace against her cunt aside. She's dripping, and I sink 2 fingers deep into her cunt without warning. Fuck, Belle. Your pussy was made for me. You clench so tight around my fingers, and do you hear that? I fuck her with the digits, letting the wet, indecent sounds fill the vehicle. You like this, don't you? Being at my mercy, letting me choke you while I fuck your pussy. A moan slips free from her lips, those full, lush lips I dream about, and with my hand wrapped around her throat, I kiss her. Gently, at first, small sips of a kiss, until she opens her mouth to me, and I slide my tongue along hers, tasting ketchup, salt, and the sweetness that is just my wallflower, my Belle. I tighten my hand the tiniest bit, and she wiggles in my lap, sliding forward like she might glide along my cock if she had access, and I fucking want her to have everything she wants. I tug the 2 fingers out of her slick heat and bring them to my mouth. I suck the glistening arousal off my fingers, and then grapple with my belt, jerking my slacks open. I tug the belt off and release her throat. She lets out a whimper of displeasure, and all I can do is smile. With my other hand, I take both her wrists and hold them together. This angle causes her to thrust her tits into my face, and I inhale the scent of her, my chin in her cleavage, as I take the belt and wrap it around her wrists, securing her hands behind her back. Then I reach up to cup them gently before sliding my right hand higher and my left hand lower to release my zipper and pull myself free. She licks her lips and stares at me with hooded eyes. So fucking beautiful. You want my cock, Flower? She nods once, and I squeeze her neck a little and skim the head of myself along her wet slit, teasing us both. If you want it, you have to tell me you want it. Beg me, Belle. Be a good girl and fucking beg me to choke you. Beg me to fuck you. Beg me to make you come. She's panting now, all but writhing against me, and I loosen my grasp enough so that she can get the words out. Please, Drew, please, fuck me. And I prompt, not even hiding the deep edge to my tone, the need coursing through me. Fuck me, choke me, do whatever you want to me. You can have it all. I lean in and nip at her jaw. Her eyes are squeezed shut, and I tip her face down and press my forehead into hers. Open your eyes and say it again. Her beautiful green eyes flutter open, and when she speaks, I nearly come then. Fuck me, Drew. Please, please, fuck me. I smile and skate my mouth across hers. Such a good fucking girl. It's only bad for me. I've teased us both enough. I take my cock into my hand, bringing it to her entrance, and I thrust deep. At the same time, I press my lips to hers, kissing her hard, taking her mouth with the same brutality as I take her pussy. She moans into my mouth, and I swallow it all while her body tightens around mine like a vice. Fuck, she feels so good. I'm not going to last long, and I need to make this so good for her. Look at how beautifully you bloom for me, my little wallflower, I murmur, and arch my hips enough to drive deep. I keep a tight grip on her neck and slowly constrict her air supply, watching as panic bleeds into her eyes. I grit my teeth and pound into her from below until that panic fades. She starts panting, and her nails dig into my knees from behind her back. She's so close I can already feel her pussy tightening. I clamp my other hand across her mouth and nose. Trust me here, Belle. When I tell you to breathe, I want you to take big, full breaths. Got it? She nods softly, and I shift my hips higher, harder, and deeper until I feel her right on the edge. Her eyes roll back, and I feel the spasm of her orgasm starting. I give one last tight squeeze to her airway, then release her completely. Now! She sucks a ragged breath into her lungs, like she's been dying for it, and her pussy milks me as she comes. Small screams slip out between her gasping breaths. It's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Use me, flower. Fuck me. Take from me. I'm at your mercy, forever and always. I brush the blonde strands from her face so I can see her eyes. Then I drop my hands down to my sides, and she rides me like a bull, her body writhing against mine. When the last flutters of her orgasm come to an end, I grip her by the hips with bruising force and slam deep, fucking her hard, embedding myself inside her, just like she's embedded herself under my skin. Drew! Oh, shit! She mewls, and I don't take mercy on her. If anything, I fuck her harder, holding her to my chest, bending her, forcing her to take more of my cock. I'm going to come. I'm going to fill your pussy with my cum. Yes! Yes! Belle cries against my throat, and then out of nowhere she bites me. Her teeth sink deep into my shoulder, and I lose my fucking mind. I slam into her over and over again, following the searing pain in my shoulder and the rising pleasure in my gut. In seconds, I'm exploding, coming so hard I see stars behind my eyes as I empty myself deep inside her. I float back down to reality slowly, and when I open my eyes, I see her. She's watching me, and there's a softness, a serenity in her gaze as she scans my face. I cup her by the cheeks, kiss her lips gently, and whisper the words I've been unable to because I wasn't ready or aware of what it really meant to love someone. I love you, Flower. Her eyes go wide, and her mouth pops open. You don't have to say it back. I don't need you to, not until you're ready. I just want you to know that I love you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I didn't know what it felt like to love someone until I lost you, and I had to endure the concept that you might never give me a second chance. She struggles to find the words, and I can see her beautiful mind trying to wrap itself around my confession, but I don't need her to say the words to me. I don't need to know that she loves me, because her actions prove it to me. Shh. You don't have to say anything, I repeat, and undo the belt that's wrapped around her wrists. Then I gently massage them until the blood returns to her limbs. I don't dare look at her face, because I'm afraid that what I'll see there will hurt far more than the thought of never getting a chance to fix things with her. After holding her for a bit, I ease her back into the seat and grab some wipes from behind the seat. I clean her up gently, as best I can. I check the time on the dash, realizing I need to get her home soon. Buckle up. I need to get you home before you turn into a pumpkin. She laughs softly and settles back into the seat. The drive back to the mansion is quiet, too quiet, and I wonder if I made a mistake telling her. When I pull up to the house, her fingers hover on the door handle, and I swear my heart is about to beat out of my chest. She turns to look at me, a tiny little smile tugging at her lips. I don't need to wait to tell you that I love you, Drew. I loved you even when I knew I shouldn't. I loved you when you weren't deserving of my love, and I love you now. She slips from the car and closes the door behind her, leaving me with that parting admission. I squeeze the steering wheel with both hands, stopping myself from following her inside the house. Fuck. She loves me. She loves me. She loves me, even when I don't deserve her love. And that's why my father must pay. That's why I have to do this. To protect her and my mom. It'll kill me to bring her deeper into this, but she's strong. Stronger than Sebastian or anyone gives her credit for, and if she trusts me like I know she does, she'll see right through the bullshit. Don't worry, Flower. I'll protect you. I'll end this for good and give you the happily ever after we both deserve. I tug my phone out of my pocket and scroll to my father's contact. My fingers tremble as I type out the words. The element of surprise is what's going to make this go as smoothly as we need it to. Me. Tomorrow at sunset, I'll bring her to the house. Have everything ready. I don't expect to receive a text back right away, but 3 little dots appear on the screen, and then I find myself squeezing the device hard enough to hurt my fingers as I read his response. Dad. Good. Come by the house. I want to discuss everything for tomorrow. Me. 'Kay. On my way. As badly as I don't want to go, I don't have any other option. I need to make this look good, like I'm on his side. If I make him think I'm in agreement, then his guard will be down, and he'll never see the attack coming. My skin is clammy when I arrive at the house, and I wipe my hands on my dress pants. I hate what I'm about to do, but I remind myself that this is the last time I'll ever have to play his warped games. This is the last time I ever bow to him. The house is quiet, almost eerily, and when I reach my father's office, I see his guards missing from their usual posts. He's sitting behind his desk, a glass of whiskey in his hand instead of the entire bottle like the time before. I shudder at the memory. I hate being here in his presence. I'm glad you finally decided to see things my way. Well, I realized tonight at dinner that no matter what I do, I'll never get her to agree to marry me. Knowing that, I knew there was no reason to wait. The smile that twists his lips is depraved. I can't wait to see the look on Sebastian's face when he realizes his whore of a sister married you. Once we get rid of both of them and inherit the family assets, you'll be free to find any woman you want. I force myself not to react to his horrible words, the way he talks about disposing of them as if they aren't real, living, fucking people. What's the plan? I grit out. His eyes narrow, and it looks like he's trying to look through me, to find any holes in my exterior so he can rip me open. Easing out of his chair, he walks around his desk, stopping a few feet in front of me. I thought you would have come up with a plan. It is your wedding day, after all. If I had it my way, I'd drug her, bring her to the house, and have everything finished before she wakes up, so I don't have to deal with her struggling or fighting. Maybe you are more like me than I thought. He smiles and tugs something out of his pocket, extending his hand out to me. Internally cringing, I open my hand and take the small syringe with a needle attached to it. Then I look up at him. What's in it? Midazolam. It's a pre-operative sedative and should make her lucid enough to agree, but not enough to be combative. Is it safe? I cock a brow and question. He shrugs. Depends on how much you give her. Too much and she'll stop breathing on her own. Not enough and we'll have to use other methods to keep her quiet. My stomach churns at the thought of him touching her or being near her. There's no other way, though. Hopefully she'll be knocked out long enough for me to get the job done. Okay, I'll make sure I give her enough. Good. Just don't kill her. Not yet. I need to get her signature on the marriage certificate first, and then we can figure out how we'll get rid of her and her brother. No worries. I swallow around the anxiety clawing up my throat. pushing it down as far as I can. Even the briefest hint of weakness and he'll jump on it. I'm glad you decided to see things my way. It's a shame it took this long. I thought Sebastian was my friend, and I thought I loved Belle. Turns out it wasn't love. It wasn't anything. It needs to be taken care of. Love is a fickle thing. It's much easier to fuck and leave them instead. I'll make her regret ever crossing paths with me. I grit my teeth, ensuring he can see the venom behind my words. By the time we're done with them, regret will be the only thing they can focus on. I promise you that. Now get out. I'll have it all in order for you tomorrow. You can thank me later. He motions at the door, the whiskey in his glass sloshing up the side. I don't wait for him to tell me again. I'm out of his office in a flash. It will take every last ounce of courage to get this done, but once finished, it will be worth it. Belle will be safe. My mother will be safe. Everything will be as it was always supposed to be.
Chapter 30. Belle. The following morning I roll over in bed, wondering if the events from the night before really happened or if they were a dream. It was the most fun I'd had in a long time, and our date showed me that I had already forgiven Drew for what happened. I was simply afraid, and using that fear as a crutch. Now my biggest concern isn't that fear alone. It is a fear of a different type. A fear for Drew and Sebastian and what might happen to one or both of them if they decide to go through with this plan. I know I said I didn't want to know anything, and I still really don't want to know. But standing by and letting them go through with it without trying to give them other ideas or stop them seems stupid. Yesterday, Drew seemed more determined than ever that he was going to go through with it. And while I hesitate to try to have another conversation with him, I won't shy away from it. This is our future together, and his actions will directly impact both of us. I love him, and I don't want to see him or my brother go to prison, even if his piece of shit father deserves nothing short of death. I hold my cell phone in my hands, contemplating who I'll go and question first, Sebastian or Drew. Fate steps in at that moment, and my cell chimes with an incoming text from Drew. Psycho. Come to the mill at 5. It's not a question, but a demand. I'm tempted to reply with a smart-ass remark, but choose against it. The time on my phone says 3, and while I know his message says 5, I've already spent the entire day letting my thoughts on the conversation run rampant. If I show up earlier than expected, who cares? There's a frenzy of fear in my gut. I hate the thought of losing either of them over some stupid-ass shit. Not now. Not when things have been better. Drew's dad would find a way to fuck everything up. The longer I've thought through it, the more I'm pulled in 2 directions. Part of me wants to tell Drew that I'll do anything I can to help him get rid of his father. But the other part of me, the part with the moral compass, feels disgusted at the thought. Death is something the horrible man deserves more than anyone I know, but do I really have it in me to be an accomplice to murder? It's hard to think about because the thought reminds me of my mother, and how fresh that loss still is. I miss her every single day, and I'd do anything to get her back. And here is Drew preparing to kill his father, just so he can be free. It hurts my heart the longer I think about it. So instead of doing that, I make the executive decision to go see him early. I ease away from my desk and the stacks of books and stand to stretch. Sebastian is probably in his office right now, so if I sneak out the front door, I'll have like a 15-minute head start until the text barrage of "Where are you?" commences. Instead of bothering the driver, who will most likely tattle to Sebastian, not that I have to answer to him really, I order a ride through the app. It's only a short drive to the mill, and I huddle into my black peacoat as the car inches up the driveway. When the car pulls away, I'm left standing there, facing the front door of the mansion. I'm not sure what to do with myself. Do I knock? I almost laugh. Usually the door is half open, people or a party spilling out. I guess I'll just go inside. With a shrug, I push it open and step inside, letting the warmth of the house lead me. The juxtaposition is almost painful between the deadly chill outside and the blasting heat indoors. It would be a wonderful day to be cuddled on the couch with hot cocoa and a book. I vaguely wonder if I could get Drew to read one of the romance books I'm reading. I save the thought for another time and walk a little farther inside. The house is mostly silent, and I don't like it. It's odd, and makes me think there's something bad about to happen. I tell myself it's nothing but nerves. I tiptoe toward the staircase, but freeze. My heart thudding into my throat when I spot Lee standing in the kitchen, his dark gaze on me. The normal boyish grin and charm he exudes are replaced with something far more menacing now, and the energy that rolls off him makes me shiver. My gaze roams his shirtless chest, not because I'm checking him out, but because of what I see there. Even in the dim lighting, you can't miss the numerous scars that dot his chest, sides, and arms. Are they from fights? Is someone hurting him? Is he hurting himself? The questions stack up, and all I can do is frown at him, afraid that if I open my mouth, I'll end up regretting it. Wipe that look off your face. I don't want or need your pity. I steel my spine. I was just going to ask if you've seen Drew. Sure you were. He rolls his eyes. He's upstairs. Or maybe he's not, I don't know. I take that as my cue to leave and turn on my heels, giving Lee one last look as he holds the bottle of rum to his ripped abs. It's half gone already, and I know someone needs to help him. I can see the pain in his eyes, but everyone else is so absorbed in their own issues that no one seems to notice their friend drowning in his sorrows. I jog up the stairs, heading straight to Drew's bedroom. The door is cracked, so I take it upon myself to walk inside. The first thing I notice is the smell of burning wood, and I spot the small fire that's going in the grate. I look from the fireplace and to his bed, noticing that the covers are twisted and mussed, and his dirty clothes are tossed across one well-worn armchair. There's no sign of Drew, though. I pat across the bedroom and peek in the bathroom, but it's empty too. Well, shit. I tug out my phone, clamber up onto his huge-ass bed, and settle into the pillows that smell like him. Then I shoot him a text. I wait and nearly startle, tumbling out of bed when his phone dings loudly on the bedside table. Jesus. I have to relax a little. Getting my heartbeat back under control, I figure it's unlikely he went far without his phone, so it shouldn't be long till he gets back. I slip off my shoes and snuggle under the covers, reveling in his warmth and scent of teakwood and mint. If life was perfect, this is what it would be. Him, me, us, spending time together, and not worrying about all the other bullshit. I know I shouldn't have to be concerned that my boyfriend is about to kill his father. That shit isn't normal. None of this is normal. So how do I fix it? If I told him not to do it, would he even listen? Doubtful. Drew is the single most hard-headed person I know. Telling him not to do something is the ammunition needed for him to do it, just to spite you. What if things go wrong? What if he fails? Or worse, what if he doesn't? Who will he be if he succeeds? Will killing his father push him closer to damnation? Or is it the saving grace he needs to climb out of the dark?
These thoughts swimming in my head are the reason I barely slept last night. I inhale long and hard, using his scent to chase away some of my doubts and fears. It's not easy with our history, but after yesterday, after he's been so transparent about everything, how can I not give him the benefit of the doubt? He's changed. I know it. I see it when he speaks to me and touches me with reverence and respect. He touches me with love, something I don't think he could have fathomed when all of this started months ago. And I know he's noticed the changes in me, too. The way I don't roll over and take every blow, every slight. I'm no longer a wallflower. I'm a fucking wildflower. I'm his wildflower. I roll over on the mussed covers and climb out of the lush bed to wander the room. I'm restless and need to move around to get some of the energy out. Yes, I trust him, but just because I trust him doesn't mean that I'm not worried about him. His father is a monster, and Drew is, admittedly, also a monster. I guess it takes one to kill one, but how much of a monster will this turn him into? I pace by the edge of his bed, back and forth, back and forth. I continue pacing, and as I do, I scan the shelves around the fireplace. Dark, thick wood, lined with battered paperbacks, textbooks, and a few old classics. Somehow the old classics look fresher than the paperbacks. It makes me smile, and I skim the lines of books with my fingers reading the titles, tilting my head as I walk to scan each one of them. Drew knows how much I love books and reading in general, but we've never talked about any of these books. He's never indicated an interest in reading. I continue, my smile growing wider and wider until I reach the end of the shelf. At the very edge of the shelf, my entire body clamps up. My heart hammers in my chest, and my thoughts take a nosedive into the dark. Lying there on top of one of the hardbound books is a syringe, with its clear blue cap over the needle tip. The contents are clear from what I can see. I twist around and peer over my shoulder, half expecting him to jump out of the shadows, but he's still not here, and that only intensifies my worry. I've seen him drink several times, but I've never considered that he might use drugs. I blink, and without thinking, I pick up the syringe to inspect it closer. What would he be taking that's in a syringe form? God, I need to stop thinking about this. It's probably nothing. Maybe a steroid for football, or maybe it's a shot for some type of illness. I hear his footsteps a heartbeat before he enters the room, and as I whirl around, I see the ghost of a smile on his lips. It slips off his face the moment he sees the syringe in my hand. What are you doing? I gulp around the ball of anxiety that's now formed in my throat and gently place the syringe back on the shelf. He stalks toward me, and I take an involuntary step back right as he reaches me. I don't know why I do it. He doesn't appear angry. If anything, he looks sorry, which makes no sense to me. Snatching the syringe off the book, he repeats the question he asked a moment ago. What are you doing? Nothing. I was waiting for you. You seem to enjoy going through my things, so I thought I'd return the favor. I force myself to smile, but he doesn't return it. My gaze shifts back to the syringe, and I can't stop myself from asking. I trust him. I love him. So why am I so afraid to know what this is all about? What's in the syringe? His mouth folds into a thin line. It's something that I didn't want to have to use, but that I no longer have an option not to use. It's neither an answer nor a question. I chuckle and shake my head. Is it some kind of steroid, a football thing? I try to make my tone teasing, but instead it comes out shaky with, what, fear? Belle. He sucks a deep breath into his lungs, then exhales with a slight rumble through his chest. When his arm snakes around my waist and he drags me against his chest, I'm unable to resist.
I hate that I have to do this to you. And I promise I'll be able to explain everything when it's over, but right now, I can't. I know I don't deserve it, but I need your complete trust.
I pull away enough so I can see his face. I told you, I trust you, and I do. I'm just confused and worried. You're speaking in riddles.
You're looking at me a lot like you did that first night in the woods, so I don't really feel like you trust me.
I blink and swallow. I don't know. I trust you, obviously. Why would you have a syringe? And what's in it? Why are you talking like you're going to use it on me? I force myself to look away from the syringe that he's just uncapped. Like, if I don't look at it, then it means he won't do what I'm suspecting he will.
Belle, Wildflower, look at me.
I do, only from habit, the sharp bite of command in his tone.
You either trust me or you don't. Say you trust me.
I do. The words slip from my lips with ease. The sharp jab of a needle hits the side of my neck and I hiss out a breath. What the hell?
Trust me, Belle. That's all you need to do right now, okay?
A slow, tingly warmth moves through my veins, and my knees wobble. What did he inject into my body? There's an undercurrent of sheer panic, but beneath that is the reminder of trust. Peering into my eyes, he tightens his hold on me and moves me to hold my complete weight. There isn't anything malicious in his eyes. In fact, he's looking at me with more yearning than I've ever seen before. Drew, I murmur as a heavy fog clouds my mind. I might trust you, but that doesn't mean I'm not super mad at you right now. He chuckles softly, gently brushing strands of hair from my face, and I feel the heat of his breath against the side of my neck.
Fair enough, Flower. We'll settle up when you're back on your feet. Just remember I love you, and I'm doing this for us.
With those last words and his beautiful green eyes swimming in my mind, my eyes flutter closed, and I slip deep into darkness, losing myself completely.
Chapter 31. Drew. Choosing to bring her into the lion's den wasn't an easy choice, but the only option. I hate that I'll be putting her in the same room as my father all over again, but I remind myself that this will be the last time. It has to be. My stomach roils and bile rises up my throat. I'm sick with grief and anger. I really don't want to fucking do this, but now that I've administered the drug, I need to go through with it. I have no idea how long it will stay in her system. I have to take her to my father's house while she's still knocked out to sell the plan. I need him to be arrogant and secure in the fact that he's won before I rip his head off his body and burn it in the woods behind the mill house. Okay, that's not the actual plan, but it's one of the many endings I've envisioned for him over the years. Now that it's finally time, I'm nervous. Not for myself, since I haven't been able to protect myself properly in years. No, for Belle. If she somehow gets hurt in the crossfire, I'm not sure I can live with myself. She's an intricate part of the plan, a way to put my father at ease, a way to ensure everyone but my father walks out of that room alive. I swallow down my emotions and remind myself one last time that I'm doing this for us. Then I hike her unconscious body up a little higher and carry her down the stairs. I'm near the door when I spot Lee in the kitchen, a bottle of his alcohol of choice halfway to his lips. His gaze darts between me and Belle's face, and I can't miss the concern that appears in his eyes. Should I even ask? No, you shouldn't. The less you know, the better. His eyes narrow as he takes in the scene. Since you assholes have been exceedingly antisocial and don't tell Aries or me anything, how can we help?" "I don't want your help," I bite out, only realizing a few seconds too late how it sounds. But I don't have time to soothe his temper. "Whatever, be that way. But know that if something happens to her, that's on you. This might be our own shithole of lives, but we don't have to drag those we care about into the pits of darkness with us. Look, I'm sorry. I'll explain as soon as I can. I'll be back later. If I'm not, then you need to step up for the mill. You know Sebastian is next in line." I say nothing, because the less he knows, the better. "What are you planning to do, Drew?" I shake my head and walk out the door to the car my father sent over for us. I cradle Belle's sleeping body in my lap, breathing her scent in, wishing I could take this moment and encapsulate it forever. It's short-lived, of course, since we get to the house faster than I'm ready for. Belle shifts in her sleep, and every twitch makes me fear she'll wake too early. At the house, the driver opens the door, and I step out, quickly clasping Belle to my chest so he doesn't get any ideas about taking her. She's far too light as I carry her inside, reminding me of how fragile she is in this whole thing. Even though I don't want to, I take her straight into my father's study as he instructed me. When I enter, he looks up from his desk, the double doors of the office slamming against the walls behind me. His desk sits across the room, his back to a bank of windows. Shelves line the opposite end of the room, crammed with books I'm pretty sure he's never touched. An antique rug stretches the length of the room with a large leather couch, end table, and lamp near it. There's a bar built into a shelf near his desk, and he's cleared something out just beyond the doors. I stop dead and stare at the open space. "What's this?" He waves at the empty space. "I moved some things around so we'll have room for your wedding guests." He's fucking delusional, so I don't even bother asking about the guests comment. His beady eyes scan me from head to toe, and I try to keep any lick of emotion off my face. Any show is something he can use against me, and he's taken enough as it is. "Well, shit, son. I didn't think you had the balls." Of course he didn't. "I told you I was going to do it." "I understand that. I'm just impressed. Not only did you stick to the plan, but you got her here in one piece. Maybe there is potential in you after all." I watch him cautiously as he walks around the desk, straight toward me. There's a crystal glass of whiskey in his hand, the brown liquid near the brim. Great, he's drinking. I try to do my best to hide my response to the way his eyes move over her limp form, almost hungrily. She is rather pretty when she tries. Not that it matters. You won't have to be married to her for very long. He waves at a clothes rack to the side of the room that I hadn't noticed when I walked in. "There are clothes for both of you. Put her on the couch, and I'll take care of dressing her while you put on your tux." I clutch her tighter to my chest and nearly growl in response. "No, this is your party, sure, but I'll be dressing her myself. She's mine, at least until I choose to dispose of her." The usual ember of rage flickers to life in his eyes, and I expect a punch to the face for my defiance, but after a moment, the corner of his mouth lifts and he nods. "Fine. The white lace will look good on her, I think. She's a little too skinny for the velvet." I carry her to the rack and pull the first white lace thing off I see. None of it matters since it's all for show. The next time I see her in a wedding dress, it'll be on the day of our real wedding, and my father won't be in sight. With the dress in hand, I carry her to the far corner of the room near the bookcases. It's still out in the open, and yes, he can see her, but I will do my best to shield her body as much as possible. I quickly learn it's really fucking hard to undress and dress an unconscious person. Every time I move her, I fear she's going to wake up and freak out. I'm not sure what the hell I'll do if she wakes too early. Not that I'd blame her for freaking out. I'm just not sure I'll be able to calm her down enough to keep her in line. The last thing I want is to see the fear in her eyes and worry that this time is when she decides she can no longer trust me. I dress her in a white lace dress with a full gauzy skirt that bells out around her thin waist. I hurry to make sure she's covered, not worried about straightening anything out. It takes half the time to get into my tux as it took to dress her, but I still keep my body firmly between his gaze and her body. I turn to tuck the gun I brought into the small of my back once I slip on my belt and the jacket. Then I face Belle again, if only to hide the shaking of my hands as I quickly button my shirt and tuck it into the pants. This is fucking ridiculous. Why dress us up like dolls if the marriage and wedding mean nothing more than a piece of paper and contract? There has to be more going on, and that thought alone leaves me suspicious. I finish dressing and lift her gently to lay her on the nearby leather couch. At least she'll be more comfortable when she wakes up freaking out. My heart is in my throat, choking me at the thought of her waking, seeing the fear on her face and the mistrust in her eyes. She'll be terrified and hate me all over again, and I don't know if I can handle that. She trusts you. I square my shoulders and sit beside her, then I gently lift her head and place it on my thigh. I look away from Belle's sleeping form to see my father wheeling a hospital bed into the room. My mother's hospital bed. Fuck, I didn't anticipate this. What the fuck is he doing? I'm tempted to go over to her and make sure she's okay, but Belle is still in my lap, and I don't want to risk moving her again. Not yet. What's going on? He doesn't even look at me as he maneuvers my mother's bed near the bar on the far wall by his desk. I'm shocked that he even takes the time to engage the brakes on the bottom once he has her where he wants her. I know your mother isn't 100% with us, but I would assume you don't want her to miss your big day. I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste blood. I'm beyond angry, and even more concerned with her here. If something goes wrong, I'll have 2 people to protect instead of 1. Deep breath. I count back from 10 in my head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I let the anger clouding my thoughts go and remind myself what the endgame in all of this is. Fine, whatever. Out of nowhere, a man I vaguely recognize walks through the door. I'm tense and jumpy. If I don't calm down, I won't be able to pull the trigger when I need to. The man's tall, taller than either my father or me, with a heavy 5 o'clock shadow, and he's wearing a long dress coat over a nice black suit. My father cuts across the room to shake his hand. Richard, thank you for making it on such short notice. I've seen this man before at my father's events, one of his allies, but not really a friend. My father turns to me with a sneer. Richard here is going to be our officiant. He's a lawyer, naturally, and brought the contract, but he'll be doing the vows, too. I flick my gaze to Richard and back, not quite sure of him yet. Is that legal? Richard smiles, and it makes him look younger than I thought. I assure you, Mr. Marshall, the contract is perfectly legal, and I'm a state-certified officiant. I gulp, hoping neither of them see it. None of it matters. We won't actually get that far anyway. Belle stirs on my lap, and her whole body stiffens, telling me she's awake, but pretending she's not. So what's the plan? I ask, knowing she's listening intently. My father stalks over, hands in his slacks pockets, scowling down at me. The plan is for you to marry this brat, gain access to all that Arturo money, and that's really it. I don't bother keeping the doubt off my face. That's it? He chuckles and shrugs. I mean, yes. That's all I'm going to say with a lawyer present, that is. The lawyer in question heard every word. I glance his way. Richard, is it? What's your last name? He smirks. Belago. Well, that explains it. One of the community, so he wouldn't care if my father pulled out his gun and shot me in the head right now. I skim my hand down Belle's forearm. Her skin is colder than usual, and I place my arm over hers to try to warm her up. She shivers, and my dad's eyes drop to Belle's sleeping form. Ah, perfect timing. Our bride is ready to join us. Wonderful. We should get started. Everything in me revolts at this plan. Yes, I agreed to it. All of it seemed like the easiest way to put my father at ease and let him drop his guard. But fuck, if Belle and I marry one day, when we marry one day, she will be fully awake, alert, and present. Not to mention I'll spend every cent I have to give her the wedding she's always dreamed of. Not this rushed, bullshit affair in my father's fucking study. I rub her arm again, and then cup her chin gently. Wake up for me, Flower. We'll get this over with and you can get some rest. My voice is low and gentle, and I don't miss the sneer on my father's face or the muttered, fucking soft, as he heads over to his friend to whisper and confer. It's not a moment alone like I wish I had, but it's all I know he'll give me right now. Her eyes fly wide, and immediately her gaze chases across my features, tears welling. Drew? I don't miss the waver in her voice, or the way her fingers clench on my tuxedo jacket. It's okay. You're safe. Her voice cracks as she whispers, Safe? Belle, look at me. I hold her chin tight in my hand and resist the urge to spread her hair across my lap and soothe her. Do you remember what you said to me in the car the other day? You told me that you trust me. You trust me, right? I keep my voice low, and the fear and pain in her eyes are like an ice pick to my heart. I do. I don't know. What's going on? I gently ease her into a sitting position and wait while she clutches her head in her hands, no doubt dizzy from the drugs. Dropping her hands from her face, she slides her eyes down over her body before meeting my own. She's looking at me with a mixture of confusion and fear, and there isn't a damn thing I can do to ease her worries. Drew, please, tell me what's happening. What are you doing? Why am I in this dress? Here goes nothing. Giving her knee a squeeze, I raise my voice and smirk at her, hoping she sees through it like she always does. It's your lucky day, Maybelle. Today you become a marshal. You get to marry me.
Chapter 32. Belle. My head feels like a fishbowl, and I'm greatly confused, but there is no way that I just heard him say what I think he did. Marry me? I give the room we're in a glance over. I've never been in his room before, but the style reminds me of Drew's family home, and if Drew's father, standing there scowling, is anything to go by, at least I know where I am. I run my hands down to my neck, further stopping when my fingers meet the edge of lace. Lace? Did you undress me? He gives me another smirk that I want to smack off his face. Nothing I haven't seen before. If it makes you feel better, I changed too. We want to look good for a couple of pictures, right? There's something in his tone that I don't understand. Something telling me to play along. Except even if I were playing along, then I wouldn't just sit here and stand by while his psychotic father marries us. I put steel in my tone when I speak again. What the hell is going on, Drew? And give me a straight answer this time. Drew's father, or what the fuck ever his name is, Lucius, something sinister sounding for sure, speaks instead.
Why, my dear, we are welcoming you to our family, as my son says. My gaze catches on the hospital bed across the room. Drew's mom is still unconscious. At least one of us is. I wouldn't put it past this asshole to force me into this thing, even if I were knocked out. I let out a long breath before I push off the couch to stand, and then I glower down at Drew, who's somehow, in the seconds I've been sitting there, had slouched into the couch, looking every bit the villain. Take me home now, and we'll forget this ever happened. I won't even tell Sebastian, so you won't have to worry about him coming in guns blazing. Not that I've seen Sebastian with a gun on him. I spotted a couple in his desk drawer once, but I'd never seen him actually hold one, even when he had murder in his eyes. My statement is more of a means to scare them, which isn't really working.
Drew stands, buttons his black tuxedo jacket, and smooths his hair back away from his face.
Relax. Let me grab the contract. You can read it and know you'll be well taken care of.
He's joking, right? You call this charade well taken care of? I shake my head. After everything, you're really gonna stand here and force me to marry you? His eyes go a little wide as he studies me, and I have no idea if he knows that I'm only trying to sell this. Whatever the fuck this is. In the car the other night, he asked me to trust him, and I realized I already did. I already do. So this situation must be some kind of plan. I just wish he'd trusted me enough to reveal it in the first place instead of drugging me. At the reminder of the drugs, my stomach roils. I force out a long breath and place a hand against my stomach. Yep, going to need a minute. Maybe if I puke on Drew's dad, then he'll let me walk out of here? Something tells me it's not me he wants, but Sebastian's money. When Drew crosses the room to the other man, lurking near the door, he opens a small envelope and passes over a thick, folded stack of paper. I barely spare the paper a glance because, at that moment, I spot the outline of something at Drew's back. The glint of metal is barely noticeable, but I see it. A gun. He's got a gun? My breath stalls, my lungs starving for oxygen. What the hell does he want me to do here? Fight? Play along with the ceremony? I assume he won't let things get far enough that we are actually hitched for life. There's no way he would want that. Right? As I'm thinking about it, Drew returns to my side and holds out the papers.
Take a look at it. Read it front to back. And we'll sign it before the actual ceremony.
I'm not sure what he sees in my face, but his mouth turns down. The slick grin slides away and he studies me.
Belle, take it.
I snatch it out of his hand, glaring now. I might trust him, but that doesn't mean I'm not pissed as hell. The memory of the jab in the neck returns slowly, and I remember calling him out the same way. Asshole. As soon as we're done here, I'm kicking his ass. I snap the papers folded in thirds open and skim the first page. It seems to be a standard marriage contract, except all the stipulations about what is mine is Drew's, and what is Drew's is his family's. Ridiculous. I'm not signing this bullshit. He kneels in front of me, his tuxedo pants stretching across his muscular thighs obscenely. I can't help but stare, and his smirk this time is real.
Belle?
I lean in, and he tugs me forward, pressing a kiss to my mouth. It's so quick it's over before I can comprehend it's happening, and those wicked lips of his skim from my own, across my jaw, stopping at the shell of my ear.
Stall for time,
he whispers. When he pulls away, I glare, and then turn the contract page as if I'm reading very, very slowly.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's a marriage contract. There's no need to review every page. Now get your ass up so we can do this. Drew's dad grouses from across the room. I'm about to give this man a run for his money. I slap the contract at Drew's chest, hard enough to send him back on his ass on the fancy carpet. There's a flash of a grin, then his eyes harden. Is this you telling me you want to play? Because I can fuck you right here on the carpet for the world to see. Or you can be a good girl, get up, sign the contract, and marry me. When he's distracted trying to stand in his fancy clothes, I scoop up the full skirt of my dress, relieved he at least put my Converse back on my feet, and I race toward the door. The man standing near it watches with a smirk, but does nothing to try to stop me as I reach the open double doors. The rubber soles of my shoes slap on the marble floor in the foyer. I don't get far before an arm circles my waist, dragging me backward. My back crashes into a hard body, and I know without even looking back that it's Drew. Belle, he whispers. His hands come around me, and it's all I can do not to lean into him, fall into him, and let him carry me out of this. He might not have trusted me enough to be a part of his little plan, but he needs me to do something now, right? I can't let him walk back in there alone, knowing what will happen if he lets me run. His father will hurt him, and I don't know how that will go, seeing as he's armed. Yes, I imagine he's going to kill his asshole father very soon, but I don't want things to go wrong for him. I don't want to make it worse. I allow myself one blissful second of soaking up his strength and his force of will. Then I turn around, pull my hand back, and slap him hard across the face. There's a stinging in my hand, but it's a welcome sensation. It reminds me I'm alive. I hate you, I growl. His lip quirks, and I spot the other two men watching from the study doorway. That's okay. You don't have to like me to fuck me or even marry me. Plus, we both know how much your hate turns me on. There's so much conviction in his tone, I have to really meet his eyes to see underneath. Damn, he missed his calling on the stage, or with his stupidly good looks, in movies. Maybe this plan needs whatever level of devotion he's now bringing to pull it off. I move to slap him again, but he grabs my hand and tugs it down to his chest, then spins me and lifts me, all in seconds, carrying me back into the study, my body bouncing on his shoulder. As much as I love a good chase, I want to get this done and over with, he says, passing his father and the other man. He sets me back on my feet near the open space off to the side of the room. Don't do this, I plead with Drew. Then to his father and the other man. Don't do this. His father sees my request as a weakness, I can tell, as his lip curls. Stop begging, girl, or I won't let you enjoy your wedding night. There has to be some consolation prize, right? Him speaking about his son that way, like something to be used and discarded, makes my already queasy stomach clench harder. Yep, definitely might puke on one or both of them. The absolute disgust refuses to leave my face, and Drew's father must notice this as he steps toward me, the same predatory slow walk that Drew has sometimes. You will learn your place, Belle, or I'll make sure that place is 6 feet under the dirt. Don't fucking threaten her. Drew snaps from a foot away now. I did exactly as you asked, and while this is me following your directions, don't think for a second that I'm letting you touch her. She will be my wife, and she will be respected as a member of this family. Let me know if you have a problem with her, and I will take care of it. That's my duty as her husband. I hate how Drew speaks about me as if I'm a disposable object, but I also know this is part of the plan. He's got to play the part and walk the line. Drew's father
has no respect or regard for women, besides what they can offer him. It's obvious from the way his wife lays in that hospital bed, barely alive, while he sleeps around with women half his own age. It's disgusting and creepy. I might think Drew is a villain, but his father is evil. Pure evil, through and through. He deserves to die. And that brings me some measure of solace as I stand toe-to-toe with him. I hold the trust I have in Drew tight in my hands. I have to believe he will interfere if things get out of hand. So I take this chance to say what I've been dying to say since I first saw the bruises on Drew's skin. You are nothing but a bully. And eventually, the bully gets bullied by someone who is bigger and stronger. He grins now. Oh, I like it. She has teeth now. How cute. I'm glad you've steeled up that spine of yours. The last time we talked, you were a weeping, pathetic mess. At least you aren't crying this time. I clench my hands into tight fists. What would happen if I punched him in the face? And I'm far worse than a bully. I'm a monster, sweetheart. And I will destroy you without even blinking if you try to fuck any of this up. I'd much rather be the person who does the stepping than be the one who gets stepped on. So far, things have been working out just fine for me. He waves at the room and the opulent furnishings. Yeah, I'm sure life for you has been fucking peachy. I growl, barely recognizing the venom in my own voice. It says so many wonderful things about you when you take your anger and frustration out on your son, hoping that one day he will turn into a version of you. Newsflash, he did. A better version. A man I'd be proud to take as a husband, but only when we decide to do it on our own, and not when we're forced at the hand of some psychopath. Drew's father holds his hands wide and smiles a slimy smile. Well, in a perfect world, sure. But you can thank your bastard brother for forcing our hands. If he didn't make such stupid choices, we wouldn't be in this situation. He reaches out to touch my face, and I jerk back, stumbling. Drew's there, his chest against my back, keeping me upright. I can feel the anger rolling off him, the energy in the room laced with malice and intent. The mention of Sebastian has me on pins and needles. I know he's part of the plan, but I can't determine in what way. Stop bickering with each other. Can we get this done and over with so I can get out of this fucking suit? Drew says over my shoulder. Shall we? Drew's dad smiles, and this time, I have nothing to say to stall things further. Fear of the unknown slithers up my spine. I glance back at Drew, hoping to see something, anything, that might give me a hint on how far this is going to go. But there's nothing to be seen. His mask is firmly in place. He won't actually follow through with marrying me, will he?
Chapter 33. Drew. I can feel Belle's eyes on me, but I don't budge. The slightest change in my demeanor could cost me the entire plan. While I want to soothe her worries, I can't risk messing up. Instead, I look anywhere but at her. I lock eyes on Richard, the efficient, who looks bored. He's mastered the indifferent smirk most of us learn from childhood, but there's something about the way he clenches and unclenches his hand in his coat. I'm more aware of my surroundings than most people think. To others, his demeanor might seem normal, but he hasn't even bothered to remove his hands from his pockets. It's almost like he's waiting for something to happen, like he's going to make a run for it the second his duty is done. We move into position, and I wonder if he's here voluntarily, or if my father coerced him in some way. I also wonder if he'll be an ally the second I put a bullet in my father's head, or a hindrance. I'm grappling with the idea of killing one person. The idea of killing two feels exhausting. Then there's Belle. I fear her seeing me so cold-blooded will just give her another reason to walk away, and it kills me. A person can say they understand all they want, but there's a huge difference between saying and doing something, between watching a bullet enter someone's brain and watching life leave their eyes, and simply saying you're going to kill them. My father steps behind me, and I remain as still as a statue, hoping he isn't close enough to feel the imprint of the gun at my back. I nearly sigh with relief when his hand clamps down on my shoulder, his fingers digging hard into my flesh. I barely restrain snarling at him as the pain from his grip ripples across my shoulder. He needs to take his fucking hands off me in the next 3 seconds, or this is all over. When he steps away to my right and waves at Richard, I breathe out a long exhale. No point in dragging out the inevitable, so let's go. I have plans this evening that I don't want to miss. Which is code for I have a woman I'm waiting to fuck. Fucking asshole. Richard lets out a sigh, then tugs an index card from his pocket, his gaze dancing between Belle and myself. I guess we should make it official, then. I took the liberty of truncating the ceremony so we don't have to waste anyone's time. I assume on my father's order, but I keep my mouth shut. We're getting closer to the finish line. All I need is a clear shot. The second he cuts in front of me, I'll end him. Right here, right now. My only regret in all of this will be dragging Belle into this mess, but there wasn't any other option. I just hope she can forgive me afterward. This isn't going to be easy to witness. The weight of my choices weighs on me. Hurry. I want this to end. I need it to end. My nerves are fried, and I'm barely keeping myself standing upright. The sound of shuffling feet over marble meets my ears, and then the closed office doors fly open, slamming against the wall. Both Belle and myself startle at the intrusion. The goons my father usually has circling him like vultures stalk forward, 2 of them dragging a very pissed-off Sebastian. He thrashes his body back and forth, one of them nearly losing their grip on him. Fuck! The tension in my chest makes it hard for me to breathe, and I risk glancing at Belle, who looks fearfully between Sebastian and myself. As if that's not enough, a third guard comes stalking in behind them, his hand clamped tight around a man I recognize immediately. My mother's old doctor, the one I went to the hospital to get answers from. What the hell is he doing here? He wasn't a part of the plan, at least not my plan. The guards release Sebastian with a shove, and he falls to the ground a few feet away from us. He's pushing up off the floor and onto his feet in seconds. There's no fear in his eyes when he makes a rush at the guard nearest him. The hulking giant gets him in a headlock, his thick, muscled arm wrapped tight around his neck. Give me a reason, pretty boy. I hate rich little assholes like you. It would be my pleasure to relieve the world of one more entitled rich kid. Sebastian's deadly gaze finds mine as he claws at the man's forearm. I give my head a little shake, trying to ward him off. We might still be able to salvage this, but only if he keeps it together. My thoughts take a nosedive into darkness when my father takes a step toward Richard, then turns to face us. All the air in the room is sucked out when I see the glint of metal as he pulls out a gun. Of course, I should have expected him to have a weapon. I'm so fucking stupid. The plan is crumbling in my hands. With a murderous glare, he trains the muzzle on Belle, and I instantly grasp the hilt of my own handgun, pulling it free of my waistband. I point the muzzle directly at his face with my finger on the trigger. If you want to play whose cock is bigger, I'm pretty sure I'm going to win. My father narrows his eyes at me. I don't know why I had any belief in you. I should have known something was up when you agreed so easily to my demand. All I can do is shrug. What do you want me to say, Dad? I hope he doesn't miss the emphasis I put on the name. You opened that door and pushed me inside. I don't think you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this day to happen." His eyebrow arches. "And what day is that, son? The day I finally put you in the ground?" My father and I are lost in a stare-off, our guns pointed at one another. It's only a matter of time before one of us pulls the trigger. One of us is going to die, maybe even both of us. All I know is that when this is over, even if I die, the fucker is going to die too. Shouting off to the left of the room gathers both of our attention. I turn my head the briefest, just enough to get a peek at what's going on, refusing to take an eye off my father, and find Sebastian behind one of the guards, who is kneeling, a gun in his hand, the barrel pressed to the back of his head. The other is standing as Sebastian holds a wicked-looking serrated blade against his throat. In the all-black sweater, jeans, and combat boots he's rocking, with his hair falling forward over his eyes, he's giving some serious badass assassin vibes right now. I can't help but smile, despite the fucked-up situation. The air in the room becomes hotter, the tension rising, making it even more difficult to breathe. Focus. Don't let him get to you. Movement catches my eye, and I swing my weapon toward Richard, who tucks his cards into his pockets before raising his hands palm up. The guard holding the doctor has his gun pointed at Sebastian. "Well, one of us will have to make a move soon, or we'll be standing here all night," I say. Belle makes a small sound beside me, and I shift away from her. The movement leaves her unprotected, but I'm not stupid. She's not really the one my father wants to kill, at least not until he gets every penny Sebastian took from him. No way in hell will that happen. Not when I have a desert eagle pointed at his head. It will make such a satisfying hole, too. "Let's discuss this like adults. What do you want, Drew?" "You. Dead." And what do you think the outcome of doing that will be? I have guards, more on the way, likely. Do you really plan to murder me in cold blood, right here in my own office, much less in front of an officer of the court? I'm not scared. I'm prepared for this to end in the worst way. All that matters is making certain you take your last breaths in this office. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Richard, whose face definitely says leave me the fuck out of it. He keeps quiet, letting us carry on without his input. "My death will not fix whatever it is that you're trying to fix. Killing me solves nothing. It solves everything," I growl. "The only thing you deserve is death, and I'm going to make certain you get nothing short of that." Even when facing death head-on, he still doesn't have the balls to admit his wrongdoings. Red-hot rage blisters through me. I hate him for destroying me and ruining my life, for hurting my mother, for taking every good thing in my life and killing it. I know I'm letting him get the best of me, and I need to keep a clear headspace, but I can't stop the reaction from bubbling up and out of me. A bitter laugh rips from his throat. "Do you really think you can end me and walk out of this office without your own death taking place?" I shrug. "You fire, I fire back, and if you somehow manage to kill me or hurt me enough that I can't shoot you, then Sebastian will kill you for me. Either way, you will die here, today, by my machinations. Your luck has run the fuck out, and I'm done being under your control." My father smiles, and it takes me a minute to realize he's always smiled like that, slightly unhinged and ready for anything. It's why I've never really been able to fight back. I've never known which side of him I was going to get. One day he might take me to the movies and treat me to anything I want, then the very next day he might beat me to within an inch of my life for looking at him wrong. Has he always been this unstable, and have I just been blind to it? I know you don't want to kill me. All this is built-up anger and resentment. Think rational, son. His voice drops low, becoming almost soothing. I shake my head. My sweaty finger moves against the trigger. That's where you're wrong. I do want to kill you. I want to kill you like you killed me. I want to put a bullet deep inside you for every time you ripped a piece of my soul out of my body, for every beating I had to endure, for every hateful word slung at me. I didn't deserve to be treated like I did as a little boy, but you didn't care. You still don't. The only thing you care about is yourself. I'm like a dam breaking. All the pain and sadness rips through me, like water escaping through the cracks. Even now, while facing death, you only care about yourself. It's pathetic, sickening, and I'm ready to end your pitiful life so I don't have to deal with you anymore, and I can be free. Killing me won't change anything. You'll still be the pathetic piece of shit you've always been, regardless of how much I tried to fix you. It's a shame your mother and I couldn't have children of our own. I always wondered if I had a son with martial blood pumping in his veins, if things would be different. There's a new thread of malice braiding his tone. His words sting. They sting so bad, like he's beat me with them. A smile tugs at his lips. Did you think I didn't know? I don't give a fuck what you know. I grit through my teeth, reminding myself that all he's trying to do is sway me, to anger me into submission. Do it. Ask me the questions I know have been weighing on your shoulders, son. My hand trembles. The gun feels heavier in my grasp now. Do it, he demands, his voice booming. Ask me, Andrew. Ask, and you shall receive. Even though I shouldn't, because I know it'll lead me nowhere, I give in to the impulse to ask him the questions weighing on me. As badly as I want to end his life, I also desperately want to know what it is that I've done to deserve so much hate. Why? Why did you pretend I was your son for all these years? Is that why you hated me so much? Because I didn't have martial blood running in my veins? I keep my face blank. He might have pushed me into asking him, but I'm not that trapped little boy controlled by him anymore. I thought you figured it out years ago and were just too chicken shit to confront me about it. That, or you didn't give a shit. You being a bastard child might have been the obvious reason for my hate towards you, but it wasn't the only reason. You were born with everything that I had to claw, cheat, and steal to get. I came from nothing, less than nothing, less than your little wallflower. You've been oblivious to that fact, always a spoiled, entitled brat, all your life. One I raised, admittedly, so part of that is on me. I thought maybe a little discipline would help, and it only made you more arrogant. The harder I tried to get a rein on you, the worse you became. Soon I realized that it wasn't that I just didn't like you. I didn't love you either. Not like a father should love his son. Those feelings never changed. I can't hide the flinch that time, and I hate him even more for it. I was only a child. How could you hate a child? He shrugs. I didn't want you. I didn't want kids at all. Your mother was the one who made the decision to adopt you. My mother. My sweet, hanging on by a damn thread mother. I don't miss the way he glances in the direction of her sleeping body with a sneer. Your mother, the useless fucking lump who does nothing. I never grasped how she could love you like you were her own. She wanted children so badly and refused to lay it to rest. It destroyed our marriage. I tried to give her what she wanted, but I failed. Nothing was ever good enough for her. Part of me is worried he is oversharing to stall, and another part of me wonders if he's lying just to fuck with me. Could be both. I wave my gun at his face. If you hated me so much, then why didn't you just leave? Why beat me? Why stick around for years? It's simple, really. After a while, I came to the conclusion that there was no getting rid of you. I decided then that it was my responsibility to toughen you up. I couldn't change that your mother wanted you, but I could make certain you turned out to be the man I needed to take over the family business when the time came. Unfortunately, you proved over and over again how useless and pathetic you were. I held out hope until that trashy little slut came into your life. His gaze shifts to Belle, along with the muzzle of his gun. Hopefully your shot is as good as you think it is, because if you don't kill me with one bullet, I'll make certain you get to experience firsthand the ways I plan to make her suffer. Belle's entire body shudders beside me, and she wraps her arms around her middle like it'll hold her together. I want to say something to comfort her, but doing so would only draw his attention to her further. I shake my head. No, you don't want her. You want to kill me. Haven't you been dreaming about that day as long as I have? It's not just because I'm not your biological son. His gaze swings among Belle, Sebastian, and me. Whose death would be the most impactful here? He shifts his stance, one foot behind the other, like an Old West gunslinger. God, if he goes for Belle, this is over. I'll have ruined both mine and Seb's life, whether we walk out of here or not. I shift to match his position, inching closer to her, so if he decides at the last second to shoot her, I can try to jump between. I notice Seb doing the same, his knife somehow gone. 2 guns drawn now, one on either guard. When did he get so good at this? I force air into my lungs and focus my attention on my father. This is my only chance. One shot to take him out and end this all for good. Inside, questions linger. I want more answers, to ask who my real parents are, and find out why they put me up for adoption. And unfortunately, the only person with answers at the moment is the fucker standing in front of me. Well, are you going to pull the trigger? My father snaps. Seconds tick by. All I can hear is my own heartbeat in my ears. Why am I hesitating? I tighten my grip on the gun, the sweat clinging to my palm. He lets out a long sigh when I don't immediately take the shot. Just like I expected. So fucking pathetic and weak. I think this is the real reason I always hated you, because you have no concept of what it takes to survive in this world. He raises his gun and points it at my face. Let me demonstrate. I don't breathe. I don't blink. In an instant, I'm assaulted by emotions that are soon drowned out by the deafening bang of the gun as the shot echoes through the room.
Chapter 34. Belle. The bang of the gun is deafening, and my ears ring to the point that I lift my hands, placing them over my ears to eliminate the sound. Fear holds me frozen in place, and time ticks by slowly. What happened? A heaping dose of adrenaline fills my veins, and awareness trickles back into my body. Drew's been shot. He's going to die. I'm going to lose another person who I love, and for no fucking reason whatsoever other than selfishness. My heart clenches in my chest when I lift my gaze to Drew and find him standing there, perfectly still like a statue. Oh God. I move to take a step toward him, but my feet, legs, they refuse to move. The thunking sound of metal on wood drags, catches my attention, and I watch as the gun in Drew's father's hand clatters onto the hardwood a few feet away, stopping at the edge of the rug. I look from the gun and back to Drew's father, who is slumped against a sideboard, his hand clutched tight to his side.
Bright red blood blooms against his white button-up, and nausea rolls through me. There's no missing the wide-eyed look on his face. A mixture of shock and anger. It happens in slow motion, as everyone in the room turns to look in the direction he's looking. I blink, wondering if what I'm witnessing is really real. It can't be. Can it? There's no way. Yet the image before me doesn't change. I can't seem to unsee Drew's mom, sitting there, her feet dangling off the edge of the bed, a gun clutched tight in her hand that she slowly drops as all the attention in the room turns to her. I can't wrap my head around it, and I don't know who's more shocked, Lyle or Drew himself. At this point, I think everyone is shocked, and I can't swallow past the hard lump that's formed in my throat. What the hell do we do now? No one makes a sound. It's so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Victoria lists to the side, fisting the sheets with her free hand to keep herself upright. Her skin is ghostly white, and her long dark hair fans out around her biceps, only accenting her pale complexion. She's wearing the same blue hospital gown I saw her in before. I'd only seen her one time, but even then her beauty shined bright. Now, holding a gun in her hand, with fury flickering in her eyes, I feel a different level of respect for her. Victoria waves her hand in a come-hither motion, and the doctor, still on the far side of the room, rushes across the room, stopping once he reaches her side. He quickly checks a bunch of the cords, and then quickly plugs some things into the machines. The puzzle pieces slide into place so easily now. She had herself unplugged from the machines, so she wouldn't give herself away. But how did she do so without going unnoticed? I can't even begin to understand what's going on. I can still feel my pulse on my tongue, leaving my mouth dry and my hands shaking. I'm helpless. This isn't my fight, my revenge, none of it. Yes, I hate that man, but I sure as hell wouldn't be able to kill him. Mostly. Probably. Drew's dad makes a feeble attempt to sit up and coughs, blood sputtering out of his mouth as he does. When he speaks, his voice is labored. "Looks like you didn't have the balls after all, son." Even dying, he has to disparage him. Okay, I could probably kill him. My legs are heavy, and my knees quake, threatening to give out on me. If I don't sit down soon, I'm going to pass out. Ungraceful as hell, I slump to the floor, spreading my legs out in front of me. Relief courses through my veins. Drew's concerned gaze falls on me before pinging back to his mother. "I don't understand what's going on. What's happening, Mom? How did you get a gun? I thought you were in a coma." The questions boil out of him, but he's not getting answers. Not yet, at least. She flicks her eyes to Drew for a heartbeat, then focuses her attention back on her husband. "A mother's love knows no bounds, Drew. Even on the verge of death, I knew I'd do whatever I had to do to protect you." Drew jolts and looks shocked. "What? I don't understand." Again, his mother doesn't explain further and sneers at Lyle. "I'm glad the first shot didn't kill you, so I can tell you what a damn asshole you are. I can't fucking believe you." Like an angel avenging those she loves, her gaze darts around the room, over each person. Drew, the guards, Sebastian, me. When she reaches the officiant, whatever the hell his name is,
who is standing to the side with a strange look on his face. Something changes in her features. Richard, is it? Do you think it's self-defense if you kill a man who has been slowly killing you for years? Richard blinks and focuses on the wall opposite like he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. I mean, I could probably sell it in court if you had some kind of proof, and the person in question had a track record of being a bad person. There's a lot of things to take into account, though, especially when in court. Drew takes a staggering step toward his mom. No, we won't be inviting the law into this. Sebastian agreed to take care of things. We already have a plan in place. Her pensive gaze swings back to Drew, and a smile touches her lips, making her face appear brighter. Sweetheart, I hate to break it to you like this, but Sebastian and I also had a plan. What? I'm as shocked as Drew is, and his face is a portrait of sheer surprise when he turns toward Sebastian. What the fuck, man? My mom? Really? There's a shuffling of boots on the floor, and I skitter back as Sebastian stalks over, kicking the gun Drew's father was trying to snatch off the floor with the toe of his boot. It flies toward the wall and bounces near the door, out of reach of everyone. The guards shift on the hardwood like they want to do something, but Sebastian is there in a flash, his guns pointed back at them. His voice is low and dark as he stares them down. I don't think you want to do that. I'm itching to make one of you bastards hurt for all the beatings you've inflicted on my friend. Drew's hand brushes my shoulder, and I focus on him again. What do you need from me? He shakes his head, keeping his eyes on his mom, though. I don't think there's anything you can do right now, Flower. Fuck. I feel useless. I don't know how to fire a gun or fight or do any of these things that seem integral to this world. Am I useless to him too? Victoria slides off the side of the bed until her bare feet settle on the hardwood. Dr. Brooks rushes around, flustered, helping her to stay standing. Victoria, you should stay in bed. I understand you need to do this, but you shouldn't be moving if you don't have to be. She glares at him for a second, and it's the look of a lover, frustration and hope. I do have to be up, because that asshole isn't dead yet. He sighs long and deep, and simply helps her forward. She limps and wavers every step of the way. When she reaches Drew's dad's feet, she stops and waves the gun at Seb. Lock the door. I don't want any more surprises. This ends now. Another gunshot rings through the room. I flinch and draw my knees up to put some distance between me and them, but the second I move, Drew stops me, keeping me close. Drew's dad jerks, and blood pools around him more. He coughs and sits up, wincing as he does. There's something crazy in his eyes, like he still might try to fight back, even though he has 2 holes punched through him. I should be more horrified, more scared, but right now, I feel Drew is finally getting the justice he deserves, and apparently so is Drew's mom. I've been sick for 10 years. 10 years, you've been slowly killing me. 10 years, you've been murdering me. There's so much venom in her voice, even I'm a little scared right now. And you know what? She speaks louder. I'm not the only one he slowly killed, although I think it took a lot longer for your mom, Belle. I flinch at the sound of my name, and then process what she's saying. What? Her gaze skims Sebastian, who is standing, jaw set tight. He knew. He knew, and he didn't say anything to me. What do you mean?
The first woman he poisoned was your mom. She knew she was in trouble and ran. And that poisoning stayed with her, making her sicker and sicker over the years. I gulp, hot tears building and falling down my cheeks, but I'm focused on Seb now. You knew? It's not his fault. I asked him not to say anything until we could figure out a plan. Sebastian's private investigator is the one who uncovered the information, mostly from your mom's doctor. Please don't blame him. It's my fault. I asked him to keep it a secret until we knew everything. I gulp and swallow my rage down. I sure as hell can be mad at him, but I'll wait until we get home to discuss it with him. Like Drew, he didn't trust me with his plan. Neither of them did. Because they think I would have ruined it? Or because they thought they were protecting me? I don't know. Drew's dad coughs up more blood. Just finish it, if that's what you're going to do. If you... He coughs again. Just want to talk me to death. This entire event is going to take fucking forever. Drew walks over and kicks him hard in the ribs, spraying blood in an arc out of his father's mouth. His eyes flutter closed, and Drew kneels. You don't get to die yet. Not until we say you do. We aren't done getting our answers. Victoria places her hand gently on the back of Drew's neck, and for a heartbeat, I see the broken boy in his face. The one who only wanted one parent to love, actually love, and care for him. I wrap my arms around my legs and hunker further into myself. How did I get here? This feels like a nightmare none of us will ever wake up from. I'm in a fucking wedding dress, for fuck's sake. Victoria resettles her feet to keep her balance, and Dr. Brooks is right there at her side, clutching her close, keeping her upright. And when her arm droops with the weight of the gun, he lines his own up with hers and helps her carry that weight, too. I bet he got to know the plan. Then almost instantly, I scold myself for being a child. This is life and death. Actually life and death. It's not that he didn't trust me. He needed things to go off perfectly, and with me knowing, it was one more variable to manage. Another wave of nausea rolls through me. I might still be mad about the drugs, though. I breathe deep, and then regret it, with the scent of iron heavy in the air. How is Drew's dad still alive after being shot twice? Victoria steps closer, and Drew's dad, slowly, so fucking slowly, pushes off the floor and stands. Blood smears down the front of his white shirt and across his mouth and cheeks. It would almost be admirable if the man wasn't possessed by a demon or something right now. Any last parting words, Belle or Sebastian? I shake my head instantly. Funny how hours ago I considered convincing Drew not to go through with his plan to murder his father. Now, I couldn't care less what happens to this man. He's the reason my mother suffered up until the day of her death. He deserves everything he's about to get, and more. Sebastian clears his throat. Why would I have anything to say to him? Don't play coy. You know the truth. No matter how deep you dig the hole to bury your secrets, they'll eventually be unearthed. The answers you seek are right here. I thought I'd give you the courtesy he never did with your mom, and let you say whatever last parting words you might want to, before I kill your father.
Chapter 35. Drew. Father? I'm not sure my brain is comprehending my mother's words. Everyone appears to be wearing the same shocked expression. Holy shit. We miscalculated all of this. In a few ways, I myself feel duped, but I'm grateful to have my mom at my side and to finally end this once and for all. I glance at Belle and notice the burning rage in her eyes. She's glaring at Sebastian like she wants to rip him apart, piece by piece. "What the fuck, Sebastian? I knew you were hiding stuff, trying to protect me, but this is a pretty big thing." He exhales through his nose, a flash of guilt in his eyes. "We can have this conversation after we take the trash out. I'm not talking about it right now." "Sebastian," I whisper, "give her something here." He flicks his cold eyes to mine. "Like you always do." She lets out a sigh of defeat. "When this is over, we will be talking about this." Sebastian growls low in his throat, the tone sheer frustration. "Our mother and Drew's, whatever he is now, were set up in an arranged marriage. I was the result of said marriage. Once I was born, she started planning her escape. During that time, she met someone new, got pregnant with you, and made a deal with my grandfather, our grandfather, to trade me to him in exchange for her being able to run without being hunted, for her to disappear with you." Belle's expression grows bleaker, and tears shimmer in her green eyes. I can only imagine how this all looks, like we've all been hiding the truth from her. "How long have you known all this? How?" Sebastian sighs this time. "Not long. It was uncovered by the PI. He found some of my grandfather's paperwork, and it was laid out in it." "Mom wouldn't do that. Mom wouldn't trade one of her kids to save another. That wasn't her." There's a note of panic in her tone. I step closer to try to comfort her, but she swats my hand away. "No, don't try to soothe me right now." She shuffles to the side, away from both of us. "I wish she would have told me all of this before it was too late. I could have—" "What?" Sebastian supplies. "You could have what? There was no threat then." Turning, she waves at my dad, or should I say Sebastian's dad. "He was always a threat. To you, to me, and obviously to Mom." "Okay, and you would have done what about it? Walked in here and killed him yourself?" Seb asks. I'm nodding along with him, because over my dead fucking body would she have come here to face that asshole alone. My mom turns to look at me, and I'm shocked all over again. She's spoken more words today than she has in years. As much as all those that I care about have lost, is it selfish of me to be grateful that I still have my mother? Am I finally going to get my mom back? When she steps closer, the doctor always guiding her, she shakes her head. "I'm so sorry, Drew. I should have protected you, tried harder. I should have realized sooner what that asshole was doing." The dominoes keep falling, revealing a new image right behind the next one. "This wasn't the way I planned on telling you we adopted you. Not in a million years. As a matter of fact, around the time I started mentioning to him that we should tell you is when I suddenly started getting sick." "Why? I'm so fucking lost right now." She smirks and shoots my father a glare. He has the audacity to raise his chin, even though he's the one dying right in front of us. "Because of the money, of course. Why does he do all the things he does? My money is what powers our life. It's the only thing he has. The only reason he was able to get engaged to an Arturo was because he lied and charmed his way into their lives. It worked on my family, too. And once the deal was done, it was too late to correct. He'd already sunk his talons in." Sounds exactly like him. Driven by greed and the desire to be in control of everything. He could charm anyone into believing him. Nevertheless, I'm going to need some time to decompress with all these new revelations. I'm sorry. This is just a lot to wrap my head around right now. Mom nods. "I understand, but I need you to know why he treated you the way he did. It had nothing to do with you, Drew. Nothing. You were and still are a wonderful son. That man, She growls toward the man responsible for most of the people's pain standing in this room. It was always about the money. It took me some time to see that. He knew that if I died, every penny and dime would go to you. He needed complete control over you to ensure the money would continue to flow. That's why he abused you and forced you to fit into the mold he wanted. Her voice shakes now. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you, and if you decide you don't want to be a part of my life anymore, I get that. But please know that you're my son. You've always been mine, and I don't need something as trivial as blood to confirm it. My heart stutters in my chest, and I reach for her, my hand grazing her cheek. She looks so fragile and breakable. I'll do anything to protect her in the future. I don't want you to apologize, Mom. You've been there for me, and yes, there are things you couldn't protect me from, but you've always been and always will be my mother. There's a short, coughing laugh that comes from the other side of the room. Isn't this touching? You two catch up so sweetly over my corpse. Shut up, I snarl at him, both wanting to kill him right this second and watch him die slowly as he bleeds out on the floor. He struggles to suck air into his lungs, and I notice the pool of blood around his body growing bigger. It shouldn't be long. Then again, with as big of a pain in the ass as he is, I doubt he'll go out quietly. Killing me won't change what happened, but... I watch my heart leave my body as he uses the last bit of strength he has and lunges forward, his hands outstretched for Belle. I'm moving without thought. The doctor tugs Mom out of the way, and Sebastian rushes toward her too. A gunshot goes off, and the echo of it rings in my ears, creating a staccato tap along with my heartbeat. No! For half a second I fear the worst. Belle's been shot. I don't know what the hell I'll do if she doesn't make it. That sheer panic is short-lived when I notice my father's body slumped to the ground, his open eyes vacant and lifeless. In the center of his forehead is a perfectly round bullet hole. I know I should feel something akin to sorrow or sadness, but I don't. Does that make me a monster? I don't know. Sebastian sneers at him, and I wonder if he's going to shoot him again. Maybe. I would, just for safe measure. Reaching Belle, I wrap my arms tightly around her slender body, vowing never to let her go. Are you okay? She nods as tears slip freely down her cheeks. I'm fine. He didn't get close enough to touch me. It just scared me. I tighten my grip on her, terrified that if I blink, she'll disappear, and I'll look down to see her body in place of my father's. It's okay. She's okay. It's over now. I repeat the mantra over and over again inside my head, holding her as tightly as I can to my chest. I relish in her sweet floral scent and allow the steady thud of her own heartbeat to bring me back to a normal state. I need this moment with her to know that she's okay, that I'm okay, that this nightmare is fucking finally over. Fuck, Belle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to witness all this. It was supposed to be simple, straightforward, and quick. I was trying to outsmart him, to make him think I was going to go through with it. I whisper into her hair. I'm so sorry for putting you in danger. My gaze catches on Sebastian, who stands over Lyle's body. The gun is still in his hand, his finger still on the trigger. It's hard to read him right now. I can't tell if he's numb or if what I'm seeing is a mixture of guilt and anger. He's lost so much. What happens when the dam breaks? You okay? I ask, even while knowing he's not. As okay as I'm ever going to be. My only regret is not getting answers to questions I might have wanted answers to. I didn't think about that until after I'd pulled the trigger. Not that I think it matters anyway. He wouldn't have told me anything I wanted to know, not without bloodshed. Everyone else's lives were games to him. If he could fuck things up or leave you reeling with emotion, then he would. I know. I hate that you won't ever get the answers you want, but I'm glad he's dead. It's what he deserved. He doesn't say anything, but then again, he doesn't have to. He lost his mother without any closure, and now he's lost his father, even the piece of shit that he is. And I thought my life was fucked up. To be in his shoes right now, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Let's go lie back down. I think you've had enough fun with the gun for today, Dr. Brooks says. I turn just in time to watch as my mother slumps forward, Brooks catching her gently under the elbows. I give Belle a squeeze, then release her and march over to my mother. I pick her up gently, like she's made of glass, and carry her over to the bed again. I agree. I think you need to rest. I don't want to lose you because you put all your energy into getting rid of him, especially when he's already gone. A sigh slips past her lips, which I swear are pulling up into a smile as she lies back in the bed. The doctor bustles around to plug in her monitors and the IV I only just noticed, that's still hanging out of the joint in her arm. No matter what happens in the future, this moment was worth it. Worth every hardship, secret, and ounce of strength. He deserved to pay in blood after hurting so many and destroying their lives. I just hate that he died so quickly. I lean forward and press a kiss to her forehead. It's done now. He's gone, and he'll never hurt us again. Now we can focus on moving forward. Oh, I know, sweet boy. She smiles up at me, her eyes twinkling. I've missed you so much. I thought I was going to lose you. She sighs softly, the tiredness returning to her face. You weren't going to lose me. I was in good hands all along. Alan here realized what was happening, told me, and we came up with a plan to break me free from his control. Got me out of the endless loop of crooked medical staff he hired, and made sure I could finally get the help I needed. The thought hits me like a punch to the gut. Are you going to die? Or is this curable? The doctor leans over and checks some vitals, his fingers grazing my mother's wrist, dare I say, intimately. I don't have the mental bandwidth to open that can of worms at the moment, so I choose to keep the thought to myself, and I'll ask about it at a later date. No, she won't die. I think whatever he did to your girlfriend's mother was where he started. It was worse at that time since he didn't know how to control the doses properly. I've implemented a plan to get your mother back to health, but it's going to take some time. I nod once and turn back to face Belle, who is now sitting on the couch, her eyes carefully avoiding the dead body on the floor. I kick one of the guards in the side with my boot before spouting off a demand. You help or you die. It's as simple as that. Get his body out of here. I don't care what you do with it. The two goons push up off the floor and rush toward his body without question. I feel nothing but relief as they lift him by the arms and drag his deceased carcass out the door, leaving a trail of blood behind. It's over. It's really fucking over. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, and it's like I'm breathing for the first time. The weight on my shoulders, on my fucking heart, has lifted. I'm no longer held down by this imaginary brick. Tears prick my eyes. It's the most fucked up thing ever, and I can only describe it as a blanket of calm overcoming me. I snap out of it and blink back the tears before they can fall. I notice Richard standing near the door. He looks like he's about to bolt. Are you going to be a problem we need to get rid of? He shrugs and then pulls a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, along with a lighter. He lights one up right there, sucking on the end of the cancer stick like a straw. I can't really blame him. At this point, I need something stronger than whiskey to drink. Nope, I won't be a problem to you or your family. As far as I can tell, your father deserved it. When it's time to do the paperwork and transfer everything over, feel free to reach out. I'll even do it without charging you. Belle cuts in beside me. How can you say you won't be a problem when you just witnessed what you did? when you tried to force us to marry each other. A person willing to do bad things doesn't just change." Barely glancing at Belle, he replies, "You're right, but a person who is smart and doesn't want to die does what they must to adapt. I don't know about you, but when someone holds a gun to your head and says do this or else, you choose the option that's going to keep you alive the longest. I have a daughter who needs me more than I need a bullet in my head. I won't be a problem." I'm reminded in an instant that we all make choices. We all do what we must, choosing between the lesser of two evils in our lives simply to get ahead and protect those we love. It's never personal. Sometimes it's kill or be killed. Belle's body sways against me, like she's lost the last of her fight. I feel a similar exhaustion threatening to take me out at the knees, but I need to be strong, at least until everything is cleaned up and any potential risks are dissolved. I circle an arm around her waist. "I got you, Flower," I whisper, lifting her and cradling her in my arms. She lets out a grumble, but doesn't try to stop me. "I'm okay, just a little tired. Someone injected me with a tranquilizer." Sarcasm clings to her words. I cringe. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'll make it up to you. I promise." Belle turns, resting her cheek against my chest, and in her eyes I see the trust and forgiveness I've been fighting for since the very beginning. "Oh, I'm counting on it." She smiles. I hold on to her a little tighter, just to confirm this is all real and not a dream, that we made it out of this unhurt and content. With a sigh, I can only smile with tears in my eyes. It's finally over. I'm finally free. And Belle is mine.
Chapter 36. Belle. I'm adrenaline and fear, braided to a fine point, and I know once it wears off, I'll be nothing but an exhausted mess. My hands tremble, and my brain reels with all the information revealed. Drew's father, Lyle, is really Sebastian's father, and my own mother was arranged to marry him? My father is a man whom my mother fell in love with after he saved her life, but that's disappeared off the face of the earth. I can't wrap my head around it all. It feels like someone took my brain and put it in a blender. Even thinking about it now gives me a headache. Still, I wish I had my mother to ask these questions. All the lies, hate, and pain. There's so much darkness in this room. I'll never say Lyle didn't deserve every bullet, but that doesn't mean I don't mourn the scar his death will leave on Drew's and Sebastian's souls. More than anything, I feel bad for Sebastian, for the loss he's suffered, and now I worry about the impact it will have on him. He already carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. Drew holds me in his arms, and we sit on the couch and wait for the car. The doctor already wheeled Victoria back to her room so she could rest. I know at some point Drew will need to discuss with his mom who his real parents are, but after everything that came out tonight, I don't know that we could handle another reveal. At least he'll get the answers he's been seeking, even if it won't happen tonight. Our ride will be here soon. I figure we're both a little shaken up. A ride is the safest bet, Drew says. All I do is nod. I'm a ball of nerves right now, and I'm trying not to be bothered by Sebastian's icy demeanor. He has a lot of shit going on. I couldn't even fathom being in his head at the moment, but that didn't mean I was willing to let him slip into the dark abyss. I feel helpless, watching as he paces the room, his phone stuck to his ear. I don't know who he's talking to, but I can make assumptions based on recent events. A moment later, Sebastian ends the call and turns toward us.
I hate how tired he looks. Cleanup crew will be here soon. Okay. I ordered a ride while you were on the phone. I'll take her back to your place, and then I can come back here and help with anything. Sebastian shakes his head. No. Go back to the house with her, and I'll be there shortly. I don't want her to be left alone. Even facing all that he has, his concern for my well-being shines through the darkness the brightest. I'd planned to talk about the drugging and what happened once Drew and I had a moment alone together, but I didn't know if I wanted to leave Sebastian here by himself. I can only imagine how far off the rails this is all going to take him. At some point, we will need to discuss the new information revealed, but I think that can wait till another night. I might be upset with being left in the dark, but I think Sebastian has had enough shit tossed on him today. Whatever you want. I just didn't want to leave you to clean up this whole thing on your own. It makes me feel good to have them both on the same page, at least for now. I know it won't stay that way forever, but I was terrified, for a little bit, that their friendship might end because of me. Are you okay? I ask, even while knowing he won't give me an honest answer. Sebastian's been a pillar of strength for me from the beginning, supporting and encouraging me after losing my mom. Our mom. It's my turn to return the favor, to be the strength he needs. I don't think you could handle my answer at the moment, so I'll say yes, and we can discuss it later. The steel of his voice vibrates through me. I'm just worried. I can't lose you too. I hate how vulnerable that admittance makes me, but I need him to know that I can't lose him, that I won't survive if I do. He gives me a smile, the one that he saves just for us, and some of the weight on my chest lifts by seeing that little bit of light shine in his eyes. I'm not going anywhere, and nothing will happen to me. I promise. In a couple of days we can discuss the findings from the PI. I'll make sure I have some fast food on standby. Don't try to butter me up. I playfully grin at him. I have to have at least one form of protection against you. And French fries is your weapon of choice? He shrugs. Yes. I'll just toss them at you like grenades, and eventually you'll be so full you'll forget about getting revenge. Laughter bubbles out of me. Oh, I'll get revenge, but you'll never see it coming. Sebastian rolls his eyes in a playful way, and then his phone chimes with an incoming text. He stares at the screen for a full minute, his demeanor changing in an instant. He's wearing the same expression he wore that day when his stepmom/aunt showed up. Our ride's here. Drew's voice drags me away from my thoughts, and before I realize it, we're moving. He cradles me in his arms as he pushes off the couch. You know I can walk, right? I grumble, while secretly enjoying his caveman demeanor. It's crazy to me that I'm happy instead of sad right now. Someone just died, yet I'm smiling. I try not to think about that, or the person it might make me for not feeling remorse or guilt at the loss of his life. If I want to carry you around for the rest of my life, then I will. You're my woman, Belle, and I'll do whatever I please with you. He smirks, carrying me outside to the waiting car. He gently sets me on my feet, then opens the door. We climb inside together, the driver giving us a strange look as he takes in our attire. Shit, I forgot we were still wearing wedding clothes. Thankfully, he doesn't say anything on the way over to the house. I can't believe it's over, I whisper to Drew. Me either, It's going to take some time before I can wrap my head around him being gone.
It feels wrong to be discussing death like it's the weather, but I need to talk about what happened. Otherwise, it might eat me alive. A calmness blankets us, and I lean into Drew's side, pressing my head against his bicep. Our fingers are laced together, and all I can do is stare down at them. He'll never hurt anyone ever again. It's over. I'm bitter that his death was so quick when my own mother had to suffer for years through hers. But at least he's gone. I don't even realize we've pulled up to my house until the car rolls to a stop, and Drew gives me a nudge on the arm. I sit up straight and give him a smile. He thanks the driver and opens the door, but he doesn't let my feet touch the ground. He grabs me by the waist and tosses me over his shoulder, carrying me into the house, and I don't even object. There's no point. He walks inside like he owns the place, and the guards don't even blink in his direction. We make it to my bedroom at breakneck speed, and I let out a short laugh when he plops me down on the bed. He turns and slams the door closed behind him, flicking the lock into place. "Now," he says, and turns back to face me before stalking back over. Gently he sets our phones on the bedside table. If I didn't know him, I'd be skittering away by the feral glint in his eyes. "I know there are a million things to be said, and that a lot happened tonight. I also know you're mentally and physically exhausted, and that you're most likely pissed off at me. I owe you answers and an apology, but I'm begging you. I'll give you all those things, but please, right now, I need to touch you, feel you, to make sure you're really here with me, and that this isn't a dream." There's a note of pleading in his tone, and I know this is something we both need. I gulp hard and give him a nod. "Oh, I'm more than angry, and we will have a conversation about how you can make it up to me. But for right now, you can start by touching me." He does exactly as I ask, and roughly shoves my thighs apart, the gauze of the dress stretching across the space. I let out a gasp, but am prepared when he throws back the material so he can step between my bare thighs. My phone vibrates on the bedside table, and with an irritated huff, he snatches it up. I'm about to tell him my passcode when he enters it with a wink. Of course he knows my passcode. "It's a text from Sebastian. He says the doctor is taking my mom back to the hospital." Immediately, I'm filled with concern. "Do you want to go? We can get a ride back." Drew shakes his head. "I can check on her in a little bit. There's nowhere else she would be safer than in the hospital. And I'm not a doctor. Plus, all I need right this second is sitting in front of me." He quickly texts back, and then tosses my phone on the far side of the bed. "Now that we've got that out of the way, let me look at you." I shove the worry and concern for his mother to the back of my mind and shift so he can access the zipper on the back of the dress. He peels the bodice off from around my shoulders and down to my waist, then shoves the bra straps down my biceps and tugs it off at my elbows. Goosebumps erupt across my skin, and he rubs his hands up my arms to warm me. It's not necessary, not with his fingers pressing into my flesh and his eyes locked on my bare chest. "Look at you. Still so fucking beautiful even after all the destruction and chaos," he whispers. "Do you have any idea how strong and amazing you are?" As if he can't get me out of the dress fast enough, he tugs it down, ripping the material in his haste. It doesn't bother me. I'd be fine if he burned the damn thing. I never want to see it again. You too, I whisper, grasping his tuxedo jacket at the collar to shove it off his broad shoulders. I tug at the loose bow tie until I can strip it away and start on the buttons in a long line down his chiseled chest. He tugs his shirt out of his pants, and I rip it off his arms, leaving him in his slacks. His shoes and pants go next, until he's standing in front of me in nothing but black boxer briefs. Damn, he looks good. He always has, but now that I know how so completely he is mine, he looks even better. I swallow hard and meet his eyes. Touch me. He licks his lips. I'll touch you, but we are going to do it my way. You trust me with your life. Now trust me to give you what you need. I lean forward, hoping for a kiss, but he just flashes me a quick smirk and sinks to his knees in front of me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life worshipping you and proving how much you mean to me. And I can't think of a better spot to start than right here. He grabs me by the ankles and tugs me forward, roughly placing my legs over his shoulders. Now be a good girl, and let me please my pussy. Psh! I laugh. Did you just say, please your pussy? He smirks, and it hits differently as I meet his eyes over the curves of my body. Damn, he's beautiful and free. So free, like a bird escaping a cage. I spear my fingers through his dark hair as he places a kiss to the inside of my thigh. Yes, he whispers almost to himself. Mine. My pussy. There's an urgency to his words, to the way he touches me, like he's afraid I might disappear beneath his fingertips if he doesn't hurry. His fingers sweep through my folds, moving lower, and then all at once he enters me with 2 thick digits. I'm not quite wet enough for the rough treatment, but the slight sting and the way he does it with absolute confidence means I take it anyway. Fuck, I hiss out, throwing my head back, squeezing my eyes closed. He makes up for the roughness by sucking my clit between his lips, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin. I lift my hips, begging for more, needing more. True. He flicks his gaze up to meet mine and speaks against my pussy. What did I tell you, Flower? It's my pussy. Every inch of you belongs to me. When he ducks back down, he takes no mercy on me. His teeth graze my clit with every swipe of his tongue, and when my body grows wetter, the muscles relaxing and adjusting, he adds another finger. He fucks me with those 3 fingers, making me climb higher and higher. I'm full, so deliciously full, but I love it. All I can do is whimper when he gently eases in a 4th finger. Oh, fuck. Can my pretty pussy take the whole thing? Can you take my fist in your cunt, Belle? Will you cream all over my fingers and scream my name while you explode? There's no other option but to take the pleasure and pain that he gives me. The sounds my body makes as he slips in and out of me, they're embarrassing, yet so hot they intensify my pleasure. Can you feel it? Feel your pussy tightening around my fingers? God, I love seeing you stretched like this. At my mercy, hanging on the edge, waiting for my command. My toes curl, and I'm walking a tightrope of pleasure. There's a burn in my core, and I know what he wants. There's still 1 more finger to go. He's going to stretch me as far as I can go,
and make me take it even if I whine, whimper, and beg for him to stop. He knows my body better than even I do. His green eyes lock on mine.
Don't take your eyes off me, Belle. Don't you fucking dare. Your pleasure is mine, and you'll come when I say you can come.
I grit my teeth and blink up at him, knowing exactly what he expects of me. He smiles and oh so slowly adds his thumb to the other 4 fingers already inside me. The tinge of pain from being stretched so thoroughly tugs at my nerve endings. Oh, God. My arousal drips down my thighs and his hand. I can feel the pleasure building, threatening to consume me. I fist the sheets below my hands and try to escape the pleasure, but I can't. Drew, please. I need to come. Please. I whimper, nearly on the edge of tears. With a chuckle, he disappears again, and his lips latch onto my clit again, sucking, drawing the orgasm out of me like a peel carved around an apple. I convulse, my hips lifting on their own as the juices spill out of me like a damn waterfall. It's a damn miracle that I keep my eyes on his, even as mine well up and tears slip down the sides of my cheeks. The pleasure ripples over my body until it becomes almost painful and I have to push at his shoulders to get him to stop eating my pussy or risk dying from post-orgasm pleasure. He takes mercy on me, finally, and lifts his head from between my thighs. I watch mesmerized and in a haze as he licks the arousal glistening on his lips.
You're such a good girl, creaming all over my fist.
All I can do is huff out a breath, my heart still hammering against my ribcage. With a tenderness, he eases his fingers out of me, and I'm left with an emptiness that only he can fill. I reach for him, wanting to return the favor, but he merely shakes his head.
I'll fuck you and fill you with my cum real soon. But first, we need to have a little talk.
I'm still mad at you for drugging me.
As expected.
It hurt my feelings that you didn't trust me enough to tell me.
It wasn't that I didn't trust you. I wanted to tell you. I needed the element of surprise. And if you followed along with everything I did, I wouldn't have been able to sell it to him. I needed him to believe that I was finally following along, that I was going to listen.
I understood that, and knew I'd have to accept that the men in my life would occasionally do things to protect me and not tell me, because they wanted to ensure I was safe. That didn't mean I had to like it, though. Don't do it again.
Which part? The drugging or the hiding information until the very end?
I pin him with a glare. Both. I didn't like not knowing what was happening, and I was scared when I woke up and we were in your father's office. Drew cradles my cheeks in his hands, his lips hovering above my own.
I'll do my very best in the future to tell you every single detail of every single thing, unless it's unsafe for you to know.
Fine. I smile and press my lips against his. There's no use arguing. He won't change his mind on this. I can tell by the rigid set of his jaw and the spark in his eyes. There will be things I can fight him on and things I can't fight him on. I know this, and I need to learn to compromise with him, but it's difficult when he's such a caveman. The kiss becomes possessive, searing, like he's trying to destroy me and piece me back together at the same time. I fall deeper into the kiss, letting it consume me. I'm completely breathless, and tugging on his shoulders, begging for more, when he breaks away from me. I whimper with disapproval, and he shakes his head at me, his restraint barely intact.
Shower, dinner, and then I'll fuck you. In that order. It's my job to make sure you're taken care of.
And I take my job really fucking seriously, Flower. His dark tone is delicious and makes me want to disobey him just to see what kind of punishment he'll give me. What do you want to eat? He asks. A smile pulls at the corner of my lips. Cock, I whisper. His gaze darkens tenfold, and he shoves a hand into my hair, tugging the strands hard. I see the lustful haze that appears there, and the zing of pleasure I get from speaking to him that way. But more than any of that is the trust and warmth I feel when he touches me. I feel safe with him, and while I've always been safe with him in one way or another, it's never been something I could be 100% certain of. Now there's nothing in our way, no hurdles to jump, no secrets or lies to be discovered. It's just us. I love you, Maybelle Jacobs, but if you keep taunting me, I will show you what it's like to be hate-fucked. Now stop teasing me. He releases me, and all I can do is smile. Fine. Let's shower, and then we can go downstairs and find something to eat. Drew carries me into the bathroom, placing me on the edge of the counter. He opens the glass shower doors and turns the water on, twisting the dial to hot. It doesn't take long for steam to fill the space, and when he returns, he picks me up and carries me into the shower with him. I feel like I've waited my entire life for this moment. Drew whispers against my lips. To shower? I giggle. He glares. No. To hold you in my arms without the fear of something dark and sinister hanging above us. Only the most hard-fought love is worth it. I soothe, wrapping my arms around his neck. Fuck. I can't get over hearing you say that you love me. Well, you better get used to it, because I'm never going to stop saying it. I smile and fall deeper into his penetrating gaze. After a while, we take care in cleaning each other and washing away the weight of what happened today. I'm not sure how long we stay under the stream of water, but we remain wrapped up in one another until the water turns cold. When we get out, Drew wraps me in a fluffy white towel and dries me off, before drying himself off. My belly rumbles loudly, and I grin at him, knowing he heard it too. I grab a t-shirt, pair of panties, and sleep shorts from the dresser, and turn back to Drew. Shit, he doesn't have anything to wear. Why don't I stay up here, and you go and get the food? I'll be waiting here with a reward when you get back. He playfully wiggles his eyebrows at me. Drew's awakened a sexual beast inside me. Fine. I'll go get something from the kitchen. You stay here. Hurry, he teases, and I disappear from the room with a smile. I'm almost in the kitchen when the sound of shouting filters into my ears. It's getting late. No one else should be here except the couple of people who stay on for the night if we need anything. Just inside the threshold of the kitchen, I pause. I take in the entire scene in an instant. Sebastian stands near the black granite countertops, and the maid, Elise, is near the stainless steel fridge, her small body hunched over, her bleeding hand clutched tight to her chest. There's blood on Sebastian's hand, which I assume is Elise's. Did he hurt her? I can't fathom him doing that, but then again, we all do things differently when the stress on us is different. I told you not to touch it, and you did anyway. The only person you have to blame for that cut is yourself. Seb's voice is a shout that fills my ears. The maid turns, tears slipping down her cheeks, dragging mascara with them. I'm sorry, it's my job. You can't just leave broken glass on the floor. It's unsafe. He drags a crystal glass filled with something off the counter beside him and takes a long swallow. I'm not safe either, but that doesn't seem to scare you. It's a whip crack of a response, and I gasp. Sebastian! His eyes find mine, and for a flash I see guilt there. Just go, clean yourself up, he tells her. If you need stitches, I'll make sure you get to the hospital. The maid gives me a quick glance, then rushes out of the room toward the employee wing. I'm considering going after her when the back kitchen door swings open and a wave of chilly air slams into me. I'm both stunned and concerned when a tall brunette comes walking, her body teetering on sky-high heels and the tightest red dress I've ever seen. Who the hell is this person? A man with a shaved head follows her, wheeling several stacked suitcases in. I'm home, she greets in a liquid honey voice, her eyes all for Sebastian. What the hell is going on? I ask, marching over, instantly seeing the way Sebastian's shoulders go rigid. Seb looks worse than he did when we left him. His usually lovely curls disheveled and shoved out of his face. He's changed. His dress shirt partially unbuttoned, and the black sweatpants he's wearing are totally out of character. Sebastian, what's going on? I whisper, barely sparing the new woman a glance. Nothing. Everything is fine, he grits out. The woman steps forward and extends her hand like she wants me to kiss it, but I shake it instead. Don't be rude, Sebastian. Who is your little friend? Sebastian looks like he's going to blow a blood vessel at any second, so I save him from defeat and answer myself. Maybelle Jacobs, I tell her. Nice to meet you. I'm Tanya Arturo. For once, I consider using the Arturo name because she looks like she doesn't give a shit about anyone without money or power. Her makeup is perfect to accent her brown eyes, her hair perfectly straight down to her butt, not a gray in sight, even though she has to be in her late 30s. Something in my gut tells me this woman is bad news, but I have no confirmation or reason to believe it, other than Sebastian's silence and desire to look anywhere but at the woman or even me. It hits me then. Was this the aunt Sebastian mentioned one time before? What is she doing here? Not that I have much say in if she comes or goes, as this isn't my home, but if this was a planned visit, indeed, Seb would have told me ahead of time, right? Tanya, I told you not to come here. There are a number of hotels to stay at. You could have chosen any one of them. And miss seeing you? She pouts. I think not. Plus, this is my home. I deserve to be here as much as you do. Whatever. He sneers. Make yourself at home. Great. She beams and turns, giving me a smile. I'm temporarily frozen, unsure what to do. I feel this unruly desire to protect Sebastian, but I have no idea what I'm protecting him against. Certainly not this Tanya woman. It was nice to meet you, Maybelle. Maybe I'll be seeing you around. Definitely, I reply, and make a note of the flash of anger that flickers in her eyes. Excellent. Let's go, Marcus. The woman snaps at the bald man with her luggage and starts walking, her high heels clacking as she disappears from the kitchen. What the fuck was that? What's going on? Are you okay? I step toward him, but he shakes his head, waving at the shine of glass still littering the floor like he needs the distraction. Nothing. I got careless, as I told the maid, I'll clean it up. Her name is Elise, and I'm not just referring to the glass. That woman, who is she and what happened? I take a deep breath, realizing I've just hit him with a lot all at once. No one would fault you for losing it after everything that happened today.
I don't give a shit what her name is,
he snaps, and then sighs almost as if he's defeated.
I'm fine, Belle. Don't worry about me. And don't worry about Tanya. She's no one, and she'll be out of our lives as fast as she entered it, if I have anything to say about it.
I feel like there's this vast distance between us, and I hate it. I know he's only being an asshole to push me away, and he can be however he wants to be, but I want to make certain he knows I'm not going anywhere. Against his wishes, I take a step forward and wrap my willowy arms around his middle, hugging him as tightly as I can. Sebastian, I'm here. When you're ready, I'm here. And I love you. I'm not going anywhere. At first, it's like hugging a 2x4, his entire body tense and unmoving. But then he presses his face to the top of my head, the tension easing from his body. I wish the moment would last longer, but it ends as quickly as it happens. Taking a step back, he severs the connection.
Try not to worry about me. I'll be okay. You have your hands full enough with the psychopath.
He gestures toward the way I entered, no doubt indicating Drew. I hate it, but I can't make him talk to me. I can't make him take my support or help. I have to wait until he's ready, and it sucks so much. If you need anything, you know where I am. He nods, but I'm not convinced he'll come to me if he needs something. I leave the kitchen without anything to eat. My appetite is mostly ruined now anyway. Entering the bedroom, I find Drew sprawled out on the bed, one eyebrow raised in question.
Was the pantry empty?
I shake my head and cross the space, needing to be closer to him. No, I didn't even look.
That's fine. Let's order a pizza or something.
He whispers into my ear, dragging me onto the bed beside him. I let him, mainly because I'm not sure what I can do to help Seb's situation right now. I twist out of Drew's hold and turn to face him. He stares at me, concern etched into his features.
What's wrong?
I'm really worried about Sebastian. I'm worried about the behavior I just witnessed downstairs and how he acted toward Elise. Then Tanya showed up. I let the frustration pour out of me. She gives me a bad feeling, and I don't even really know her. Drew nods.
Well, she's the stepmom/aunt. I'm actually surprised she didn't show up sooner, given the death of Sebastian's grandfather.
I shrug. I don't care. I don't like her. And I don't like how Sebastian treated Elise, the maid. She was bleeding. Drew doesn't seem surprised. In fact, he's as calm as a cucumber.
It's going to be okay. Bad situations bring out the worst in all of us. And with the added stress, I'm sure whatever happened was an accident. I've known Sebastian almost my entire life. He's as hard-headed as you, and even crazier. But he's strong and smart. He'll be okay. And if he isn't, then we will be there to help him.
I know, but what if he's not okay? What if it's so much worse than we think it is? What if he doesn't ask for help?
Shh.
Drew soothes, feathering his lips along my throat.
Remember, you can't save everyone. Let him figure out his problems the same way he let you figure yours out. When he's ready, and if he needs it, then we'll be there to help him. He's never alone, Flower. Not with us
Lee and Ares at his side. The combination of words and his touch melts away the fear and worry inside me. All I can do is be there for him, be the pillar of strength he needs, and when he's ready, he'll share with me whatever he wants to. I love you, Drew growls, nipping at my ear and dragging me from my thoughts. I look up into his sparkling green eyes, and I know there isn't a single thing he won't do for me. He's gone through so much to keep me at his side, and I've never been prouder to call him mine. I love you too, I whisper, and let him drag me into his darkness.
Epilogue. Drew. 6 months later. The forest is loud as the crunch of old sticks, leaves, and bark breaks under the procession's feet. The four of us, Lee, Sebastian, Ares, and I, guide the line behind, robed in black, blending into the night, even with the full moon overhead bleeding through the gaps in the canopy. Belle trips next to me, and I clutch her hand tighter, keeping her upright. Her friend Elise trails just behind her, and I can feel her weary gaze scanning over each of us as she follows. There's a grumbled complaint somewhere behind us. "Shut the fuck up and keep walking," I snap. The person goes quiet, nothing but the sound of the forest greeting us again. Ahead is the small clearing ringed with four-wheelers, and I stop, guiding Belle off to the side, gently pressing her against the tree trunk before kissing her softly. "Stay here while I get them ready." She grins, eyes wide behind her glasses. There's a rush of excitement in the air, of darkness, and I clutch it tightly in my hands, letting it ripple across my skin. I can feel her eyes on me as I march back to this year's freshman recruits. They stand in a semicircle with black bags over their head, ropes loosely looped around their wrists to connect them, leading up to Lee, who strips off the rope and drops it to the ground. Ares, Lee, Sebastian, and I grasp two of the recruits each by the arms, lead them to the four-wheelers nearby, and shove them roughly to the sloped cart on the back of each. It lays at an angle, like a surfer's pickup sled after a wipeout. They realize what's happening and resettle, propping their feet up on the edge so they don't hang down. Once the 8 new mill members for the year are all secured, we each hop on a wheeler. I gesture to Belle, who comes running over, climbing on and taking the spot beside me. Elise slides gingerly beside Ares, who studies her closely in the soft moonlight. He looks curious and surprised, while she keeps her gaze straight ahead. Her body is as stiff as a board. I remind myself that she's not my problem. It's not my job to babysit her. Belle wanted to bring her, and I'm fine with that. But she's responsible for herself. I spare a quick glance at Seb and Lee to ensure they are ready. Both give me a nod, and we head through the trees. It's several miles out to the cliffs. We used to make the new members walk out blindfolded, but things changed after a leg break from a fall. It's fine. They will get their dose of ceremony when we get there. Belle holds on tight to the top handle. "Faster!" I smile and shake my head, but oblige, laughing as the recruits on the cart curse for every jolt and jostle over sticks and the uneven forest floor. It doesn't take too long to reach the clearing by the cliffs. A line of citronella lanterns stands in a circle, lighting the space, obscuring the edge just ahead. Let's see if we get anyone to pussy out tonight. Belle hops off the moment we stop, and she doesn't bother hiding the smile of wonder on her face as she takes in the lanterns and the rock on the far side of the clearing opposite the cliff edge. The rough granite is carved and pockmarked with names from every generation of mill members. I raise my voice and line the new members up in a row facing the rock. The time has come to take your place among your brethren. Step up to the rock and carve your name. There's no backing out now. I ripped the hoods off their heads and nudged the first skinny kid forward. Step forward, carve your name, and take your place. The skinny bastard scrambles forward, and he falls against the rock in his eagerness to grab the pick on the ground nearby. I shove two more, and Seb does the same on the other end of the line. They step up, each carve their name, and once they finish, they turn back, eager-eyed and grinning. I hand the hoods back to each of them. You can put this on if you're going to be a pussy, but there's one final rite that you must complete in order to be considered a member. Adios, fuckers! Lee grins and runs toward the open space between the lanterns, disappearing in a soft mist. The new recruits mutter among themselves, and I shove a couple of them forward. Go on. Belle leans into Elise, her bright hair a contrast to Elise's dark braid that's hanging over her shoulder. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Seb wanders over, his hands shoved into his robe pockets. She's here, isn't she? She can either do it, or she'll be stuck out here by herself. Elise takes a tentative step back, and I march over and cut between them. Seb hasn't stopped pushing her since that night in the kitchen 6 months ago. Lee, Aries, and I have an ongoing bet that she's going to punch him square in the face and quit before the summer ends. I snag Belle's hand in mine and lead her to the edge. Together? With big, bright eyes, she peeks over the side of the ledge, then tugs her glasses off her face and hands them to me. Keep these safe. I smile and she jumps, dragging me along by the hand. There's a moment of panic, of pure freefall, until my boots hit the water and we sink below. She releases me, and I swim up to the surface. It's not a long drop, but with the mist from the small falls nearby, no one can see the water below. Lee swims on his back a few feet away, his robe, shirt, and shorts on the rocks nearby. Think we'll have some rejects this year? I glance up, and with the light above and the slivers of moonlight, I spot Elise on the edge of the cliff, scanning the water below. Belle waves up at her, but Elise doesn't see her. He won't really make her jump, right? Belle asks, a hint of worry in her voice. Make her? I don't know about that. If you ask me, Sebastian has it out for her for some reason. I wouldn't be surprised if he... A shrill screech cuts through the night, followed by a splash. He pushed her! Belle shakes her head. What an asshole! I can't help but chuckle. He's in for a fight with that one. She hates him so much. I called that a mile away, I mutter under my breath. Elise pops out of the water, and I don't need to look at her face to see how pissed off she is. I can feel it vibrating through her and into the water. A second later, there's another splash, and I watch Seb's body disappear beneath the water. The only people up top now are Aries and the 8 recruits. His gruff voice echoes into the valley, but I can't make out the words. You okay? Belle calls to Elise. Fantastic. Never been better. Elise practically growls. Oh, don't act like I'm the bad guy here. If I didn't push you, you never would have jumped. I think, if anything, you owe me since I did you a favor, technically. He splashes water at her. I know where you sleep, she mutters under her breath. Are you threatening me? Seb taunts. Jesus, these two are like fire and gasoline. Belle swims around me in a circle and lets out a relaxed sigh. The water is so warm. Nothing else could make this night better, unless maybe those two stop their bickering. It's called foreplay, and that's why we do this in the summer. I don't want to freeze my balls off by doing it during recruiting season in the fall and winter. I'm an asshole, but even I have things I won't do. She leans in and licks a drop of water off my cheek. We should come out here again, but next time alone. Lee splashes us both. I'm warning you now that if you two start fucking, I'm going to sit here and watch. I have zero shame. I wouldn't expect anything less. But if you look at Belle, I'll have to remove your eyes from their sockets. The only one who gets to see her naked is me. Whatever. He grins. There's a shout, followed by a splash, signifying that at least one of the new guys has enough balls to jump. Once the first one goes, it doesn't take long for the remainder to follow. I count each splash in my head while I tread water. Finally, all 8 make it down, and Ares follows with a sing-song bellow and launches far out off the cliff. We all shift out of the way so he doesn't land on us. Fucker. Belle clutches onto my shoulders, using me to hold herself up and out of the water. Have you ever checked behind the waterfall? I shake my head. Check for what? She shrugs, the water sloshing. My gaze strays down to her t-shirt that is molded against her shoulders and chest. I don't know. Treasures? Fairies? Witches? Who knows what could be back there? The look of excitement and mischief in her gaze is intoxicating. I love seeing her like this, the happiness radiating out of her. I snort. If anything is back there, it's probably rocks. She swims away from me, going in the absolute wrong direction. I wait a second, then snag her ankle and drag her back, letting my hand slide up her bare leg to the hem of her shorts. She yelps, and I clutch her core in my hand. Oh, sorry. I slipped. Sure you did. She giggles. I release her and snag her glasses out of my robe pocket, then slide them onto her face gently. Water droplets spot the lenses, but she swipes them off. Then, with another grin, she swims off in the direction of the waterfall, leaving me to follow. Catching a glimpse of her creamy inner thigh, I can't help it. I give chase, swimming after her. There's a rocky ledge ahead, and I warn her, "Be careful. It's not as deep right there, and the rocks make it super slippery." "Okay, Dad," she snorts. "Why are you so worried?" Like a disobedient brat, she barely listens to my warning and climbs up onto the small outcrop of rocks, her feet slipping while she tries to gain footing. My heart thunders in my chest. Fuck, she's going to give me high blood pressure with her damn antics. She puts her hand through the rush of the falls. Water cascades over her arm in a fan as she places it through the wall of water. With a grin, she ducks under the spray and disappears. "Belle, I swear to God, you need to wait for me," I growl. There might be a fucking bear or something in there. I don't know. I scramble up the rocks and chase her. The small chamber beyond the falls is cool, and the hush of the steaming water echoes all around us. It's empty, but there is enough space to lay flat on your back. Puddles pool around the floor, and I crawl over to her and take the spot beside her. "Do that again, and I'm going to spank your ass." She doesn't appear fazed by my response, and that's fine. Once we get home, I'll teach her a lesson about patience and safety. "Joke's on you. I like your spankings." She sticks her tongue out at me, and I'm tempted to bite it. "No treasure, huh?" She shakes her head, grinning. "No fairies or witches either, but that's okay. This is cool enough." I pull her in to rest her head against the crook of my shoulder. "Come here. Let me keep you warm." She settles against my chest with a heavy sigh. "This is magic." Light flickers beyond the curtain of the falls, where Ares is no doubt setting up more lanterns now that everyone has jumped. We brought beer, food, and music as well. Not a soul will hear us this far out. It's a celebration, after all. The recruits are officially members. I lean over and kiss Belle gently, tasting the river water on her lips. I'll never get over the fact that she is mine, that we're free, that I'm free. No, you're magic, and I love you